what they said is that whenever government is involved, people always tend not to trust whatever government is leading. So how do we build that trust? And we were given an example of if you go to an ATM, you withdraw money, you will still need to confirm before you leave the ATM. So that issues of trust also came up. Then the other issue that was highlighted is in terms of if people have to be encouraged to save, because number one, the income is not enough. So if the government can come in and address the issues of affordable housing, affordable healthcare, and affordable education, then it means the citizens will have enough disposable income that they can also save. The other issue is about getting real-time data, which is important in terms of jump-starting micropensions. And then there's the issue of coordination office and also the universal health insurance schemes. Then the products were said that they need to be simple and easy products so that they can encourage the micropensions and also savings for retirement amongst the informal sector. Then the other issue that was also highlighted is about the transaction costs, which is also discouraging savings in micropensions. And the last quote that we had in this session, we had around 3. So the first one that was said is about money. So if money was talking to you, then it will tell you that you save me today so that I'll save you tomorrow. Then the other issue was about changing the mentality of the youth. The current mentality of the youth is that you only live once, which is the YOLO mentality. So how do we change that mentality of the youth so that we can make them to start saving for retirement? The other issue is about also the mentality of the youth, that if the money you have cannot solve your problems, then what do you do with it? You eat it. So that's also another mentality that we need to save in terms of encouraging micropensions. So I think those were the main highlights that I got from the sessions that we had yesterday, and we are looking forward to a fruitful discussion today. You remember the mantra is, you either listen and learn, or engage and grow. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Leonard, for that wonderful recap of day one of APSA, the 4th annual conference being hosted here in Kampala, Uganda. Now we do have a highlights video that we'd like to share with you. And so, ladies and gentlemen, onto your screens. This is a recap of yesterday.
I want to welcome you to this 4th distinguished annual conference of the African Pension Association.
The 4th Annual Pension Conference, therefore, is an opportunity for us to generate insights, ideas, and find solutions to the current pension inclusion challenges in Africa.
In our capital market development work, we see the pension industry as a major catalyst for change in the region, and it is undoubtedly an important player in sustainable development in Africa. So what is promising is that in Africa, the assets under management in the pension industry continue to grow year on year. I think currently in excess of about $1 trillion USD and counting.
So as we collaborate, as we dialogue, as we discuss today, we are looking at what are those sustainable solutions for pension inclusion in Africa. I'm optimistic that the discussions over the next 2 days will be a step in the right direction, affording us the opportunity to collectively brainstorm and formulate actionable solutions in ensuring sustainable pensions inclusion across the globe. When I was moving around the country with management, popularizing savings for old age, a very young man asked me, "Chairman, you're emphasizing we save for the future. But as we save for the future, we do not have what to eat today. So how can I plan for tomorrow when I'm not sure of today?"
Pension managers and investment managers, we cannot be left behind in this conversation around sustainability.
Things like VAT, a portion of the VAT, however small, can be set aside for somebody's pension, because we know that those lowly down in society actually suffer a lot, especially when they are acquiring foodstuffs and other products.
How to embrace informal sector workers into different pension arrangements.
There is a gap in terms of knowledge. They don't seem to understand that this is money for your pension.
There's no way to leave insurance behind if pensions will thrive.
The large number of Africans that still do not have a formal pension to sustain one upon retirement. Advances and improved access in public health, better nutrition, and general better living standards have improved life expectancy on the continent. This has led to an important demographic shift with longer lifespans of at least more than 20 years after formal retirement. Let us therefore pledge to collaborate and cooperate to collectively ensure a secure and dignified retirement for all. The African Development Bank will be more than happy to work closely with the African Pensions Supervisor's Association to expand pension coverage across Africa.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is how day one ended up rounding up things. Day two is even going to be bigger, more exciting, more engaging, and more takeaways as we finalize the 4th annual conference. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we do recognize the presence of the State Minister, Honorable Minister Amos Lugolobi. He's the Minister in charge of Planning from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. We do recognize your presence, sir. That being said, I request you to rise to your feet. We shall observe the national anthem as well as the East African anthem. You may take your seats. Honorable Minister, UBRA Board of Directors, the CEO UBRA, APSA Chairperson, and APSA Executive, all distinguished guests this morning, once again, good morning. Several African nations are actively contemplating or implementing new contributions-led micro-pension programs, and these are aimed at achieving broad-based social protection to reduce vulnerability in old age for those excluded in the workforce. Now, over time, if micro-pension systems design and implementation is based on sound principles, this could actually help reduce future budgetary pressures by increasing self-provision, as well as contributing to economic growth by increasing long-term domestic savings and also providing greater depth and liquidity to capital markets. Ladies and gentlemen, it's against this background that Africa Pension Supervisors Association, with the support from FSD Africa and also in collaboration with the Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority and Pinbox Solutions, are co-hosting the 2023 APSA Annual Conference here at Serena Hotel in Kampala, Uganda. Now, we are praying that this conference is going to culminate into the launch of an actionable dialogue as well as collaborative action by expanding pension coverage to non-salaried informal sector workers across the continent. It's upon that background that I would like to invite Dr. Shem to give us welcoming remarks. After Dr. Shem, we'll have an invitation for the APSA chairperson, and then thereafter, we will be having the chairman, board of directors, UBRA, who will be then welcoming our guest of honor. Dr. Shem, you're most welcome.
Honorable Minister, the Chairman of the Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority, all the board members of UBRA here present, the chief executive officers present of the various regulatory authorities of various pensions jurisdictions across the continent, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. We want to have a brief launch of the APSA website today. And I just have a 2 slides presentation to make. Then we shall have a test run of the APSA website. And then I'll call upon the chairman of the chairperson of the Africa Pension Supervisors Association to make a few remarks. And then we proceed with the programs. Ladies and gentlemen, with the support of the financial sector deepening Africa, APSA from today is going to have a very beautiful, cutting-edge, user-friendly website that will effectively showcase its mission, objectives, initiatives, and will serve as a valuable resource hub for the member institutions and other stakeholders. The website has the following attributes. It's innovative, imaginative, adaptable, and user-friendly. It's well-organized, simplified, visually captivating, and aesthetically pleasing. It's capable of facilitating online transactions, and it is equipped with advanced search engines capabilities, which incorporate an online registration system for its members and offer links to member country websites and other significant resources, and therefore makes it very easy for members to share information, ideas, and talks across the platform. Allows for sharing of resources and publications as well, including research papers, books, and other material. Indeed, we already have the first book that was launched yesterday running on the website, and you could have a go and try to download it. And it has got the ability to share vital statistics on Africa pensions, which we suffer from and we are struggling to build up. And therefore, It also provides a platform for sharing upcoming events and news items on pensions. So we would urge you that you keep on checking on what's going on with the APSA family on this particular website. I want to stop there, ladies and gentlemen, and then invite the incoming chair of the Africa Pension Supervisors Association, which will be ratified by the Executive Committee at its next first meeting after this conference. So, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Zareen Kamaradeen from South Africa.
Good morning, honorable guests. Good morning, Minister Amos Lugolube, the Minister of State for Planning, sorry, I've got this, Minister of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development. I would like to also recognize the board of URBRA, the CEO of URBRA, and all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It is a great honor and privilege to be with you today, as it was yesterday. It was my maiden attendance of APSA, or APSIF, conference, and as a South African, as South Africa, we are both delighted and humbled by our election as the chair of APSA for the next 4 years, subject to confirmation by our EXCO, whilst recognizing that we are citizens of the world and that there are many themes that are cross-cutting for pension regulators. It would be remiss not to acknowledge and recognize, as has been done by APSA founders, that there are certain issues that affect us as Africans and for which we require African solutions, even though we may lend or borrow, as was indicated yesterday, from other jurisdictions, particularly other developing countries. The theme of this conference, which is sustainable pension inclusion in Africa, is particularly pertinent as many workers, as we have heard, do not have pension coverage in Africa, be it by reason of being informal sector workers or provision of pension funds not being compulsory, even if you are a formal sector worker in various jurisdictions in Africa, or by virtue of historical exclusion based on gender, class, race, geographical location, etc. I have thoroughly enjoyed the deliberations yesterday, as I'm sure you have as well, and I look forward to the deliberations today, because I think it's only when having these types of discussions and deliberations that we'll find solutions to the various challenges that we face on this continent in respect of pension coverage and sustainable pension coverage at that. So in our deliberations, and I think this has happened yesterday, I think it's very important that we take into account the fact that Africa has a young population and that solutions must speak to this demographic. I think various questions that had been asked yesterday also speaks to this. Pensions, as we all know, play a vital role in ensuring that workers retire with dignity and mitigate against poverty. And to quote one of the great giants of this continent, who happened to be our first democratically elected president of South Africa, Tata Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, overcoming poverty is not a task of charity, it is an act of justice. Like slavery and apartheid, poverty is not natural. It is man-made, and it can be overcome and eradicated by the actions of human beings. Sometimes it falls on a generation to be great. You can be that great generation. Let your greatness blossom. So you are that generation, we are that generation, and I look forward to walking alongside all of you in order for us to achieve the goals that we set for ourselves in terms of improving pension coverage, in terms of ESG, etc. I would also like to thank the outgoing interim committee members of AFSA, or AFSIF as it then was, who has done incredibly sterling work. I would particularly like to thank the chair, Mr. Charles Machira from Kenya, the vice chair, even though he's not here with us today, Dr. Umar Farouk Aminu, the secretariat who has played a vital role, which is led by Dr. Omar and Mr. Leonard Apio. They've been a rock in the APSIF journey to getting APSA registered, etc. Mr. Rogers and colleagues from Rwanda, who has also played a vital role. My neighbors from Zambia, Ms. Mainza Masole and Namakau Ntini, even though she's not here with us today, who has been elevated, so congratulations for that as well to the CEO of their regulator, and my former boss, Mr. Olano Makubela, who's also played a very vital role in the APSA journeys of over the past 4 years. I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. You've played an incredible role in really not only establishing a very important association, but I feel that, you know, what they have left, they've left something which is incredibly solid and from which we can only build and go from strength to strength. So hand in hand with my new executive, I would like us to build on the gains already made, and we will also rely on the old APSA executive, I think, for guidance, etc., because their leadership has indeed been that of greatness. So on that note, I believe that we are in capable hands to achieve our goals, to improve coverage for all workers on our beautiful continent that brims with potential. I also wish to thank Mr. Martin Nsubuga, the CEO of URBRA, Uganda, and to URBRA in general for being incredibly gracious hosts and showing us all an incredible time. I think the first evening was really delightful. We saw various dances, you know, which was really incredible. But it really, I think, illustrates the energy of Uganda, because that was the first thing that struck me when I landed. Well, firstly, the beauty of Uganda, but then also the energy and the vibrancy. And yeah, so, and that first evening, I think, was just vibrancy on steroids. So thank you very much. The food has been amazing. Your hospitality has been amazing. So thank you very, very, very much. And on that note, I shall end off, and shall I invite the Minister of Finance to launch the, oh, not yet? Okay, so, but on that note, ladies and gentlemen, as I said, I really look forward to working with every single one of you so that we can attain the important, you know, the important work that we have to do for this continent, which is improving coverage, but in a way that is, of course, sustainable. So I really look forward to working with each and every one of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be receiving board member for URBRA, Mr. Abua, to the podium. And Mr. Abua will then invite our honorable guest of honor, the minister. As he steps up to the podium, we will be having the APSA website launch, and we will be following that with a digital signature of that launch. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister, Honorable Amos Buglobi, Minister of State for Planning, Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, the Honorable Minister of State for Public Service, Honorable Mary Grace Mugasa, directors of the UBRA board, I want to convey apologies from the chair, who has been held back by some very important engagements, but he will be joining us shortly, and the rest of the directors. Delegates from the chair of APSA, delegates from across Africa, our sponsors, management and staff of UBRA, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Minister, honorable ministers, this is the 4th Annual Africa Pension Supervisors Association Conference, and we are lucky as a country, and more importantly, as an authority, to be hosting the 4th APSA conference here in Kampala. The conference began yesterday, and we received your apologies because you were attending to cabinet, and we are grateful that today you are able to make it. Day one of this conference had very topical discussions. The delegates discussed matters of social security, and more so on inclusive and sustainable social protection and social security system across Africa. And we generated a number of policy and regulatory issues that we will be able to bring to your attention as a board. We are also grateful that as a line minister responsible for the authority, you have given us always the support we needed in areas of legislation, in areas of policy, and through your effort, we are able to put in place a number of regulations, and the outcome have been very significant. We have been able to expand the coverage, especially within Uganda, although not to the required levels. We have been able to provide safety of members' money and given assurance and restored confidence in the social protection system that we run as a country, and we are grateful for that. We are aware of the support you are giving us, especially in regards to the public service pension scheme, to address issues of governance, affordability, and sustainability. And we are hopeful that soon we will address most of the challenges that we encounter in the pension sector, especially in Uganda. Having said this, I wish to take this opportunity on behalf of the conference and the UBRA board to welcome you to deliver your inaugural address and also inaugurate the APSA. Honorable, you are welcome.
Thank you so much. Honorable Minister of State Public Service of Uganda, honorable members of Parliament here present, representatives of government ministries, departments and agencies, the Executive Committee of the Africa Pension Supervisors Association, APSA, guests from across Africa and beyond, the board and management of the Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority, UBRA, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. I sent apologies for not being able to be here yesterday. And the chairperson has actually confirmed that those apologies were delivered. Because usually Mondays are cabinet days, and it's a requirement that cabinet here takes precedence over any other activity. I especially warmly welcome our esteemed visitors from across Africa and beyond. Welcome to Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. I thought that the Ugandans would clap for our visitors. Your presence here is not just a courtesy, but a testament to the unity and collaborative spirit that defines our continent. These days we are so united under the African Union, and numerous agencies have been created under the African Union. And the idea is that we get together on various aspects that affect us. Today, we have come to a level where we have created the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, just to emphasize the need for trading together, investing together, doing so many things together. So your being here is not just a courtesy. You are here for business. I'm also particularly excited that the Africa Pension Supervisor's Association found Uganda fitting to host this regional conference. It speaks volumes about Uganda's commitment to shaping the future of pension systems and supervision in Africa. To that end, I commend Aspa Secretariat, the Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority, and the conference co-sponsors FSD Africa, Prudential Insurance Company, and Sanlam East Africa Investments for a job well done in organizing this very important conference. Your commitment to this agenda has turned this conference into a beacon of hope and innovation for pension inclusion in Africa. The theme of this fourth annual Aspa conference, Sustainable Pension Inclusion in Africa, resonates deeply with our collective mission as Africa. In Uganda, we have taken bold strides towards realizing this vision. We revamped our pension sector with robust reforms, established a dynamic regulatory body in 2012, and implemented measures to ensure efficient service delivery. These steps are crucial in securing the sustainability of pension benefits, thereby catalyzing economic growth with inclusive participation. In the more recent past, we provided for the amendment of the National Social Security Fund Act to provide for voluntary pension savings in the National Social Security Fund, and commissioned a study under UBRA, the regulator, on pension inclusion with a view of establishing a national long-term savings scheme allowing for sustainable improvement in pension coverage, with a focus on ensuring the informal sector is effectively provided for in the pension system. This initiative is a leap towards comprehensive pension coverage, ensuring that no one is left behind. And I heard when you were presenting the summaries that you are going to the level of the micro pension schemes sector, which is very, very critical. You know, even in Uganda here, informality, instead of going down from a recent survey, informality is simply growing. And we are undertaking a study to find out why. Instead of businesses becoming more formal, they are becoming informal. And so these policies, including the pension-related policies, should drive towards ensuring that the informal sector is not left behind. So it is a move in the right direction. In 2022, at UBRA's 10-year anniversary, we celebrated a number of milestones achieved by Uganda's pension sector under the supervision of UBRA, including growth of pension assets to Uganda shillings 18.9 trillion as at December 2021. And that was up from 5.1 trillion in 2014, of which 80% of assets are in government securities, making the retirement benefit sector a big contributor to economic development. Without the pension sector, I think the ministry where I'm working would perhaps not be as successful, because we are heavily dependent in terms of the funds that we use on the resources of the pension sector. So we are very grateful. And the pension sector is one of the vehicles for mobilizing savings in the country. And it is these savings that we use to borrow in the government, to run government business, especially for long-term investments. Now, I was looking at the idea of the movement of interest rates, and I thought that partly it is determined by the forces of demand and the supply of resources within the savings sector. Now, the more resources you have in terms of savings, actually the more you reduce on the pressure on the interest rates. So it is actually a question of supply and demand. The demand for those resources, those savings from government is growing by the day because the population is increasing and the needs are growing. And the international community is not as available as it used to be in terms of resourcing our budgets. So the demand for these resources is going to grow by the day, and therefore the need to mobilize more resources from the population. So we are going to be more dependent on the locally generated resources within our financial sector, you know. So it is going to be very, very important to mobilize these savings if our economies in Africa are going to survive. Today, the sector holds 21.5 trillion shillings, approximately 5.7 billion US dollars in assets under management, accounting for 12% of our GDP and 60% of Uganda's domestic savings. The regulator has therefore significantly matured fast and now able to champion initiatives for sustainability of the pension sector in Uganda, of which pension inclusion is now a priority. These milestones are not just numbers, they present lives impacted, as I've indicated. Futures secured, so we are securing the future, and a nation moving forward, so they drive our growth trajectory. Notwithstanding that, the numbers covered are still very low. In Uganda, only 3 million are covered under a working population of 20 million Ugandans. Remember, our population is about 45, and just 3 million are covered. So the potential remains very big. And that represents a 16% coverage ratio, which is skewed towards the formal sector, so leaving behind the informal sector. The informal sector in Africa is large, and size is not expected to decrease for many years to come, as a majority of the labor force in the region is employed in informal jobs without a formal employee-employer relationships. In Uganda, I want to believe that people are scared of joining the formal sector for fear of paying direct taxes. That suspicion is there. People think that by becoming formal, you become more vulnerable to the tax authorities approaching you wherever you are. Your address becomes clear and known. So we have to find a solution to that problem to make people appreciate the importance of paying tax, and they are not being witch-hunted when they become formal. So as we forge ahead, the support and insights from our regional counterparts from across Africa remains invaluable. We actually need to learn from one another. Some years back in Parliament, I was a member of the Finance Committee. I'm a member of Parliament. And a bill was brought to liberalize the pension sector. And in terms of benchmarking, we went to Nigeria. We found a very successful pension system running there. And we came back very well convinced that we should liberalize the sector. Little did we realize that we should not have gone alone. The people we left behind had other ideas. To cut the long story short, the bill was withdrawn from Parliament. And so we could not proceed. The liberalization story ended there. So the dissemination of the pension concepts becomes very critical. Sometimes we keep these to ourselves. We use the jargon, and we enjoy doing so. But when we are leaving out so many other critical people who are involved in the policy making, it is very important that we make the language simple. We reach out. We really need to reach out, especially to the policy makers in our countries, to ensure that we are all on the same page. Otherwise, these policies that we want to advance may actually may not find the way or the day of light. So I think it is very important that among the recommendations, awareness creation, training, educating people about pension, about savings. The last time we learned about savings is when we were studying economics. That when you earn income, you either consume that income or you save, or you do both. You consume plus saving. And when you consume everything, you actually have no savings. That's the last time we talk about savings. For many of us, out of the 45 million people in Uganda, that's the little knowledge that we get access to. So if we really want to deepen the understanding and importance of savings, because these savings not only help the people who are saving, but they help the country at large. And as resources increasingly become scarce, across the globe, and as we look inwards to generate resources that are going to help to grow our economies, I think the idea of promoting savings has become very central. And we have to advance this idea across government. We have to make everybody understand this. It's very, very important. And the resources we have in Africa, it's only that we think that we are poor. Someone inculcated the spirit of poverty in our minds, and we think that we are poor, when actually we are not. How come we excel when we go elsewhere? We become best performers. Why? So really, the potential is there. It's how to ignite that potential, to become successful. So your willingness to share knowledge and collaborate has been instrumental in Uganda's progress, and particularly the achievements registered by Uganda Retirement Benefits Authority. So sharing knowledge, therefore, is very important. This conference is yet another opportunity to engage in meaningful dialogues, share experiences, and set forth solutions that will shape the landscape of pension systems and supervision in Africa. I commend the Africa Pension Supervisors for establishing the Africa Pension Supervisors Association, and I'm particularly honored to inaugurate the Africa Pension Supervisors Association with a newly confirmed executive committee, and I want to congratulate you. This marks a new chapter in our journey, one where we address Africa's pension challenges with uniquely African solutions. Together, we are not just planning for the future, we are actively building it. Thank you for your unwavering commitment and partnership. Let's continue to work hand in hand, turning challenges into opportunities and aspirations into realities. Welcome to Uganda. Welcome to the future of pension systems in Africa for God and my country. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Amos Lugolobi, Minister of Planning from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be having the unveiling of the APSA official registration certificate and website launch, as well as the APSA membership drive. And now for the launch, requesting you to turn to your screens. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the website for APSA, launching it today on the 28th of November, 2023 in Kampala, Uganda. We're going to have 3 signatories to that website launch. I would like to invite the State Minister for Planning, Honorable Minister Amos Lugolobi, requesting you to come to the podium. We are also going to be having the acting chairperson for APSA. You're most welcome. And the 3rd signatory to the website launch, digitalization being the way for Africa as we have these conversations. We're going to be having Mr. Boer, board member of UBRA, to join the signatories. Okay. Honorable Minister, unfortunately our signing board is here, so we request you, the chairperson, request you to come down. Board member, we request you to come down. As that signature is happening, it will be given a reflection on your screens. Ladies and gentlemen, unveiling the APSA registration certificate and website, Honorable Minister Amos Lugolobi, signed and sealed, ready for activation. We will have the 2nd signatory, the acting chairperson, APSA. Plain and simple, signed and sealed. Thank you very much. And our hosting regulatory authority, UBRA, board member Obua. Chairman, your most signed chairman. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the website is officially signed and sealed. Requesting you to return to the podium. We're now going to be having a photo moment. Dr. Shem, we do have some invitations to add to that.
Thank you for the photo moment. I want to invite the following executive committee members of Africa Pension Supervisors Association to join the ministers on the podium. So we are going to invite the vice chair, which is from the Regulatory Authority, Pensions Regulatory Authority of Morocco, ACAPS. I think Mr. Faisal is in the room. We are going to invite the secretary to APSA, and that is the Uganda Retirement Benefits Authority, represented by the Chief Executive Officer. Then we'll have the Vice Secretary. The Vice Secretary comes from Sierra Leone, NASIT, National Social Security and Insurance Trust. The CEO is in the room. I asked him to join the team on the podium. Then we have the Treasurer, which is the National Bank of Rwanda. I think they are represented in the room. The delegate from Rwanda can join them. The Assistant Treasurer comes from Pensions and Insurance Authority of Zambia. Please join them on the podium. And then we have the Permanent Secretariat of the Africa Pension Supervisors Authority, situated in Nairobi with the Retirement Benefits Authority. So I want to request the CEO of RBA to join the team on the podium. And because of what we are launching today and the support we have received from our key donor, the Financial Sector Deepening Africa, I want to ask Mary Njunguna, representing the CEO of FSD Africa, to join them for a photo session. Thank you.
We would also like to add to that podium, Honorable Minister of State Public Service, Minister Grace Mary Mugasa. Could you please join that podium? Honorable MP Rakajara Arinaitwe, you're equally most welcome, sir, requesting you to join the podium. Board Member UBRA, Mr. David Mutebi, requesting you to also join the podium. Okay, now that is perfect. So let us see those smiles. Ladies and gentlemen, okay, thank you so much, media team. Thank you so much. Our ministers, members of parliament, and our distinguished guests. And now, inviting the CEO of UBRA to take us through the next session.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Minister, we are still taking a toll on your time, just for a few minutes. While you are away yesterday, we launched a book books. And then we'll do just a very short ceremony to officially hand over the books to the ministers present here, and also some of the dignitaries of your choice. Thank you. Yes. So, Honorable Minister, I request you kindly and come before these two handsome gentlemen and beautiful lady. And then Honorable Mary Mugasa, you're also privileged to share a book. I'll also request that Honorable Vyakatonda, Doctor, and Honorable Arenaitwe, I hope you have enough books. Yes, thank you. Then we can, those two can be a fair representative on the Ugandan side. I deliberately chose those people. The minister already said the challenges of our political discussions in the House. The two gentlemen that are not the ministers are politicians, so they know where we're coming from and what we're trying to say. And thank you so much for your indulgence, Honorable Minister.
All right, we will request the signature still of the minister and the authors. So Honorable Minister Lugolobi, requesting you to return to the digital board here and authenticate this book to Africa. Our digital team. Templatizing micro-pensions for Africa has been officially signed by the State Minister for Planning, Amos Lugolobi. And now we'll have the authors, starting with Parul. She's a left-hander. So we have to edit the digital. All right, signed and sealed, ready for Africa. And now Mr. Gotham. Thank you so much. Requesting you to stand right there for a photo. Minister Parul, and yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that marks the end of our first session for the second day of the 4th Annual Africa Pension Supervisors Association Conference being hosted here in Kampala, Uganda. Thankful to the Ministry of Finance Planning and Economic Development for your efforts to ensure that Ugandans, but also contributions to the East African region, as well as the rest of Africa, can be shared and implemented thereof. The website is up and running, so please go check it out. And guess what? You can actually download the book from Pin Box Solutions on the website. It's already loaded for your consumption right now. You can have a soft copy because the physical book is quite big. We didn't get your bag to carry that one. So you can have an e-copy by going to the APSA website and be able to download it. You can also find it on the UBRA website later on. It will be uploaded for your consumption. And now, time check is 10:20. We're going to be having a 15 minutes tea break for us to just stretch, and then we will be back here in the room at 10:35, and by 10:40, we'll be going on to the order of business for today. We'll be picking it up with session 5. Session 5 will be looking at innovative climate finance, and it's going to be a TED Talk style. And so when that is done and dusted, we'll go to session 6, 7, and 8 for the day. Now, to help guide with the tea break, I'm requesting the table of the CEO, Mr. Nsubuga, to guide our honorable guests to the dining area for their tea break. I then request the table that has Board UBRA to also take their leave following. The rest of us can also go and enjoy the tea break. 10:40, we should be back in the room to continue on with the order of business. We'll be starting off with our next session. Mindful of time, and today is an activity-packed day. We have 4 sessions to go through, and then later on we're crowning the 4th annual conference of APSA with the blissful dinner. On the X app, you can type in APSA Africa and you'll be able to get more details and a link to the website. You can also find them on LinkedIn, Africa Pension Supervisors Association in full, and you'll be able to interact with them on LinkedIn. The hashtag that we are using on our socials for this conference, APSAConf23, that's the hashtag. And so you'll find as much commentary from the session so far as possible on the hashtag APSAConf23. Also reminded that Slido will be very active with us today, so I hope that you still have your web open to Slido. We shall be using it to interact in the next sessions.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we're returning from the break, session 5 will be starting soon. Session 5 will be about innovative climate finance and will be a TED-style talk. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you back from that short break. The Africa Pension Supervisors Association Conference. Our sponsors are UBRA Uganda, FSD Africa, UK International Development, Pinbox Africa, Prudential, and Sanlam. From here, I pass on to you, Priscilla.
Thank you so much, Noel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from your tea break. Now, order of business resumes. Now, to just give you some reminders, the website is now up and running, so you can be able to actively engage with the APSA website, and you can also equally be able to download the book that was launched earlier. Equally on Twitter, you can find them on APSA Africa, that's on the X app now. And then you can also find them on LinkedIn, which is Africa Pension Supervisors Association on LinkedIn, to get as much detail of what's been happening in the 4th annual conference so far. Then also on ubra.go.ug, you can be able to also access the book later on, and then also Pinbox Solutions on their website. There's a free download that you can use. The hashtags to interact with are APSA Conf 23, you can be able to use those to interact with social media and share, let the rest of the world know some of the deliberations, resolutions, or solutions that have so far emulated out of this room. We are also streaming live on UBRA YouTube channel. So just go to YouTube, type in UBRA, and you'll be able to get a live link, share it with the necessary people that were not able to make it in this room live. To our online audience, once again, thank you so much for being with us. You are most welcome. Now, before we kickstart the order of the day, again, as I say, today we're going to learn a little bit more outside the contexts of today's 4 sessions that we're going to be having. We do have Slido, for which we were using to interface with from yesterday, and so I trust that that web is still open on your phones. Now I'm requesting you to go to Slido. Let's pull out our phones. Please don't go to WhatsApp. Go to Slido. Yes. Scan that code. And when you scan that code, you'll be able to get into the platform. It's our interactive platform as we move forward. Now, there is that poll. What is climate change in your language? Because of the diversity in this room, we want to learn as much as possible. So please feed in your answers. I would like to see some answered responses. Edward, do we have some responses now? Okay, they're generating them. Okay, what is climate change in your language? So let's see those responses and try to learn some language. Oh, okay. Noel, can I have that microphone? Ah, that is a whole alphabet. In Chuka Chuka Yobudde. That is in Uganda, Uganda. Okay. What are the others? Mabadiliko ya tabia nchi. That's Kenya, Swahili. Okay. Let's have another one. I see one down here, Lokere Alobo. That is Luo. Okay. Mpinduka Muwire. Which language is that? Runyoro. Okay. My South African friends, could we have some? Okinduka Owire is also Western of Uganda. I feel like a Honorable Minister is the one who has given us that one. Isn't it, Minister Grace? Yes, she's the one who has given us that one. Fremantle. Okay, Namibia, how do you translate climate change? It's a difficult one. Okay. All right, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for your participation. Okay, there are more coming up. We'll be interacting with those later. Continuing on with the 2023 conference. At the point that we are at right now, we want to examine a range of new ideas for achieving mass-scale pension inclusion, as well as coverage, including the role of the existing climate financing. Now, the session 5 is going to be TED Talk style. So in our TED Talk style, we're going to be looking at innovative climate finance. And this session is going to be chaired by the Principal Capital Market Specialist, FSD Africa, and that is Miss Mary Njugoma. You're most welcome.
Thank you very much, Priscilla. So in today's session, the first session of the day, we're going to be having I would call it a thought-provoking discussion on emerging opportunities for investment, emerging solutions that can help catalyze the flow of pension capital into other investment vehicles. But before I start, I wanted to share with you briefly my own reflections about pension funds. And for me, it's a very personal story because I used to, in my previous place of work, I used to serve as a trustee of a pension fund. And I was the trust secretary. So I got really deeply involved in pension funds, at least our pension fund, and how it was managed and what we needed to do. For the most part, it was very smooth and uneventful. We'd call for meetings, receive reports from custodians, fund managers, look at the annual statements keenly, and really put questions to the fund manager every quarter on performance. I think the most eventful things that would happen were maybe 2 or so that I can remember. At the time, around 2012, the government, I used to work for a financial sector regulator, the Capital Markets Authority. So at that time, the pension fund legislation, the government directed that all public pension funds should move from a defined benefit to defined contribution funds. So I got involved in that whole process of closing one fund, that is the old defined benefits contribution fund, to contributions, and then setting up a whole new fund for defined contributions. And that was quite insightful. Later down the line, we not only, because initially we just closed for contributions, but later on we had to actually transfer the assets from the defined benefits fund to the newly established defined contributions fund, again under government directive. And that was very interesting. It was insightful working with actuaries and other players in the field. I learned a lot about pension funds now from a different perspective, just working on the compliance aspects of pension funds. We also, of course, would engage with the regulator, our regulator in the room, the Capital Markets Authority. And I must say, well, I'm happy to say that we were fully compliant all the time. So that was good. But I think I must say, I also forgot to say, one of the lowest moments for us as trustees is when there were market failures in Kenya. There were 2 banks that failed, and they had issued corporate bonds that our pension fund had invested in. So as pension fund trustees, we are really scrutinizing the fund manager on some of the decisions that they made. And going forward, we became extremely risk averse and just moved from not just risk averseness, but to the extreme of risk averseness. So even asking about some of the holdings that were in offshore investments, what are they, how are they doing? And at that time, I mean, as we know, there are times when, of course, offshore investments, the premium is not really that high. So we'd really ask questions. But anyway, I say that to really just paint a background picture and come to the point that was really my highlight of being a pension fund trustee, and which is engaging our chair of the trust, the board, I mean the pension board chair was a pensioner himself. And he was a senior citizen with so much insight. And I think for me, he really inculcated in my mind the long-term thinking, because he would tell us, young people, you really need to think about your retirement. And that time, I think before I became a trustee, I don't think I would ever really pay attention to my pension statement until he would keep telling us, young people, you really need to think about your retirement. Then he'd tell us stories and stories about friends he had who were not really doing well in retirement, or rather, the money wasn't working well for them in retirement, if I can put it that way. And so he'd tell us, give serious consideration to the kind of investments that you're making when you're young. Because he'd keep saying that, the issue, what will make you rich or what will make you have a sustainable pension is not even so much the money, the amount, it is the kind of, the way that you've invested over time. And so it was for me, that was the highlight of my time of service then. And really, this is a long story, but really just to come to the point, which is that emphasis on a long-term view. And we know that pension funds are, of course, all about long-term investments, and they need to have a long-term view. And so that's really the point of this session's discussion, really just looking beyond where many pension funds are right now. Because we know that many pension funds, as we've had in the room, many of them are investing maybe 80% or thereabouts in government securities, which is not necessarily a bad thing. But when I speak to pension fund managers in some countries, they're telling us that they're actually making a loss in terms of when you look at the interest rate that they're investing in. If I can single out maybe Nigeria, for lack of a better example. So pension funds investing in government securities that are charging interest at below inflation rate. So of course, then they're taking a hit. And so maybe the question is, should pension funds be looking at other investment opportunities? And the future, I think I like what the minister said. I think I noted down what he said. He said, we are not just planning for the future, but we are building for it. And I guess we are doing that now. And for me, I go back to what our chair would keep telling us, like, you really need to think about where do you want to be, because there's a time factor. And I guess this is the time to start thinking about the alternatives. And that's really the point of today's discussion in this session. Just hearing from some fund managers in some countries, even asking whether these risk-free investments are truly risk-free. Are they really providing a sustainable, sustainable pension future for the people who are being invested for? In some countries, we heard of threats of haircuts. So, it's a really thought-provoking discussion that I'd like us to get into here. And I have the privilege of chairing this discussion. We'll be listening to various leading experts who will be speaking to us about different tools, investment options in other investment areas around climate resilience, and what they are doing from their specific corners in the ecosystem. So allow me, without further ado, to introduce them. I will introduce them one by one as I call them up to speak. And the first speaker is Dorothy Maseke. I'm privileged to have the opportunity to introduce her. She's my colleague at FSD Africa. She's a leading expert on nature finance, natural capital. And in one or two quick minutes, seconds even, let me just say that Dorothy's passion is to create a positive impact in people's lives. Dorothy is currently leading FSD Africa's Natural Capital, Biodiversity Finance, and TNFD agenda. TNFD stands for the Task Force for Nature-Related Financial Disclosures. And this program aims to catalyze nature-positive finance across Africa through a variety of ways. Dorothy has previously been the project lead for the implementation of UNEP's Financial Institutions Principles for Sustainable Insurance, PSI, and that was at ICA Lion Group, where she was heading the Risk and Compliance Department. She has represented Africa in various task forces on global platforms, and I'm sure she will tell us more about this. And Dorothy is a multiple award winner who enjoys planning weddings and events, and she runs a cooking club. So it's my privilege to invite Dorothy to speak. This doesn't happen often, so where I am introducing my colleagues, so welcome, Dorothy.
Could I have the cordless mic, please? And my slides? The slides. Now, being told to do a TED Talk is not very easy, I must say. Ideally, I should have had my script all memorized. I should have been mic'd. And I should actually be speaking from the top of my head. Now, unfortunately, I will really disappoint you, but I will speak from my heart. I'm going to speak to you today about the role of pension funds on nature. Could I have my slides, please? Yes. Now, the challenge that I have is one, I'm also supposed to be changing my slides as I look at my notes, but I will try and do my very best this morning. Now, nature is many times to us a very scenic backdrop. Many times you travel to different places, you go to the Table Mountains, and you take all those Insta-worthy pictures. We call them Instagram-worthy pictures. Many times we look at this only in terms of the beauty that nature provides to us. But I want to tell you a story. Right there is a bee. And if you're African like me, I want to say this. A couple of months back, as a household, we tried to kill a number of bees. And this is why. In my country home, we had a hive or a queen bee that had settled in one of the trees within the compound. And these bees were such a nuisance. I mean, these bees would literally attack some dogs that my husband breeds. And these dogs are so well taken care of, possibly better taken care of than ourselves, based on what they are fed. And my father-in-law, in his wisdom, very African wisdom, came up with an idea on how to kill these bees. And who can guess how we do it in Africa? We smoke them out. And that is exactly what we did. A couple of months later, I take on a new role, moving from ICA Lion to lead the nature program at FSD Africa. And suddenly I realized that there are countries that are actually importing bees. I suddenly go back to my science class and I remember the role of bees in pollination. I suddenly realize that very few plants are self-pollinating. Many of them depend on these bees. Obama administration actually came up with a task force for pollinator decline because of the challenges that they have in bees in the US. The EU itself has a number of recommendations, a lot of research work done specifically on these bees. Without these bees that many of us go out there to kill, there's a big problem. Your plants don't do as well, agricultural yields don't do as well, and you have many, many other challenges
within various ecosystems. Now, I want to give you some statistics. Again, I struggle. I said I'll disappoint you on this. Let me put this down. So just some quick statistics in terms of what we have within the continent. Let me start with the imperative for nature conservation. Nature is very critical for global and economic, and of course social growth. 44 trillion of economic value is moderately dependent on nature. 52% of economic value generation, again, is moderately or highly dependent on nature. Now let's go to Africa. Africa has one of the largest stocks of minerals. 30% of minerals are actually found in Africa. We hold 25% of the world's global biodiversity. We have 65% of the world's arable land. Now let's look at the risks. More than 62% of Africa's GDP is highly or moderately dependent on nature. 70% of Africans depend directly on forests and woodlands. And 3% of GDP annually is affected by soil and nutrient degradation. The biggest challenge is this: a huge financing gap exists. Over $100 billion annually financing gap in terms of nature. And the biggest gap is basically in the management of landscapes and seascapes. Yet there's a great opportunity. Today and yesterday you've spoken about ESG and climate change. But I want to tell you research points that focusing on ecosystem conservation promises up to a third of the climate mitigation efforts needed by 2030. According to the UNEP, for every $1 put aside or set aside for nature has the ability to generate up to $30 in economic benefits. According to the Green Growth Platform, and this is research that you can check, for every $1 invested in marine conservation in Senegal and Tanzania gives up to $5,000 in economic benefits. Now, isn't that a great return on investments? So specifically, what is the role of pension funds? I want to say this. Exactly, maybe around 2 years ago, I listened to the late Nzomo Mutuku speaking when the RBA, Retirement Benefits Authority in Kenya, had just joined the task force on nature-related financial disclosures. That YouTube link is available online. And in his speech, he actually said, and I had it repeated today, we would not want our retirees to retire in a wasteland. And therefore, I just want to say this, that by investing in nature-based solutions, pension funds can not only mitigate against environmental degradation, but also generate attractive returns for their beneficiaries. So what are some of the opportunities that pension funds can have? One, forestry. Last year in Montreal, about 190 countries signed onto what you call the Global Biodiversity Framework. Now, this framework says, one of it, there are many things it says, but one very critical element is that countries commit to preserve 30% of land and 30% of ocean by 2030. Many of these countries represented here signed onto that framework. That basically means that a lot of investments and focus is actually going into forestry as part of land. And remember, in forestry, we have both mangrove forests, which protect the oceans, and we have terrestrial forests. Many countries committed to this. Now, as pension funds, you may ask yourselves, so what's in it for us? How do we get in? There are various global initiatives. Actually, let me not say global. There are various local initiatives that have been set up. The Forest Climate Leaders Partnership, FCLP, is one of those. FCLP commits to, again, supporting countries conserve 30% of their forests. And what FCLP has done, come up with what you call country packages. Ghana is one of those. And in these country packages, and there are many countries, Ghana, Rwanda, and a few others. And in these country packages, there are various forms of investments that are available for institutional investors, such as you, to come on board to actually support country packages that are specifically focusing on conservation of forests. In Kenya, last week, was it last week, 2 weeks ago, we had our first tree planting holiday. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, a whole day, no work. And all we did was to plant trees. Kenya has an agenda, 15 billion trees to be planted. And all of us were told as children, all children, if a child is born, plant a tree. When you celebrate your birthday, plant a tree. There are many initiatives, but I just want to say that many countries are now going into that, and the financial sector needs to plug in. Ladies and gentlemen, do you know there's a crisis in sand? We are actually running out of sand as the globe. Do you know a couple of months ago, Nestle, for example, who maybe a number of you may be investing in or one day would invest in, had to reduce the sizes of their chocolate bars. Why? Because of the cocoa crisis. Why? Because of some countries not deploying regenerative agricultural practices. Now, you have invested in some of this. You are the institutional investors. Another option, renewable energy. Huge focus on renewable energy, solar, wind projects that are all over the globe. That are all over, especially in Africa, where we have the greatest resources, natural resources, in the form of the sun. These are projects that as pension schemes you can actually support or invest in. The third aspect there, of course, agriculture. I don't need to mention anymore. But then, as institutional investors, you begin to ask the question, what is the value chain like? Are these companies that we have invested in, do they fully understand their value chain? Are they deploying sustainable agricultural practices as we move ahead? And so I just want to finish off by saying, investing in nature is not just about doing the right thing. It also makes financial sense. When you look at the value chain, when you look at the investments at the end of the day, but more importantly, when you look at the generation that you're trying to support, not just tomorrow's generation, but the generation today, then we have no choice. And pension schemes, pension funds, you may just be the solution that we are calling for, to pull in a domestic capital, to pull in private capital, to support the cause of Mother Nature that supports us, not just tomorrow, but supports us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dorothy. What an excellent delivery of some very important points that we really need to be bearing in mind. I think sometimes we forget how important nature is. Dorothy has really pointed out some important points that, there are so many that we can really take away from her quick talk on nature. I like the question she asked to us in this ecosystem. So for pension funds, or even pension fund regulators, I wonder whether we are thinking about whether the companies that we have invested in as pension funds fully understand their value chain and the extent to which they are engaging in sustainable practices. Because indeed we need to think about the long term and the future. Very interesting statistics shared about, it's staggering that 52% of revenue generation depends on nature. I mean, very, very many staggering points there. Thank you so much, Dorothy, for bringing that to our attention this morning. So before I move on, just to remind you that the Slido platform is open for questions, comments, so that we can engage further. We were meant to be joined by Mr. James Mwangi from Africa Climate Ventures. He was going to talk to us about carbon markets, which many of our governments and economies are looking to as another source of financing. But he's not able to join us, unfortunately, because he needed to step away for something else. So I will then move on to our next speaker, and that is Christopher Olobo. And I'll invite you, Chris, to join us here up front. Chris is the CEO of the Mana Guarantee Company. The Mana is an East African-focused financial guarantor whose mandate is to guarantee local currency debt obligations through the provision of unconditional and irrevocable guarantees for the timely payment of scheduled principal and accrued interest on issued bonds or loans. The setup of the Mana is being supported by the investment arm of the by investment from the UK through Infraco Africa, which is part of the private infrastructure development group. The African Development Bank is another shareholder, Cardano Development, and the County Pension Fund in Kenya, and a technical assistance facility from FSD Africa. So Chris is an expert in project finance and structuring across Europe and Africa, having had more than 20 years experience. And most recently, he was an investment specialist with the IFC. So welcome, Chris.
Thank you, Mary, and thank you, Dorothy, for a very good presentation. Good afternoon to everybody. It's a pleasure to see all of you. Dorothy talked about nature, fantastic presentation. I'm going to shift it and really talk more about finance. Okay, so please don't sleep. But interestingly, for supervisors, I'll be talking about how do you protect your investment, okay? So whether it's in nature solutions, whether it's in carbon credits, how do you protect your solution? So my session is on, gosh, can you see the screen? Yes, it's on credit enhancement to unlock long-term capital. So maybe we need to ask ourselves, is there long-term capital now? Was there long-term capital in the past? And if it's not there right now, what can we do? Okay? So let's rewind about 20 years ago, 1990 up to 2007. There was significant long-term capital. Where was it coming from? From your commercial banks, okay? So up until the financial crisis, commercial banks were giving tenors of up to 70 years, 99 years as well, if you remember the Chicago Skyway or carports in the US, were getting 99-year money, okay? So these banks would lend 99-year money, but they actually don't keep that money on their books. They do financial engineering, and that money is passed on to investors who pass it on to the next investors, and some pension funds then get to hold some of those assets. When the financial crisis happened, it was a ripple effect, and so many people lost. Our economies went down. So the financial regulators, like they always do, they like to retreat to a small town in Switzerland called Basel. Okay, they did that in 1970. They came up with an accord. 1980, they said there's Basel I. 1990, Basel II, financial crisis happens. They call their mates, guys, let's run to Basel. They go into Basel number 3. So Basel number 3 then said, look, we've got a crisis. It's 2008, 2009. And there are 4 issues with the banking model. Number 1, the regulation was so permissive. So banks were basically doing what they could, what they wanted to do. Number two, the definition of capital was very broad, right? How does a bank define its capital requirements? It was broad, it was very subjective. Number three was leverage. So banks, whether it was on balance sheet or off balance sheet, their leverage was too high, okay? And then number four, banks did not have sufficient liquidity. And that, I think, was really the main issue in the financial crisis. When they had a problem, they could not very quickly close the gap through liquidity. So Basel then focused on those four and said, look, a couple of things were said, which I don't want to bore you, but two key things came out of Basel III, which affects long-term capital. Number one, the costs of long-term capital became very, very expensive. So if a bank were to finance long-term projects, it was prohibitively expensive. And then number two is banks could no longer go long tenors without a lot of provision, okay? So we then had a problem. What then happened? So 2009, 2010, banks are retreating. And they always say when one window closes, when a door closes, a window opens, right? So from about 2010, in Europe, we begin to see the capital markets come into play. Now, the capital markets, you all capital market players, you know, capital markets typically are looking for low risk, high yield, right? Low risk, high return, whereas the banks were looking at high risk, higher return, okay? So it's a bit of a different. When the capital markets came in, and this again I said began really in Europe, so on the rise were two things. Number one are project bonds. Now project bonds, pension funds, your supervisors are here, but pension funds love project bonds that are highly rated because they are liquid, they don't have refinancing risk. So project bonds became very attractive. If you remember the four issues the banks had, project bonds were beginning to solve that because project bonds were now competitive. So clients were looking for competitive pricing. Sponsors of projects were looking for long tenor. So project bonds were really a thing to look at. Now that begins to interest institutional investors. Institutional investors are very simply non-bank. They are non-bank institutions that provide funding. Okay, so just like pension funds, insurance companies. So they really liked this whole idea of project bonds. It was giving them diversification. But supervisors, you're here, right? You're always extremely risk averse. So you then tell your pension funds that, look, you're worried about two things. Number one, about the risk, right? And which you rightly must worry about, right? Because you're holding my pension 20, 30 years when I retire. I don't want to hear that you invested in something and it went bust. So risk is important for you. And then number two, you are telling the pension funds they don't have the expert teams to understand this investment. So the opportunities there, banks are retreating, but you don't have the capacity. Now, so that takes me to really now we are segueing into what I'd like to talk about quickly. So you've got a situation, banks are going away, institutional investors are coming in, but supervisors are saying, hang on, we don't like this risk, we don't understand the risk, but the economy needs the financing. So you then need what we call credit enhancement, which is what I'm supposed to talk. But what is credit enhancement, right? You know, some of these terms are as big as they can be, credit enhancement. And to me, simply, credit enhancement is a risk mitigation strategy that is deployed to ensure that somebody or some entity does not suffer loss in an underlying asset or an underlying debt instrument. So how do you protect investors like yourselves, sorry, not the supervisors, but the pension funds? And there are two ways you do that in credit enhancement. You have internal credit enhancement, which you probably all know. Those are things like if you get a mortgage, a bank will tell you a debt service cover ratio, debt service reserve account, right? Or a bank will tell you there's a senior debt, there's a mezz debt, that is all internal credit enhancement. You're trying to make sure the asset is protected from a risk standpoint. And then there's what we call external credit enhancement. which is going to be a guarantee or insurance. And that is where we're sitting. And by the way, so in Europe, when I say in 2012, the project bond started, the one thing I didn't tell you is that the European regulators began to pilot something they were calling the project bond, I think it was a project bond credit enhancement. So from 2012, the EU began to enhance their project bonds for their institutional investors. When you look 10 years right now, institutional investors in Europe, your AGI, these big guys, actually now they've built their teams because the EU supported them. So they've built teams, and now they're not taking external credit enhancement. So now they focus on internal credit enhancement. If you shift to Africa, where we are today, we still need both internal credit enhancement and external credit enhancement. And that is where the company that I lead is coming in. So the company, as Mary kindly said, is the Mana Guarantee Company. Our shareholders are the UK government, the African Development Bank, the County Pension Fund in Kenya. We're still talking to 2 other institutional investors. So hopefully we'll sign shareholder agreements by the end of the year. And in January, we should start business. And our principal business, in very simple terms, is to protect institutional investors. Okay, so all we're saying is we will be offering pension funds, insurance companies, 100% unconditional, timely, irrevocable guarantee that your investment will not fail. Okay? So you invest in a bond, I will guarantee you 100% timely. Okay, so there are no cure periods, 100% that your scheduled principal and interest will be met. Okay, so what we hope to see, and this is across East Africa, so though we are based in Nairobi, we're actually an East African focused financial guarantor. Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda. What we hope to see is that pension funds begin to move the needle from 80% in government securities, start to move that into the real economy, okay? When you move that into the real economy, you're actually going to be growing your countries better, you're going to create jobs, you're going to solve forex issues, right? In Kenya, in the last 12 months, I think the Kenya shilling has lost nearly 20%. In Uganda, you're holding much better, but in other places, it's really tough. Now, we begin to solve that problem by ensuring that we can finance our projects in local currency, and that's long term. So, we're creating jobs, we're helping governments, and we're really creating a more resilient economy. We are creating wealth for our next generation. So as pension funds, we should be creating wealth. Yes, there's government securities, but I think real wealth is in the real economy. So, and then lastly, there was a statistic the minister made. So 12% of the GDP, of the equivalent GDP in Uganda is assets under management by the pension funds. That is good, but I think we need to move that, I think, a little bit higher. If you look at places like Vietnam, then about 25 to 30%, and their economies are growing because that investment is actually not predominantly in government securities, right? The pension funds in Vietnam are going into the real economy. So if we can do this, I think we all collectively can have a better East Africa, and that's what Damana is really going to do. So thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Chris. I think what a treat to have such excellent speakers this morning. I like what Chris has said, that real wealth is in the real economy. And that's really the point. And I really have enjoyed your brief history lesson on the evolution of long-term capital from bank capital to capital markets and capital market development, even in the developed economies. And I think we're really proud to be able to support the Mana Guarantee Company together with other institutions, as Chris has said. And I know you may be wondering, okay, there are many other countries represented in the room, and this is an East African solution. But I think just to say that as FSD Africa, and I know I'm not just speaking for FSD Africa, there are many development institutions that are thinking about rolling these out in many other markets. So in Nigeria, there's InfraCredit. We've worked there again together with InfraCo Africa and the PIDGE, Private Infrastructure Development Group, to support that institution. And it was the first such guarantee company set up in Africa, like Africa focused, for their particular jurisdiction. Then we have the Mana Guarantee Company, and we look forward to working with our partners in rolling several of these out in other markets. So thank you so much for those insights, Chris. So moving on, and I've had a peek at the Slido. I think people are maybe very attentive. I hope the questions will come because I haven't seen any yet. But that notwithstanding, allow me to introduce our last speaker for this session. This is Mr. Mubale Mugalia, CFA. He's the Secretary of the Pan-Africa Fund Managers Association, but also leads the team at Sanlam Investments East Africa here in Uganda. And he oversees the management of assets of about 600 million USD. He also manages client relationships and regulatory relationships as well. Prior to this, he handled a similar assignment at ICA Lion Asset Management, and he has vast experience spanning over 10 years in investment management across the continent. And he is also, probably I should have said this first, the chairman of the Fund Managers Association of Uganda. And for those of you who may not know, he's a Rotarian, and he enjoys sports and flying airplanes. So welcome, Mubale, to pilot this next few minutes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I want to thank FSD for supporting the Pan-African Fund Managers Association. It wouldn't be something that we are talking about if it wasn't for the support of FSD, and I think APSA as well. Now, I might be a fund manager in Uganda, but I'm representing all the fund managers in Africa. And I know in the room I have clients who are going to hold my feet to the fire asking, Mr. Mbale, how come you're not saving bees very, very soon? But I like the conversations that we're having today. And I just wanted to let you know that as an association, we are now about 14 members. And the concept of ESGs is very high on our agenda. We have formed in September, but the conversation around ESG just took off. There was no question about that. So how do we take into account the ESG agenda as fund managers across Africa? We look at three major areas. One is primarily our investment process. Does it take into account those interest areas? The second one, which our clients don't see, is in the back end. As any other business, we do a few things here to make sure that we conserve the environment. And the third one that is a little bit more visible is how we then engage with the public. Frankly speaking, the first and the third are where a lot of the action happens. And on the first one, our investment process at this point in time takes into account the environment, social and governance. And we've appreciated the return on investment in that regard. So we did some numbers, and businesses that take into account ESGs over the last 10 years have actually done better for our customers compared to those that score lowly on ESGs. In the ESG framework, of course, there are things like carbon, water, social issues, impact, And then in terms of governance, then we look at how the boards are constructed in terms of diversity and the like. So ESG is a core component. In fact, at Sanlam Investments, we now have 2 team members who are certified on ESG, and we welcome the regulators in terms of the disclosures that we are going to start making because we feel that we are already ahead in that regard. Now, the second aspect is in terms of how we operate. We are usually not very big businesses. We are like consulting firms, but we do our best. So we try to save energy here and there, make sure we manage water, but our contribution in that arena is quite small compared to the first point in terms of evaluating the businesses. So to give you a taste of what we're doing, at Sanlam we tend to have team buildings, once every quarter. We've already earmarked one of them to be an impact kind of activity where team members actually go out to make sure that we're doing something for either the environment or the community. The third area, and personally for me, is where we've seen a lot of growth. We opened a retail product, which we feel when we take to the market, it provides not only financial literacy, but also an opportunity to save. And the experiences there have been exciting. So some of the experiences, they're probably not related to ESG, but imagine being a fund manager for institutional clients, now having to engage with retail customers. A lot changes. First of all, because the investment itself is very flexible, we have noticed that men withdraw part of their investment on Fridays, and then the ladies deposit a lot of money on Mondays. So I wish I was making it up, but that's the experience. Okay. Yes. Secondly, we opened a product that is accessible for people to invest with, with low amounts, right? And you would think that over the period, the largest investors will be at the bottom end of the pyramid. That is not the case. The experience we've had is, particularly Ugandans are quite conservative because we've had quite a number of frauds and things like that. So they will first give you the basic minimum to invest. They test your product, they watch it for about 3 months. If you do what you said you're doing, then all of a sudden you see 100 million coming into the account. So initially you think you're selling to a customer, you're trying to do your best to serve the customers that are not banked, or you're trying to bring them into the market. But the reality is, on average, our customers are holding accounts of about 8 million. Okay? So you set up a product down there, but the reality is that we're engaging up here. So when I listen to the stories about Mbao and other micro pensions, providing the product is not going to reel these guys in. So what we have done is to open our eyes to try and be a little bit more accommodative from a strategy point of view. And we've noted that we cannot do our work alone, because the mindset of trying to unlock, trying to bring people in, it's different. When we go downtown to pitch our product 10, 12%, there is no uptake, simply because the return on investment or the return on capital downtown is, on an annual term, it could be 300, 400%. Okay? Someone with capital of 1 million can feed a family simply because they're operating a mobile money kiosk. So we can't compete for that capital. It just doesn't make sense. So, two things. One is how we pitch to them. One of the investor groups that we are getting are those that are quite wealthy, but they're downtown. They don't like our products. We tell them, have something for the children. Okay? And once you pitch that, then you find that they're a bit more receptive. So if you go downtown and say, I am selling 12%, you don't get a response. If you go downtown and tell these guys, please, what are you doing for your children? All of a sudden, the attitude changes a bit. Secondly, for the investor groups that we want to reel in, we are looking at strategic partnerships, both horizontally and vertically, where we're engaging with partners. Luckily, we have technology that supports that. For example, my team is engaging with institutions like NGOs, the UN, telcos, insurance, and the like. These institutions help us to either repackage our products or reach the communities that we want to reach, or send the message the way we want to send it. And we're seeing a lot of excitement in that regard. In the last, say, 12 months since we launched our product, and because of technology, I've spent half of my time dealing with technology kind of related things. So initially I was a real fund manager, you know, you do your numbers, but of late we are now reality fund managers. I don't know if that makes sense. You deal with the situation that is in front of you. And I appreciate the regulators in this room, because I believe you're also transiting from being real regulators to being reality regulators, because we have to deal with issues as they are. All right? So thank you very much. That's my talk on our experience. I'm happy to respond to questions later on. Thank you.
If I could request the questions to be put up, I seem to be having a challenge accessing them on the phone, on the slide. Thank you. Mubale, I think we've learned about who withdraws when. And yeah, thanks for that. I think Mubale was really speaking to us about the role of asset management, emerging roles, and I think that's what you've shared so articulately. Thank you so much for that. And it seems for you, what you've shared, it just shows us the importance of having your pulse on the ground and understanding what the retail investors are interested in. And I think that's a really good challenge to us. I mean, whether regulators or fund managers and the like. So I'll now turn to the questions. I can see there are questions for you specifically, Mubale, so maybe we could start with those. There's a question about what performance index can we look at to gauge the financial performance of fund management companies that have adopted ESG practices? And another one for you, we are seeing little disruption or competition in fees and commissions. Why is this when technology is reducing operational costs? So maybe we could start with that.
Thank you. So in terms of index, I think as Africa, we have some distance to cover. For the markets, like in the US, each company usually has a score. And there have been some issues, but we find that the reporting on ESGs is a little bit ahead. Nonetheless, for the companies that we invest in, we have seen a marked improvement in terms of how they report. And of course, from what they report, there are usually scores, but also internally, as a team, we have capabilities to score the various investments that we look at. And the way it works, so we'd look at an investment from a return perspective, from a risk perspective, and also from an ESG kind of perspective. And the collective score then determines how much interest we are happy to take on behalf of clients. In terms of technology and competition, that's a loaded question coming from, because now I'm representing the association, not Sanlam Investments. And we've noted that our operating costs generally have gone up. Our cost of regulation continues to rise. Staff, they cost money to compete in the market. Investment in the technology itself, yes, it allows us to reach places, but before you get a dividend on the technology, a lot of capital has to be invested. But we've seen a marked slide in fees. For those who are not familiar with fees in the region, I think in South Africa, maybe you're averaging 80 basis points or 1.5%, 1.2%, and in some developed markets, 2%. In East Africa, we are well below 30 basis points and things like that. So we've seen our fees within the region are much lower. And also our assets compared to the other markets are growing at a rate of 30% per annum, but we are still coming off a very low base.
Thanks, Mobale. If I may request the questions to be put up, I think I saw a question for Chris specifically, to elaborate more on how the negative experience in Ghana of investing in government securities can be addressed by the guarantee facility arrangement. If you could take that.
Hello? Okay, so the issue with Ghana, right, and I won't go into a lot of detail, but the whole premise of what is happening in Ghana is that they are at the cusp of a default, okay? So the government bonds that, institutional investors like yourselves in Ghana thought are very safe are actually beginning to look not as safe, okay? But they're trying to do a couple of things. If they don't, then it's likely that, certain institutional investors will have to take a haircut. So it means, maybe 20 or 30% you would have to give up. Now, what does that really mean for us? So what Damana is trying to do, is to get you institutional investors to consider alternatives to government securities, okay? So we are saying, don't put all your assets under management, 80, 90% in government securities. Please think about putting this in alternative assets, but then you say you want these assets to be safe, right? You say, but look, government is AAA, government will hold, so we hope that doesn't happen in Ghana. Now, is Damana going to be rated? Yes, we're going to be rated. I can't disclose what our provisional rating is, but we are pretty very close to a government sovereign rating. So when you look at us and you look at government, it's going to be a choice about how do you want to move this forward. So I think what is happening in Ghana, and there's a lot of noise as well in Kenya, but Kenya will not go down that route, hopefully. It just shows that, as supervisors, you need to be pushing your pension funds to diversify. To me, I think it's really, that for me is the message. It's not a great message, but, for the kind of business we're trying to put and for the real economy, I think Africa needs assets under management to go into the real economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. I think I saw on Slido a question about greenwashing. There was a question yesterday. And if we can go to the question. I think there was a comment about.
You need to go up.
It was asked yesterday, I think. So I think maybe that's, yes. How do we deal with greenwashing? And that's an open question. I don't know who wants to take that one. Please.
I suspect Dorothy.
Dorothy.
Hey. Yes. How do we deal with greenwashing? And allow me to answer that also answer a second question I just saw specifically on nature. So of course, there are various, I don't know about the question yesterday, but I guess it's just very standard. How do we deal with greenwashing? There are a number of ways to deal with this. One, and there are ways, you look at this in two ways. You look at it in the context of one, if you're a supervisor, then what can you do in terms of putting in place the necessary regulatory framework to deal with it? And so you will find, like in the EU, a lot has been done by supervisory authorities. There's the EU taxonomy, which basically defines specific actions or specific activities that can be defined as sustainable activities. And under the EU taxonomy specifically, the European Insurance and Occupational Pensions Authority, EIOPA, has actually put in place quite a number of guidelines, basically, to ensure that companies that are saying they have invested in green funds or actually have put in place sustainable finance or sustainable activities within their processes, then are actually saying what they should be saying, and they're not actually misguiding, the public or investors. So that's from a regulatory perspective. I know in Kenya, a number, Mary can attest to this, a number of standards have actually also been put in place in Kenya in terms of ESG, for example, through a Capital Markets Authority, and ideally that forms a good regulatory framework to build on. Then when you're sitting on the side of business, because now in this particular case you are a business and you're saying, yes, as a business we have invested in this and we have invested in that, or in your sustainability reports you're saying, we are doing this, or we've planted this number of trees, or we've actually moved away from what you call gray assets to more green assets, or brown assets to more green assets. Then there are certain activities that these institutions are meant to put in place. Again, one, using frameworks, and various frameworks have been defined. For nature, there's a task force on nature-related financial disclosures, which basically defines processes of disclosing on nature, nature-related risks, nature-related opportunities, impacts, and dependencies. For climate, there's a task force on climate-related financial disclosures, which again does the same thing, but specifically on climate. And there are many other frameworks. For those of you who are accountants, the IFRS has come up with the International Sustainability Standards Board that is actually working on IFRS standards for sustainability. And the S1 and S2 guidelines are already out. And that basically means that with time, reporting on sustainability or ESG will actually be part of financial statements. So yes, so there are various means and various ways of doing that. Someone asked another question. They said that trees take too long to mature, and therefore trees are insufficient in terms of solving the climate crisis. Actually, trees, naturally, one of the world's greatest, what you call carbon sinks, because trees, what they do, they take in carbon dioxide, right? So all the carbon dioxide that is released, whether it's, when we mine, oil and gas, your perfume, whatever, if there's an element of carbon, trees naturally absorb that carbon. And they store that carbon on the ground for thousands of years. The challenge when you cut down the trees, then the carbon that was stored is actually released back into the air. And that's part of the reason why, tree cutting is one of the biggest contributors to global warming. And that's why we say that for us, the simplest way to do this is actually to plant more trees. There are other technologies, and James, if he was here, he would have mentioned, there are other technologies that exist to actually capture this carbon. They are called direct air carbon capture technologies. Basically, a system where, you actually capture carbon dioxide from the air, and then, turn it into another component, and you push it into the geothermal stores that we have, for example, in Africa, in other places, Iceland, and it becomes minerals that are actually stored. But again, those technologies are expensive. And that's why trees, planting of, whatever, bushes, trees, there are other plants that actually even absorb more carbon. It's interesting to note, for example, mangroves are actually said to absorb almost 7 to 10 times the carbon that normal terrestrial trees absorb. And that's why for the blue economy, any discussion you have on nature, you will see there's a lot of focus on mangroves and coral reefs as a key element of carbon capture or carbon sinks. And I just want to mention, for those of you who are Bible readers, conservation of forests did not start with 2030 agenda or the SDGs. Actually, one of the writers, his name is Asaph, he's said to have written one of the books of the Bible, it's Psalms. He was actually the keeper of the king's forests. I was surprised, I never knew that. But in those days, the Greeks, thousands or hundreds of years ago, there were processes for actually conserving forests, conserving trees, and where they needed timber for manufacturing, or timber for, the buildings, the beautiful buildings that we see today, there was a process for actually harvesting those trees. So just wanted to mention that, yeah. Thanks.
Thank you, Dorothy. I think we learn something new every day. Thanks for reminding us that. And I think, I'm not sure, I don't think there's another question. I think we've covered all of them. Actually, there's one more for...
Sorry, Marian, there's a question as well for me.
You have... yes.
On the project bond. If you can just scroll to that question, please. Yep. No, please scroll. I think that's it, yeah. So what's the uptake of project bond investment from pension funds, both listed and unlisted? So I was just thinking about this, right? And I think it really depends on what the regulators here are saying in their particular regions. So in some of the countries in East Africa, it's, they will stipulate that the project bond must be investment grade, okay? So, if they're not able to get investment grade status, then pension funds will basically not take it. The other stipulation is that it should be rated. So again, if you don't have a very active ratings business in your country, it's going to be difficult. And then the third is it could either be privately placed or it could be listed. Now, I'm not sure what the experience is in Uganda in terms of a project bond, but I'm not sure if NSSF has invested in a project bond. They've probably gone directly into some of these investments. But in Kenya, we're beginning to see pension funds go into project bonds. There are two projects in the road sector with a total capex of about $120 million, and that was subscribed by nearly 10 or 12 pension funds, okay? And then there was also a student accommodation, so your typical student hostels, and that, FSDS supported. That was I think that was a green bond as well, and that was invested in by the pension fund. So we're beginning to see, pension funds are beginning to look at this alternative. And I always say, when I speak to some of these institutional investors, what are the 7 most expensive words in business? Does anybody know? The 7 most expensive words in business is we have always done it that way, right?
That's true.
That's what our good friends at Nokia did. So, though they did no problem, but you saw what happened to them. So, let's not always do it that way. I think there are instruments that can help your pension funds. Thank you.
Thank you. And my apologies. I think I did see 2 new questions. If we could go back to that. Let me start with the first one. Chris, to you again. The corporate bond market in Kenya is not doing well owing to the past failure where schemes lost. How do you intend to build confidence for change in allocation? Let me just maybe allocate all of them, and then we can go into the answering of them. And the next one is a comment for Chris, which I believe is noted. Then the next is also a comment. Sitting in this room, I am amazed by the incredible amount of knowledge regarding financial security. I wonder how we can disseminate information to the public. Thanks for that comment. I agree. I think there's a wealth of knowledge here that we can tap into. And feel free to reach out to any of the speakers directly on this. Dorothy, a question for you. What alternative mineral can we use to save sand, which you said is soon to get finished, if I understand correctly? Sorry, there's a plant here hindering my... So I think the questions are for Chris and Dorothy.
Okay, so thanks. So I guess the first one on knowledge is for all of us. So, I really thank the panel and I thank everyone for really being active. So Africa, we talked about that. And by the way, in Nigeria, Mary talked about InfraCredit, which is a very similar institution to Damana, and they've been operating for about 5 years now. And they've managed to get in up to 20 pension funds to invest in infrastructure. Right now, they have a portfolio of nearly $250 million. So progress is certainly happening. Okay, so on the corporate bond market in Kenya, and Mary, there's something you mentioned when you were a trustee, and that was, there were 2 failures, which I think is what the audience has picked up. But I also think, aside from the corporate bonds, we've also seen some spectacular failure in Kenya on the commercial paper, right? So, if you people remember Nakumat, up to now, it's still a problem for some of the pension funds, right? So how do we build confidence, right? The product that we have is a great product, okay? So the product that we have is telling pension funds that you will get 100% of your interest and your principal when it is due. It is going to be timely. You don't have to wait. Actually, you won't even notice that the issuer has defaulted, because we try to rectify when we see a potential default coming, we will rectify that. Now, how do we build the market confidence, right? We need to keep coming out at events like this. We need to meet regulators. We need to meet trustees. We need to meet the pension funds. We have to keep, explaining to them and showing them what is the value in this product. And FSD Africa is providing us a technical assistance. So my team will always be engaging, listening to the market, and that's how you begin to build confidence. They will hopefully, when we get a rating, we will make that rating public, so everybody can read, what the ratings agencies are saying about our long-term financial rating. You can look at our shareholders, the African Development Bank, the UK government, and you get confidence. But it's really, we have to keep, pushing this narrative to the market, and then hopefully confidence comes. And I also, I tell my sponsors, because we don't have a team yet, that we need to be very careful in the first couple of transactions that we do, right? If we support transactions that fail, or transactions that have a bit of an issue, then the market confidence is going to suffer. So we will be very careful in terms of what we underwrite. We want to make sure that we don't really just take anything that is thrown at us. We've been up for the last couple of weeks, and I can tell you, people throw all sorts of things at us, right? And we just have to be very careful on credit risk. So, yeah.
So I get the tough question on sand, and I'm not a scientist or ecologist or biologist or all those things. But I can share with you one thing. The UN has put up a number of guidelines, a number of conventions on sand harvesting, because that's where the challenge is. I mean, going back, if you go back to understand how sand is produced, it actually comes and it's actually washed away from the mountains and it comes down. It's a very interesting science, and there are actually scientists who have actually studied that science. And basically, the challenge that we have is illegal coastal mining of sand, and so what that does is it, depletes the coastal, the coastal areas, the beaches, and then you get more flooding, etc. Somebody asked specifically, then what minerals can you use? Now, the challenge that we have is that these minerals are available for us. They are not infinite, meaning at some point they will end. But the process of ending can be accelerated by our activities. How well we mine, how well, you give time for the mountains actually to release what needs to be released into where the sand needs to go, whether it's to the rivers or to the beaches, etc. And that's why there are various conventions that have been put in place to actually ensure sustainable sand harvesting. Another point, and I'm not a salesman for Bamburi, but Bamburi released its sustainability report, I think 2 weeks ago. And if you read that sustainability report, they're actually talking about sustainably produced cement. And they're talking about the process. And so they're talking about how much water they've used, etc. But you also need to know that there are different types of cement that actually end up needing less of sand or less of other materials. And many of these manufacturers are going into, producing, things like cement or other materials that will actually use less of natural resources. Now, if you look at other countries, they've gone as far as, replacing the use of sand with mushrooms. So they actually get the mushroom substrate, they prepare it in a certain lab, and those substrates are actually used, combined with, other products, and that's how they actually build sustainable houses. A lot of innovation happening. No straight answer to this, but the main answer is whatever we are doing has to be done sustainably, including sand harvesting, because yes, the world is running out of sand.
Thank you, Dorothy, for those insights. It almost sounds like even as finance people, we need to have our science antenna up to just understand what's going on in terms of the changes, and we can't ignore these changes because they have an impact in the economies and the financial and economic resilience of our economies. So I think I would like to now wrap it up. I think this has been a really engaging session. If I can first just mention something about, there's a comment that came through on knowledge dissemination and how can this information be shared. I think just to say something about how we like to engage as FSD Africa, that is why we support forums such as this, because it brings this knowledge to us as we engage, and I think Leonard really put it well at the start. You listen and learn, but you engage and grow. Even for me, I've listened to a lot that has been said on this panel, and this panel, previous panels, and even subsequent ones, I know there's a lot to learn. And so we look forward to opportunities like this, whether through APSA, whether through the Pan-Africa Fund Managers Association, and various other forums that we support in various ways to be able to disseminate the information that has been shared here, and others. There's so much. So I think one of the things that I really take away from this session, so much has been shared, it's difficult really to summarize, but I think just 2 points I want to zone in on that all the speakers have really highlighted. In this room, we have many regulators, of course, and I find regulators always sit in a very privileged place because they do shepherd the growth of financial sector development and the kind of route that that takes in a country. And I therefore feel that they really set the pace and direction for many things. So even when we're talking about new, innovative investment opportunities for pension funds, it always starts with the regulator. It's almost like they give a signal that this is okay. The investment thresholds are expanded to allow certain investments in certain particular instruments, and that really just signals to the pension funds that is a place to go. At least the option is there. But then going beyond the regulator, of course, as pension funds, and I know some are represented here, I guess it behoves pension funds, not just fund managers, but trustees as well. Yesterday we were talking about trustees and the role of trustees in actually understanding some of the things that we are discussing here and, making decisions that are in the best interests of the beneficiaries of the fund. I think for me, this discussion has really pointed to the fact that we need to maybe think differently about investment in pension funds, and come out of comfort zones, because change is constant. And therefore, now when you look at, globally, what pension fund managers are thinking about, even insurance companies, they are veering away from certain investments because of the very things that we're talking about in terms of, trying to ensure that there is a sustainable return or sustainable growth, clean, investments that they are getting into. So I think I will stop there. It's really just to emphasize the regulator's role as the one that sets the pace and direction for many things, including, of course, pension sector growth, and the role of fund managers, and together with that, trustees, in really coming out of the comfort zone. So maybe thinking beyond government securities. So thank you very much. I'd like to ask that we give a round of applause to our distinguished speakers. And I hope there's a photo opportunity for us. Thank you.
Again, we use evidence-based approach. All right, thank you so much, Mary Njuguma and your panel, for an excellent TED Talk style discussion on innovative climate finance. And now on to our next session. We are going to be having a survey towards the session that we've just had, which is session 5. And so if you can go to Slido, be able to go to the poll side. I know that you have had the scan happening. And then participate in the survey there to give us feedback on the session 5 and the submissions thereof. So I'm going to give you a minute to do that. At the end of the day, the 4th annual, session, Edward. Okay, it's generating. All right, but you can be doing that in the meantime. Let's have that feedback, a minute for that, and then we continue on. Of course, it's the 4th annual conference, Africa Pension Supervisors Association. It's a themed sustainable pension inclusion in Africa. We want to give a special thank you to UBRA for hosting it. We also want to recognize FSD Africa, Pinbox Africa, Prudential, as well as Sanlam for your continued partnership and being a part of this journey, changing the narrative and landscape of pension savings and schemes and designs and considerations on the African continent. All right, that minute being up and done, you can continue on that. But for the next session, which is session 6, we're going to look at building inclusive pension systems. Now, as society does change here and there, becoming more diverse, it's actually very vital for pension systems to also adopt equally. It is therefore important to understand the potential influences on people's ability and willingness to save for retirement if we are to uncover how pension systems can be more inclusive and sustainable in that regard. And ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, allow me to invite Parul to be able to guide the next session, Building Inclusive Pension Systems, a panel discussion on demand-side design considerations.
Thank you so much. I do realize I'm standing between lunch and you. So I'm going to be very considerate of that. I'm also the session was to be a little longer than scheduled. I think I'm going to cut it down and try and make it just to lunch. I think a few sessions that I heard, especially what Dorothy was talking about, that the importance of planting trees. While they're small, they're still gathering carbon, and they're building it and keeping it under them, and should you cut the trees out? you're releasing a lot of carbon and hence contributing to climate change. I would say that pension inclusion is akin to climate change if it is not addressed today. The lady yesterday said that money, if you take care of me, I will take care of you tomorrow. I think this is pretty much akin to what we're all sitting here for. Well, one of the biggest challenges that we see here today is that expanding voluntary pension coverage is that terms like retirement and pensions just do not resonate with the informal sector workers. In most countries, their plan is to simply work and work till they die. And in India, it could be God, Kismat, which is fate, and children as your retirement portfolio. I'm not too sure if that is a robust portfolio. So how can we get the informal workers like farmers or domestic workers or street vendors or fishermen to imagine that one day she or he can actually stop working and be able to enjoy and take care of themselves and have a retired life? Another problem is that informal sector workers don't think that they are informal sector workers. We're really trying to understand the demand side here. They're just workers. They're running a very small beauty parlor, or they're a truck driver, or someone who's selling flowers, or he's a boda driver. So launching and positioning a pension scheme for informal sector workers may not resonate with them when we try and blanket cover all of them. Barely 10% of workers in Africa are saving for old age. And yet, Africa already has over $500,000 in long-term savings. Imagine if another 10 or 20 or 50% of the excluded workers start saving for their old age. It can have a remarkable impact on economic development, infrastructure, and employment. And in our very fight against poverty, old age poverty, and climate change. But we also know that informal workers are not a homogeneous set of individuals. They're very heterogeneous. They are ill-informed individuals as well. And when we are on the drawing board, designing products, processes, communication strategies, and behavioral interventions, it is essential to know whom we are designing for. But it is impossible to know what each of the 20 million informal sector workers in Uganda, in Kenya, in Nigeria, what do they want? What are their needs? What does their income look like? What are the constraints that they're facing every day? One way that has worked wherever we have thought as Pinbox, as a solution about pension inclusion, is to break down the population into more homogeneous and manageable groups. So let's not think that we're designing for informal sector workers. Let's start thinking of actual people. People we know and we can actually imagine. Self-employed women, gig and platform workers, small shopkeepers, fishermen, migrant workers, teachers, domestic help. It makes it easier for us to not only better understand and visualize the needs of such cohort, but also gives us a better understanding of where they are located, how to reach them, what their incomes look like, what their demographic profiles look like. I mean, if we just sat up in this room and said, there's a pension scheme for boda workers, I assure you that that gentleman who's standing outside on his bike, sitting outside, will sit up and listen to somebody saying that there is something for the boda driver. And then benchmark and tailor our ideas, plans, products, processes, product rules and communication strategies, and distribution models against the unique characteristics of each of these segments. In that way, we can ensure that the idea of savings for old age resonates to each of the target segments. So we're not thinking of micropension for informal sector workers. We are launching a pension and social security scheme for teachers or gig workers or bodas or self-help group women. without giving, just to talk a little deeper about this subject, it is my pleasure to have this panel of speakers here today who are actually practitioners on the ground, who've had experience with all such programs which have had war stories on what has worked and what has not worked. I'd like to call upon Dr. Regis, please, Hitimana. He is a Chief Benefits Officer of Rwanda Social Security Board. Mr. Arinjoy Dhar, Senior Director of BRAC, which is the largest NGO in the world based in Bangladesh, and Ms. Doreen forgive me, Remittance Policy Advocate at UNCDF. Thank you all for taking the time. I'm going to dive right in with the questions, and I'll enjoy the first one to you. Now, you are the 800-pound gorilla in the room. There are 11 million customers that BRAC caters to only in Bangladesh, which is larger than the population of Rwanda. They run very successful programs. But before I get into long-term savings, how does BRAC manage all these things I enjoy? Let's just switch it on, please.
Thank you, Parul. And I think good afternoon to all of you here, all the distinguished guests here. And really thank you for all the hospitality and all the warm welcome we have received so far. So really thankful for that. So I think just a bit of a background about BRAC before I get into the details so that you understand what we stand for, what is the philosophy. So BRAC started in Bangladesh 51 years back. And it's all started with a mission that, we want to make an impact. And we strongly believe that poverty is man-made. It can be eliminated with the right interventions. And poor people remain poor because, they do not have the equal opportunity that we have to all the services, all the education, health, and economic activities. So we do not only look at, let's say, microfinance as in isolation or any kind of financial intervention as in isolation. We looked into the inequality. We looked into all the other factors that actually kind of keep somebody as poor and try to kind of address all of them. So we have an approach which we call integrated development program. And finance is just one intervention, one of the most important intervention. Just to give you an idea, so at one point in time, we used to run 65,000 free schools. About 15 million children graduated from our schools so far. And this is completely free. This is our commitment because we realize that not only the finance part, but we need to ensure that, the people who are from the disadvantaged community, their children needs to be educated. And if you look at today, a lot of these children are, very highly placed, like professors in the US, they're high court judges. And when we see these stories, you can see the impact, right? We also run a large-scale health program. We have so far reached out to 110 million people, and including 12 million in Africa with our health services. So we operate in 7 countries in Africa. With Ghana has been added just last week. We opened the door in Ghana last week. So basically, so when you go to a community, for example, so we look at what is the problem of that community. And that problem may not be always finance. So just to give you an idea, I was in a very southern coast of Bangladesh a couple of months back in a coastal village, sitting with the fishermen, 250 fishermen. And after a couple of hours of discussion, not a single time money came up as their problem, right? So we had a conversation for 4 hours. And when you see these people, you might have, or anybody, will think that, if you ask what kind of help I can give it to you, definitely they'll ask for money. That's the kind of assumption we have. But not a single time they asked for money. Their first problem was drinking water, right? They did not have drinking water, and they were feeding their children, salty water, seawater with the fresh water, right? They did not have a school there. So if we do not solve these problems, there is no point talking about money. So we are now solving these problems. So that's the kind of approach we take, just to give you an example, right? Similarly, when you go to certain areas where you have drought or climate problem, they have hundreds of acres of land are barren. They cannot do any agriculture there. They used to do that, but now they cannot do it because of the climate change. So there's no point giving them money there because they can't do anything there. There's no economic activity there. So we have our agriculture lab as well. So we have invented some, seeds which are drought tolerant, saline tolerant, and we have done some experiment, and we can see now sunflower, and a couple of other things like watermelon. Those things are, like when we give them the seed, it's working. And now you can do microfinance because they have a product to sell. So we always take that kind of approach. It's a very human-centered, very community-based. So we design solutions with the community from ground up. We do experiment, and BRAC is a big social lab. That's how I define it. It's a big social lab. We have like more than 50,000 people working for BRAC. And BRAC allows you as an employee to kind of do your own social experimentation. And if it is successful, we scale it up. But we always believe that to make an impact, it has to be scalable, and it has to be big. So we don't do anything. I mean, we of course do things in small scale when we do pilot or experimentation, but as soon as the pilot is successful, we go for big scale. And that explains why we have, 11 million people with us. So far, we have lifted about 40 million people out of poverty in the last, 50 years. And BRAC's story is actually quite linked with the story of Bangladesh. And the reason I'm mentioning this because you can understand that a country can be actually go from ashes to glory. So Bangladesh, when it got independent, around the same time when BRAC was born, Bangladesh was the second poorest country in the world. Second poorest. There was only one country who was more poor than Bangladesh, that was Burkina Faso. Today, Bangladesh's ranking, GDP ranking is 33 in the world, right? That's an amazing story. And if the growth continues, the projection is it is going to be 22nd or 23rd economy in the next 7 years. So that's an amazing story, And that story goes very well with microfinance, and that's a proof that microfinance works. Because 80% of Bangladesh's economy is rural economy. And in the rural economy, it's BRAC and other microfinance organizations, they have been funding the rural economy, right?
Thanks for that, Ananjoy, and I think it sets the stage and the tone for, like the gentleman on my left, which is the private sector and the public sector, both have a role to play. But just because, before I come to you, Dr. Regis, just one more question for you, Ananjoy. I know that on the pension side or the long-term savings side, you have recently concluded a survey with 100,000 individuals, and I think most of them were women. Is there a story, because I know that you have Dobi and Pragati clients, Dobi being the lower income group of people on the lending side, and Pragati being a little more progressive, so there could be mom and pop shops and people who have more capability to save. So how is that survey actually fed into your story as BRAC to be able to generate long-term savings habits among your clients?
Right, thank you. So we do a lot of products. We have integrated, like we have savings, we have credit, we have insurance, micro-insurance, we have a lot of products. But what we did not have was micro-pension. So actually somebody named Begum, she's our one of the first 3 customers of BRAC from 1973. She was sitting with me last year, and then I had a good chat with her. She's now probably 75 years old. And then she told me, like, look, I have retired, I worked all my life in the informal sector. But today I'm living, I have a small house, but I don't have any income. So if I had a small income, even like, $30, $40 or $20 a month, I can survive. But wouldn't it be wonderful if you do something for us, And I really thought that, yeah, that's right, she's right. I mean, all the people who are working in the informal sector. So that has led us to kind of start working on micro-pension, which we are very close to launch, with Pinbox. And basically, we did a survey not too long ago, like about a couple of weeks back, with 140,000 people. And that was a remarkable response. Like 80% people in that survey told us they want to contribute. They want to take up the pension, right? And basically, that goes very well with the fact that I have been hearing in the yesterday and today also, like if people have money, only they can go for pension. So this is where we need to help people that, by helping them to, increase their livelihood, increase their income, And that is what we're working on now, not only just looking at pension, but also make sure that people have multiple sources of income, and also make sure that we show them the way to make money.
Fair enough. I think I'm going to delve deep into that, but I think I wanted to bring in Dr. Regis here. Now, here is a stellar performance of a micropension product by a country, where examples of such are being and looked at very keenly in Latin America, in Asia. It's been a stellar, stellar story. But I know that before we started doing this in Rwanda as well, there was a large survey that was conducted. I think what I want to know, and I'm sure the audience wants to know, is that what was it that the survey said on the demand side, and 3 years out, what are they saying now? What did the demand side survey say when you started out before you launched Ejoheza, and what is your data now saying on that side as well, 3 years out?
Thank you. I think it was very clear that, and according to many other surveys, ours and the other National Institute of Statistics that they conduct, informal sector income is still low. It's a fact. And they do prioritize food, housing, education, as the colleagues in Uganda were mentioning. But there is no minimum saving. There is no saving that is too little. The importance is persistence. How do you start and how do you keep saving? But for some segment of the population, actually earning a lot of money. The border riders, in 1 or 2 years, they have already paid back all the loan and they start owning 2 borders. So that means they are actually gaining a lot of money. So, and actually our data is showing the same. Currently, some people are able to save a lot of money, and of course incentives also act in terms of saving. But still, average saving is still very limited. We think it's because of how often they do save, and that's what our data is showing. In cooperatives, for example, they tend to save when there is a harvest, when it is an agriculture cooperative, once a year or twice, maximum twice, which we think our systems also can play a role in keeping persistence. That's where in Ejoheza phase 2, we are thinking of, in addition to other saving mechanisms, through your cooperatives, through if you do it once in your saving scheme once a year or twice, you also spend every day. So that's where we want to catch people, to add a little as you spend, so that at least we increase average saving. So we hope, the demand side, there is a lot to do. The system needs to be in place. People have got the idea. People understand that saving is very important for them because they are starting seeing immediate benefit, including government incentives, return on investment that goes back to their accounts. Actually, we have also started seeing people saving for their children. It's something I forgot to mention yesterday, that it's ID-based, and you only have ID when you turn 16 years. But below 16 years, you can register your children. It will be your ID number plus another number that identifies the kid. If you have 2 children, you have 1 and 2. If you have 3, you have 1, 2, 3. By the time they turn 16 and they get their own IDs, they start, actually, their saving goes immediate to their own ID. I think as the numbers were showing, so far we have, among the savers, 5% are below 16 years. And they have saved up to 2% of the total savings we are having. I think it's easy to tell someone like me who earns a salary that you'd never know, probably your kid tomorrow might not have the same chance as you have, might be self-employed, but yeah, that's how we convince people. And it doesn't matter how much. The 2% to me is sufficient. But if we keep saving for them persistently, the time they have to accumulate the saving, actually they will end up earning more return than we are. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, I couldn't agree with you more. Yesterday, there was a conversation in the room by a young gentleman saying that whatever we have, we want to consume today. we live only once. I would say we die only once and live every day. So, and this is what Arun Joy had said. And when my daughter turned 18, I gave her a pension plan, and she was so upset with me that this is no gift to give on my 18th birthday. But I can assure you, I mean, she's now 24, she's going to be one happy girl to the bank, and I think she has a little more love for me because the money that she can already see in her account. But just coming back to you, Dorothy, and while the gentlemen are talking about how is it that you can have micro-pension programs suited and tailored for the individuals in the low-income sector. But as a multilateral, what does pension inclusion mean for UNCDF?
Thank you so much, Parul. Yes, pension is a pretty new area for the UNCDF, and I think a few other multilaterals. I'll speak specifically for UNCDF. So we took this agenda on about 2 years ago. My colleagues based in Bangladesh, a few of whom you've met, and it was because as UNCDF we keep saying our mantra is leaving no one behind in the digital era. But then when we look at the people we are serving, we realize that migrants are not there, and especially the low-income earning migrants. The ones that are already in these high positions are kind of catered for. So we assessed ourselves and said, this is a segment that has been neglected for a while, so what do we do about it? So the initial approach, initial support was, let's go to Bangladesh as a focus country. They have a huge number of migrants, and see how to work with them. And yesterday, after the discussions we had in the morning, I was excited. I was like, in Uganda, in Africa, there are actually informal pensions, there are micro-pension schemes already happening, things we thought that are out of the box. So I contacted the lead of this activity at UNCDF, and I'm saying, we are now focused on Asia, but what of Africa? What we need to do something with Africa as well. So for UNCDF, the goal is to have everyone financially included, and this is going to be through designing appropriate products and services that meet the needs of the migrants. And we intend to do it by working with the different stakeholders, the financial service providers, the remittance service providers. We realize from the research that we've conducted, this is not an agenda that we can do on our own. We are new in this area, and I'm very happy to be invited. Maybe this time next year, we shall have a success story after we've partnered with the different stakeholders. Yeah, so the ultimate goal is to ensure everyone is financially included and financially resilient for the migrants.
Thank you, Dorothy. I think that is getting a shoulder for multilaterals to get that little nudge to launch micro-pension programs is always useful. I hope Aspa is listening right here. You know, in delivery of pension programs, and Dr. Regis, this is really to you, there are a lot of regulators in this room, policymakers. That is the one aspect of creating and designing such schemes, right? So you get the product, you get the incentives, but the actual delivery mechanism of how you're actually going to deliver these schemes to these individuals, and is there an uptake for it? The cost of delivery can be very expensive, right? And that is one consideration that has to be looked into to make such programs sustainable. So to what extent does technology in particular have a part to play in how EJOHESA was rolled out?
Thank you. I think the beauty of launching such scheme in these days is, and I'm comparing with other 5 schemes that we are managing at RSSB. If I give you the example of the universal health coverage that is covering now about 90%. It used to be the cost of registering, because it was happening every year. It still happens every year, before technology. It used to take minimum 3 days, the household to register. You go, you check how many people you have in your household, in someone who has a computer, and you go to the bank, you queue. It's at the same time, you queue, sometimes it's 2 days, and you could see people waking up 3 a.m. in order to be served first at the bank, and you come back to our CBHI office to get a card. And there was a lot of forgeries and a lot of frauds that you can imagine. Now, I can be sitting here in Kampala and register my uncle who's in rural Rwanda in a few clicks. And Ejoeza was born in this environment. No paper. You can create your account with USSD. You don't need to go to visit any office. The ID system has helped us a lot. It's easy to identify the person. You don't need to take your picture. Your picture is uploaded in your IDs, in the ID database, and you start saving. So I think that has cut the cost of management a lot. As I said yesterday, actually, we don't deduct anything from Ejoeza money to run the scheme. So far, government is supporting it. And with that coming from the budget of the government, you understand the pressure we have to keep the cost down. So what we do is we negotiate very hardly with intermediaries, banks, mobile network operators, and other institutions on a very minimal charge when it is necessary. And sometimes we have seen, for example, local radios coming to us and telling us we are just there to serve you for free. If you can recognize, you do it. We have a radio that is very popular, that we have such a partnership. So I think you can keep it very, very low cost. And as we discuss also about incentives, people are worried that incentives are very expensive. It's true, it's not free, but there are many ways of playing around, knowing who among the whole population, who are the groups where incentives can work a lot. Someone who has saved 100,000, if you add 15,000 for them, it doesn't mean anything. It's a cost to the government, but it doesn't mean anything. That's why in our phase 2 development, actually, we have only kept the same government incentives for only the category of the poor, 28%. For the other categories, 2, 3, we have increased the bar. So reaching there will be too hard, and people will be pushed to reach there to get the incentives. And the wealthiest, there's nothing. So we have removed them from the incentives because we know what we are offering, they can buy it. If it is life insurance, they can buy it by themselves. So I think we can play around. We think in the phase 2, actually, even if the scheme has expanded, the cost of incentives will be lowered for the government, and it is under control because we fix a maximum incentive to the person. So I think there are many ways of playing around the incentives, limit the cost to a reasonable amount of money that the government can afford, and strictly direct it to where it can serve the purpose. Otherwise, it will be meaningless.
I think just one more thing on that. While the incentives are given today, and I know that Rwanda did it for 3 years and they extended it for another 3 years. Also, the return on the investments that you're able to give, is that also feeding back and able to do it for another 3 years?
So the return on investment goes straight back to the account of the person, and it will always be there. It's not limited. The scheme is designed as such. What can change in the future, and we have run projections, is to start taking a small piece on the return on investment in order to keep the management of the scheme. So we're estimating at 2% out of the return that can help, but government has said, hold on, we'll keep finding money for you. We want to keep the scheme interesting to the members and give them all the return. So there is nothing that, apart from a small fee that we pay to the fund manager that is managing our fund, everything, which actually is also covered by the government, all the return goes back to the members, and you through USSD, actually you receive an SMS when there is a return that is added, and we do calculate every day. We have net asset calculation every day. So people, if you saved yesterday, your return will be different from someone who saved a month ago because we do pro rata on daily basis. So it's actually number one incentive to save into Ejoeza because when you look around all the savings structures that you can find, I think you can't find anything that is as safe and as remunerative as Ejoeza. So, but At one point, when government will decide, maybe we'll start taking 2% out of the return in order to fund the scheme.
Thank you. I think this is also very useful from the government point of view and all the regulators in the room representing different countries. But I think, Arinjoy, from your point of view, now you are an NGO which has the capability to reach out to several people. How far does trust or a life cycle approach go ahead with the individuals, including bundling of products, because you already have a microfinance product and insurance, and then adding another one. So 3 things. One is on trust, livelihood, and bundling products.
Right. Thank you. I think this is very, very important. So as I said, we cannot take a transactional view. We have to take a very, very human-centric view. So we need to understand, what are the problems they have. How can I help you in different, stages of life? How can I help the people to improve their livelihood? How can I help people from the economic shocks, right? And these are all bundled together. So I call it similar to pin box. I call it toolbox. So if you think of a toolbox, within the toolbox you may have different tools, micro pension, savings, microcredit, all these things are different tools. But there is no single tool that can actually solve the problem. So it has to be a combination of it, right? So basically, if you look at, so that's why we look at it from a life cycle point of view, saying that when somebody has started a business, a small business, they may need money, but also they will need financial literacy, business advisory kind of mentorship, right? So we provide that as well. Once they start making money, then they will start saving, right? And once they're successful in one business, they can start the second business, right? So about 60% of our customers today have multiple sources of income, right? And we want to drive it to 100%, right? So those are the kind of things we see. So basically we say that the main question that we ask ourselves is, how do we create value in people's life? It's not how do we make money. So money is always a kind of, consequence of doing the right things. So if you do the right things, if you create value in people's life, you'll get money. You don't need to that should not be the primary driver. The primary driver is always, how do I create value? How do I create the impact, right? So when we ask that question, so we see that, how do we increase or even open new ways of, making money? Just an example of Bangladesh, which can be quite relevant for Africa as well. So think about a remote village in Bangladesh where people did not have any kind of livelihood, not even good internet connection. So a telco company put a internet tower there, so they started getting good internet connection, and then taught them, how to do freelancing, like digital marketing, website design, graphic design. These skills can be taught in 3 months. And then connected them with the global marketplace like Fiverr, Upwork, where you can be a freelancer, right? And 1 year after that, and they taught, I think, 4 or 5 guys, and they taught another 200 guys in that village, all youngsters. 1 year later, boys and girls in that small little, remote village, they're making $3,000, $4,000 a month. Working for companies, in Singapore, in Australia, in Canada, right? So this is a great example. So, but how did it happen? So you ensure there's a telco connection there. Then you give them loans to buy a laptop, and then you give them the training. And also you connect them, you show them how to connect with the global marketplace so that they can, and then give some hand-holding in the initial days. So based on the inspiration from that example, we have decided that we are going to make 100,000 women online entrepreneurs, right? And we have started that already, right? Because this is a success story, so we should scale it up, right? Similarly, we have also taken, though we have like 11 million people who are doing business, but then we are finding out kind of segments where we can actually make more impacts. Similarly, we are looking at the new entrepreneurs who do not get loans even from microfinance because they're the first-time entrepreneurs. So we're telling them we will be more risk-taking for this population because they're young, within the age of, let's say, 30, and they have not done a business before. So nobody's giving them any money. So we next 3 years, we are going to fund 600,000 new entrepreneurs, brand new entrepreneurs, and we'll make them successful, right? And we'll take a risk. We know that this part of the segment may not make money, even we may lose money, but then you look at the entire portfolio, not just a segment, right? So similarly, if I just share one more example, how do we kind of look at the entire proposition value chain? So we work with, out of the 11 million people we serve, about 5 million are farmers. So when we look at a farmer, right, we just do not finance him or her because that doesn't solve the problem. So we give them access to quality seeds. We give them access to quality fertilizer. We download weather forecast for the next 15 days from the satellite, translate that into local regional languages, send them in the MP3 file into their phone. We also, during the harvesting, give them crop insurance, right, so that their harvest is protected. Towards the end of the harvesting, we give them storage facilities. So we are building community-based small storage facilities, which are solar panel, all these things, so they can actually store their crops for a couple of months more so that they get better price. And last but not the least is give them access to market so that they have fair price.
So why will this customer come to BRAC? What is it that they're coming to you for credit needs, for sure?
Yes.
That's a pull product. Why are they coming to you for the push products like insurance and savings?
I think insurance, credit, I think one is very big factor is trust. So they have seen BRAC delivered, promises again and again and again. So BRAC kind of has become the face of the community today, right? So if you go to Bangladesh today and if you tell anybody that, I'm from BRAC, people will trust you blindly, completely blindly, right? And I think that is something we are very proud of, that we have earned that kind of, mutual respect, friendship, and all these things. So if we go and tell people that, this is a good thing to do, they will do that without any question. So I think to be able to stand by people, be with them, and, I think to be able to deliver the promises. Yes, and they know that we are not profit-driven because we solve all these problems. So when you go to a household, you see that they're not only taking money from us, their children are going to our school, they're getting the health support from us, they're getting the seed, fertilizer, access to market, insurance, everything from us. So he sees or she sees that these guys are actually solving my problem. They're not here as money lenders. And I think that makes it different.
Thank you. Dorothy, quickly, there are these, UNCDF has worked extensively with migrant workers. And since we're talking about the demand side, I think it makes it hugely important to get a little granular. So what are the interventions that UNCDF has regarded taking to facilitate migrant workers, and what is the work that you've been able to do on pensions with them?
Okay, thank you so much. So, like I said, it's a pretty new area and we've just started. So what we've done so far is market research to understand the ecosystem, who are the key players, who should we be talking to, and what are the thoughts from the migrants themselves. We've also heavily engaged in dissemination of our findings. If you visit our website, migrantmoney.org, you'll find a lot of information there. We've written some technical papers on insurance, pension, and digitization of wages. Thirdly is we are working towards providing technical assistance and capacity building. So far, we've done that with the government of Bangladesh, and we hope to do that with different countries. So we are handling each country individually. So it's research, technical assistance, and capacity building. And then since we are saying we want migrant-centric products, we are working with different financial service providers to design this. That's by giving them grants. And we shall see how that pans out. They're still in the process of submitting proposals and bidding for that. Yeah, so those are the interventions as of now. And they'll also be centered around enabling policy, because we realize for migrants, cross-border payments are critical, yet the policies around cross-border payments are not quite clear. Also, empowerment of the migrants. Migrants are not aware that they actually need pension. Yesterday, someone said that you need to nudge certain people a little bit, and they are in this category. They're like, we earn very little now. You're telling us to send the money. Remittance is already incur a cost. I'm sending money from Dubai to Uganda. It's about 8% of my cost. So, it doesn't make sense for me. I could just give it to my relative or buy some goats and sheep. So, yeah, that's where we are at now. A lot of dissemination, a lot of information on our website, and planning to work with the different partners. Thank you.
Thank you. I know I've been asked to round up, but there's one question I wanted to ask Dr. Regis, was on the success of Eduheza. and outside of technology and all the other things that happen on the supply side, how far has two things worked? One is around communication and marketing, and the other is around servicing these customers once they've been onboarded. I think that is also key to actually getting people to save regularly and be engaged with the long-term program. One is on marketing and communication, the other one's servicing them, so you help.
Yes, thank you. Communication, I think Ejoiza is standing on communication. We have a name that every Rwandan who wakes up in the morning, by the evening, you have heard about Ejoiza in any means. So when I was here listening to news bulletin back home, there was an Ejoiza jungle, I think, around the news time. Someone who continued with sports, I think sports shows are becoming very popular. It will not end without Ejoiza mention. On radio, we have 1 hour every Thursday from 7 to 8, where people can call, ask questions. We sometimes target one district, talk about their statistics, call the leaders, explain. And so I think that is working. We know we are not doing enough, particularly youth. We want to find other strategies for youth. They are on social media. They follow influencers. Those are the new strategies that we are embarking on. We have had a chance to reach out to their parents, but youth, I think we need to think twice how to reach out to them. But that is one side. The other side is on the government structures, leveraging on government structures. I think it's something maybe we should have emphasized since yesterday that makes a difference in Rwanda. You don't just start something like this and get 3 million. It's not, the credit doesn't go to RSSP that is managing. It's the whole government effort. How it works, every local leader has a performance contract, and Ejoiza is one of them. So if you don't reach your target, then it's your problem. It's part of the problems that can see you removed or replaced in the next year. It's every year. So how you do it, it's up to you. It's not RSSB telling you how to do it. We just feed you with materials, with what you need to know, what you need to use when you tell the people. So you see people becoming very innovative. There are monthly gatherings around cleaning. We call it Umuganda in your neighborhood. And after that, there is a talk. And there is always Ejoiza because there is that local leader has an incentive. So when we give a target to a district, the district disseminates the target to the sectors up to the village. So the village leader has a target for Ejoiza. And he knows, or she knows, the household that should be saving in Ejoiza that has not. So that is the informal communication, I call it, that is going on. They always call us when there are problems. We have our district officers who are there to accompany the district mayors wherever they go, mobilizing on Ejoiza. I think that has worked. At one point, the government decided to, because there were also some of the leaders, to tell the truth, were trying to abuse the system. Sometimes going an extra mile in forcing people, because target is a target. So at one point they said, let's remove on the performance target, but keep it in district action plans so that and we see the negative impact on the savings in some of the districts. But again, it's coming up, and the two ways of communication have actually worked. We still need to reach out to youth. So far, youth savers constitute about that 3%. We want it to be at least 50%, because we know it's more beneficial for them, given the return over time. But also, they are the ones that are expected to receive sufficient pension when they retire. As opposed to someone who starts at age 40, it will be meaningless, the adequacy we are talking about. So how do we feed back? We have a call center, dedicated call center for Ejoiza, and it receives hundreds of calls. And we see it, for example, when if I refer to majority of the calls come after we have sent a message. So people are feedbacking. every Thursday, actually, we increase the capacity because it's a standalone Ejoheza call center, but it's together with the other RSSB call center. We usually increase the capacity on Thursday morning between 8 and 10 because after the morning show on national radio, that's when everyone is calling, asking, I've not received my incentives. I've not received my benefits. So we see it, and that's actually the source of knowing what we need to correct. Is USSD off before the technician tells you, you know? Is something wrong with the system? You will know from the call center, and we use it. And actually, we have been using it also to collect information. You know, we run surveys. So far we have run 2 surveys, and we use the call center. We call because people are identified by ID and by phone numbers. So we randomly select people. And all these, the reforms we were talking about on Ejoheza Phase 2, they are based on surveys that we run using our call center. So it's our interface with the members. Yeah, it's a way of getting their feedback on, and also asking them, actively asking them feedback for us to improve Ejoheza.
Thank you so much. I have to wrap it up now, but I think just 2 comments from me. One is on, I think, tying regulatory framework to a good technology and then good execution of the product. Before and after really comes financial literacy, which needs to be focused on with a life cycle approach, as Arinjoy was saying, with robust technology that Dr. Regis was talking about, to targeted interventions, as UNCDF is talking about with migrant workers, but also giving them the same quality of service as each one of us have when we interact with our banking services. So if we want to know something, I think I'm computer literate, yet I will call up the helpline and say, ma'am, look at left of screen, you can click this green button, then you will have a drop down, pick up the 3rd drop down. It is really having a voice on the other end, which is keeping me engaged because I can touch and feel my financial products that I engage with. I think that's the quality of interaction that even the informal sector worker has to have sustainable programs, which are long-term savings in nature. I'm not too sure if you're going to take a few questions. I don't know if we have time. Are there case studies from existing products on use of blockchain and artificial intelligence in driving micro-pension solutions? Not that I know of, but I think there are 2 things. I can answer this. I'm sorry, I don't know. Well, blockchain has been attempted somewhere in Latin America, but I think we need Web3 services. And I think looking at emerging markets, let's get to Web 1 and Web 2 before we get to Web 3. But I think artificial intelligence is something that needs to be looked at to collect right kind of data, to make right kind of interventions. Right. This is for you, Dorothy. Additionally, migrant workers may return to their countries before retirement. Discussions around transfer of benefits to home countries should begin. How does that work?
Yes, totally, I agree, and that's one of the issues that the team was exploring, things of portability of pension products. If I move, even if I don't return to my country but move to another country, can I continue using that same account and be able to deposit and withdraw whenever I'm ready to? So that's one of the things that our research explored, and yes, it's definitely being considered.
I think that's a very important aspect of migratory workforce when they come back to their countries. Dr. Regis, this one is for you. Have you had issues with trust? Are there those who will not join Ejoheza because they don't trust that their money will be managed appropriately?
Yes, definitely. There is. It doesn't come very easily. We try to tell people this money is in the hands of government, and RSSB's government. It gives a message because we know we are leveraging on a long-term trust between citizens and the government. We manage their health insurance, and they have seen us delivering on the services. I think we have a lot to leverage on, but it doesn't come naturally. And I can give a story of a construction worker who once told me, actually, You ask me to save through MTN, and MTN is not Rwandan. When they go back with my money. And it took me not less than 10 minutes to explain that. It's just a channel. By the time you finish your last click, it is already in the bank account of a government institution that is managing your account. So we need to educate, keep educating, and it doesn't come naturally that way. And on migrant, as part of Visualizer design, when you are a migrant and want to go back to your country, it's one of the reasons you can take all the money with interest it earned before you retire, which is, I think, a design that was catering for migrants.
Thank you so much for that. I think we have all the questions. Thank you for your time. Of course, all the panelists are here for any further questions that you would like to engage with. We all look forward to lunch now. Thank you.
Thank you, Peru. A group photo for them. Well, she said she wouldn't stand between you and lunch. She has by 10 minutes, which leaves us with 50 minutes for lunch. But when we return from lunch, we're going to be having our other 2 remaining sessions before we step into our dinner. But we'll start off with a session at 2 p.m. exactly. And that session will be covering public service pension. You may please exit the podium. All right, first session at 2 p.m. exactly will be public service pension reforms in Uganda. And that will be followed by Is Africa Ready for an Inclusive Digital Micropension Architecture? So those are the 2 sessions remaining, and then we'll close it up with a good dinner at the end of the day. Hopefully by 4 a.m. we'll be done and dusted. And so I'm going to request that your lunch is chap-chap. For about 50 minutes, you have received your coupon, and then you'll be back in the room at 2 p.m. So the session is starting at 2 p.m. Let's keep time. You may now have your lunch, which is being served at the Victoria Hall as of yesterday. Same place.
tight as we tell you the story of Prudential Uganda's extraordinary claims settlements over the years. In 2016, we started with a bang, louder than a Ugandan drumbeat, reaching 99,511,000 Uganda shillings in settled claims. Our claims settlements grew faster than a boda weaving through Kampala traffic. In 2017, we cranked it up to 109,486,000 Uganda shillings, giving you more reasons to celebrate than a Ugandan party. Hold on to your hair bonnets, because in 2018, we skyrocketed to a jaw-dropping 424,322,000 Uganda shillings. That's enough to buy every Rolex in the country. But wait, the plot thickens. In 2019, our claim settlements reached an astonishing 1,172,412,000 Uganda shillings. We're talking gorilla-sized protection here. As 2020 rolled away, our claim settlements were as breathtaking as the Rwenzori Mountains, with claims totaling 2,489,749,000 Uganda shillings. And then 2021 happened. We settled claims worth a mind-blowing 5,981,506,000 Uganda shillings. That's more impressive than the roar of the mighty Murchison Falls. In 2022, we settled an astounding 12,130,663,000 Uganda shillings in claims. We were in rhythm like a traditional Ugandan dance. Fast forward to this year, and as of May 31st, 2023, we've already settled a whopping 8,050,196,801 Uganda shillings in claims. We're hotter than a plate of steaming matoke. It's more than just paperwork to us. It's a promise to stand by you always. Trust us to protect your dreams now and tomorrow.
Prudential. Let's live life together. Turinawi. Meet Daudi and Brian. They are both 30 years old and own businesses downtown. Their businesses have grown over the past few years and are doing well. Life is good and the future is bright for both Daudi and Brian. Let's check on Daudi and Brian 40 years later. Daudi has retired. These days, he likes to
Such a rush, my baby, slow down, come find your love. I'm hoping you see me, come serve it up. Loving when you stir it up, that body belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I can hide. You're feeling up my mind, and I just don't know why. of Lagos. such a rush, my baby, slow down, come find your love. I'm hoping you see me, come serve it up. Loving when you stir it up, that body belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I can't hide. You're feeling up my mind, and I just don't know why.
May I have my hosts have all the guests come into the room? Mr. Mchivi. People are clearing their voices, which means that they ate the fattest frog. Yet we do have a dinner, so now I need to have a strategy to reduce the food intake so as to make room for dinner. Waiting for the people in the foyer to please come in. All right, time check, 2:30 p.m. It is the second day of the annual conference for APSA, being hosted in Kampala, Uganda. Glad to be your host. The theme is Sustainable Pension Inclusion in Africa. And of course, Africa is well represented here in the room today. Diversity is key. My name is Priscilla Regina Nalwaga, and we will be continuing on with the rest of the day's affairs. Now, we do have 2 more sessions to go, and then thereafter, we'll have a communique, which will then lead us into a dinner, after which we will then have our guests depart at leisure, but also noting that it's very good to visit Uganda while you're here in terms of tourism. So I hope that you have made those reservations. If you haven't, talk to me. I'll refer you to the best place to check out after the conference. All right, getting into the nitty-gritty of it, as we continue on, the 2023 annual conference is also objective of the fact that it has to help jointly develop a replicable model, strategizing for delivering an integrated pension, savings, and insurance solution to unbanked, excluded individuals across the continent of Africa. And what better way to bring that out if not having a debate, having a dialogue on public service pension reforms in Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, to take us through session 8, public service pension reforms in Uganda, allow me to invite to the podium Mr. Charles Machira to come and take us through this session. Mr. Charles Machira is the Chief Executive Officer with the Retirement Benefits Authority in Kenya. Mr. Charles is also clearing his voice, so he ate a very fat frog.
Thank you, Priscilla. Good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. We are on session number 8, which has been switched with session number 7, to have clear instructions to ensure that this session finishes within the hour, and I commit I'll do that. But before I go to the deliberations today, let me just make it clear, because page 15 of our program says that Moses Bekabi was supposed to anchor this session, so I'm not Moses. Neither do I work with UBRA as a chair of the technical committee. I wouldn't mind to, though. But having said so, colleagues and the audience, I want to invite you into this session on the public service pensions reforms in Uganda and the discussions to be held thereafter. We have 3 discussants whom I'll be inviting shortly to the podium. But before I do so, it's good to appreciate that most countries have separate pension plans for public sector employees. However, the future physical burden of these plans can be substantial, as government is a main employer in most of the jurisdictions that we come from. If you look at government pension funds and schemes for public sector employees across the board, and I'll share the case of Kenya, you realize that most of them tend to be relatively very generous. And therefore, the question as to how we can sustain future payments of benefits to be paid out from schemes which operate on a pay-as-you-go basis becomes a very integral issue. And I believe the discussion we're having today is critical to try and address some of these concerns. We have seen in the recent past some governments in Africa converting those pay-as-you-go basis pension funds to funded arrangements. But even when they are funded, you still realize there's a challenge of underfunding because of non-remittance of contributions, among other issues. In many countries, also in Africa, the sustainability and the drain on the physical space cannot be understated any longer. And it's good that the conveners of this forum, the 4th APSA conference, found it appropriate to anchor a session on this agenda, which, in my view, invites us to look at the question of generosity of public sector pension funds and whether it's time to move from pay-as-you-go basis to a pre-funded arrangements. And all this is geared to ensure that we do not accumulate what we cannot be able to pay into the future. When you look at this from the liability side of issues, then you also realize that most of these costs actually do not appear in the public sector balance sheet. And because of this, we are going to have a discussion on transitioning from a pay-as-you-go to a funded retirement benefit systems in the case of Uganda. And please join me to welcome on board to the podium the following speakers, read by Mr. Sandeep Laishula, the Group Chief Executive Officer, Zamara. Next, I have Mr. Victor Boa, Commissioner of Pensions, Ministry of Public Services, and I believe a board member of UBRA. Thank you, Victor. And finally, Mr. Fawad Dabo, the Director General, National Social Security and Insurance Trust, Sierra Leone. Gentlemen, welcome on board. I would like to say more, but I am also very conscious about the constraints of time. We have 2 presentations from Sandeep and Victor, and then we'll go to the panel discussions. I'll also invite the audience to go back to Slido so that we can have interventions after the initial preliminary discussions. So allow me to invite Sandeep to come on the floor and anchor the first presentation. We request that there's a constraint, and one of our chief guests would be leaving shortly. So if we could try and condense our presentation without diminishing what you intended to deliver. So please, Sandeep, most welcome.
Thank you very much, Chairman. In fact, with your summary, with your remarks, you almost summarized a lot of my presentation. But so good afternoon, everybody. I hope I'm going to be able to keep you all awake. I hope my presentation can come on screen. So over the last 1.5 days, we have talked about pensions inclusion and ESG, climate change, and the like. But for this session, we turn to a very important element of the pension system in Uganda, and this is the Uganda's public service pension scheme. Okay? And this is a discussion that is very topical. As the chairman said, several countries in Africa are considering a reform of their public service schemes. A number of countries have already implemented reforms. Those who have undertaken reforms, which were piecemeal, are looking at more deeper reforms as well. So this is a very, very topical conversation. And although I'm going to be using the Uganda public service as a case study, almost everything I say can be said of the other public service schemes in Africa. There are many, many parallels, and importantly, I'm hoping that there can be many, many lessons that can be learned from each other and from the case study that I will be presenting. Is there a way that I can move the, Dr. Shem? Here. Okay, so the chairman has said this was supposed to be a 40-minute presentation. He initially told me 10 minutes, so I've negotiated 20. So if I'm speaking a little bit fast, please bear with me. But what I hope to cover in the next 20 minutes or so is talk about some of the features of the public service pension scheme in Uganda, which are important to draw attention to, and why some of these features and the experience of the scheme is now pointing to an urgent need of reform. In fact, the question of fiscal sustainability that the chairman mentioned. Okay? And what is the case or the motivation for reform in Uganda? What are some of the reform options that can be considered, and I believe are being considered by the policymakers in Uganda? Very importantly, there's a lot of discussion globally in Africa about whether you should fund a scheme or keep them unfunded. So let's talk a little bit more about to fund or not to fund. When does funding make sense? And I also want to share some relevant African comparisons so that we can see what other countries are doing as well. Okay, so let's swiftly turn to the current public service arrangements in Uganda. The Ugandan public service scheme is anchored under an act. It was enacted in 1948, so it's a fairly old scheme. It was established even before independence and is governed by regulations made under their legislation. We don't need to go into that detail, but the important points are that the current system is what is called pay-as-you-go, okay? Which means that no capital is set aside for future pension payments. The pension payments are met from current revenues, okay? And because the scheme is non-contributory, the individual members of the scheme, the civil servants, teachers, policemen, do not contribute. The entire cost is met by the government and by extension, the taxpayer in Uganda. It is also a defined benefit plan, as are many, many public service schemes in Africa as well as the entire world, and the benefits are guaranteed as a percentage of salary for each year of service. And what I will show in a few moments is that there is significant concern over the increase in the government's benefit expenditure year on year, but importantly, the projected benefit expenditure in the next 20, 30, 40 years into the future. And the reform of this scheme has been on the agenda for a number of years. And this is an important point, and again, not just for Uganda, but for many other countries in the world. There's a lot of time, I would not call it wasted, but a lot of time that is spent in terms of trying to figure out what to do, and in the process, things can become worse and worse and worse. So the time factor is an important factor in the policy conversation and decision making. So let's look at some of these features, and I just want to spend a little bit of time because these are very relevant for for a lot of the civil service schemes that we look at in Africa. So the rate at which pension accrues in Uganda for a public service employee is at 2.4% of salary. So there's a formula, 1/500 times the number of months of service times the final salary. Okay, and this is a typical formula in many, many other countries. So this means that for every year of service, there's a pension of 2.4%. Okay, so after 30 years of working, somebody will get a pension of 72%. After 35 years, about 84%. So this is a very, very good replacement of your income that is coming through. When you look at Africa, the average is 2.2%. Kenya is 2.5%. DRC and some countries are at 3%. But the global average, sorry, not the global average, but the figure for high-income countries is 1.1%, 1.2%. Okay, so there's a huge difference. Okay, now these higher factors, to some extent, they make an implicit allowance that not all earnings are pensionable. So what you find in many public entities is that you have a basic salary plus additional allowances, which actually make up sometimes a bigger portion of pay. Now, Uganda made a decision some years back to consolidate its salaries. So the salaries were consolidated, but there was no adjustment made to the pension fraction. So you see a significant increase in the immediate increase in liability, a significant increase in pensions, but also a distortion to the underlying premise of the scheme. That here there was a fraction that was being used, which was actually allowing for the fact that not everything is pensionable. And the other thing is that with a lot of countries, the underlying philosophy, not just in Africa but even abroad, is that a public service scheme is where you're in civil servants, you are actually serving the government. It's a job for life. You take a salary sacrifice, but we'll compensate for it with a bigger pension in the future. That's a philosophy that many countries have used. But there is a recognition that you need to pay public service employees better as well. So there's been a catching up exercise in many countries, including in Uganda. But now you've caught up to private sector salaries or comparative salaries, but you haven't adjusted the pensions. You create a structural mismatch. Okay? And even if I look at the government of Uganda has a pay plan for the next 5 years. If that pay plan is implemented without an adjustment to public service pensions, there will be even more significant stress on the pension system in Uganda. Now, the other thing that happens with a lot of countries is that you don't use the last salary. It's actually a career average salary that is used to calculate defined benefit pensions. Or an averaging period is used of 3 to 5 years. But in Uganda, it's the last salary. In Kenya, it's the last salary, okay? Which, if you have had a big increase just towards the end, significant increase in your benefits. The retirement age is 60, but you can retire at 45 if you've done 10 years of service. You can retire at any time if you've done 20 years of service. Okay? And I'll show to you that the average age of the scheme is about 46. Sorry, the average past service is 19.8 years. Most people can retire. I mean, just on average. Okay, so this is, and this means that benefits are therefore paid out for a much longer period of time and therefore are actuarially expensive. Okay? Like most schemes, there is a provision where you can convert a portion of your pension into cash, which is a very popular provision. A third of the pension in Uganda can be converted. That's okay. The challenge is the exchange rate that is used for the conversion. The fact there's a uniform factor of 15 to 1 for every 1 shilling of pension that is given up. So you get 15 shillings. Now, that's like saying for every $1, I'm going to give you 7,000 Uganda shillings instead of 3,600. Okay? Or whatever the exchange rate is. Okay? Now, the other thing is that, like after 15 years, the pension is restored if the pensioner is still alive, but not recognizing that, this is an actuarial formula to try and, anyway, let's not go into that complication for now. The pensions up to 2018 were linked to wages. From 2018, they are linked to inflation. So again, inflation-proofed pensions being provided. And when you say that they are non-contributory, so the civil servants, teachers are not contributing at all to the cost of their benefits. There's also no vesting or portability of benefits. If you leave the public service, you actually lose your benefits, which means there's a lot of stickiness of the workforce. Okay? The Ugandan pension system is relatively expensive, but it's very similar to other schemes in Africa. Just across in Kenya, the factor that we use for converting pension into cash is 20. And the amount of cash payment that is made every year is a real strain. And then you find that pensioners are not paid for 3 to 5 years because you are trying to find the resources to make sure that they can get paid. Okay, I mentioned some increases in pay levels that distort the underlying premise of the Ugandan pension system. And this has happened in Kenya, it's happened in Tanzania, and several other countries as well. We talked yesterday about Africa being a very young continent, a very young population, with a median age of around only 19 years, Uganda being the second youngest country in the world. But in terms of public servants, it's a very mature workforce. The average age is over 46, okay? All right? So and this is the case with many schemes in Africa that they are rapidly maturing, the public service schemes. So the cost of the accrual of pension each year, if you work out the actuarial cost of pensions, it's at about 28% of pay, entirely met by government. Now, what is being paid out at the moment is very close to that number, okay? Almost, it's about 25-26% of pay. So a costly scheme with rapid system maturation. Now again, a point here, and again, forgive me for making this, but we are saying that a very small fraction of the population is enjoying a disproportionate portion of the country's wealth. And again, forgive me for saying this, but this is a fact. Yeah. And the projected costs will start crowding out other priority expenditures if action is not taken. And I'll demonstrate that in a few moments. Now, you must also compare this with what is the alternative for the private sector, for those who are not in government. Their contributions are at 10 and 5%, and they participate in the NSSF, which is currently a provident fund in Uganda. Okay? So you look at a government contribution, an employer contribution of 10% compared to 28% in government. There's a very, very steep difference. Okay, so let's just look at very quickly. I talked about that, there's been a significant increase in the expenditure on public pensions, and this is only the start of a trend. The government of Uganda is spending about 1 trillion shillings this year, about 940 billion, but in the next 30 years, that will increase 15-fold to almost 15 trillion. Okay? The government of Uganda could be spending almost as much on public service pensions as it will be on salaries in 30 years' time. The government of Uganda is spending 55%, the percentage of what is spent on pensions compared to health is 55%. So when you compare pensions so the spend on pensions about $1 billion, the spend on health is about 3.3 billion. So about a third of what you're spending on health is spent on pensions for a small fraction of people. If you compare the spend on education, the government is spending 1.8 trillion on education, but 1 billion on pensions. Okay. Now, by the way, this is not unique to Uganda, so don't just look at Uganda. In Kenya, actually, we spend 80%. What we spend on health, we spend 80% on pensions, Chairman. I mean, it's ridiculous, right? For a population that is still very young, or supposed to be, for a small category of pensioners, okay? And I thought that we were bad, but then Gautam has just told me that in India's implied pension debt due to civil service pensions is 70% of its GDP. Yeah. Uganda is at about 18%. Kenya at the last count was about 25%, okay? But still, the point needs to make that civil servants comprising 300,000 people have 18 to 20% of GDP. I mean, that's big. Kenya, it's 25. India, we've been told it's 70. okay? Now, countries like South Africa, Namibia, Botswana that reformed their systems much earlier on in the 1990s, 2000, they don't face this problem because they've built up assets to cover these liabilities, okay? And when you have that, there's more of a discipline that I believe comes in to how these monies are spent. Okay, so there's an overwhelming need for reform, spiraling costs and liabilities, distortion of the underlying design of the scheme, concerns over fiscal sustainability, the fact that the employees do not contribute at all. And as I said, very similar to many other countries. I'm skipping over some of these things, but I'm hoping the underlying message is what is getting through. So what are some of the options that are being considered, can be considered? One is, of course, to say, retain the status quo, because we'll just keep it going, okay? But as I said, the implications of that in a number of years would be tricky. The other thing that a lot of countries do is because the decision-making process is so difficult. I mean, public service employees are not, there's a big constituency, and sometimes, those decisions can be pushed. So, you say, let us tinker with the edges, let's make small changes, okay? One of the things that is being contemplated is to say, let's retain the defined benefit scheme, but start funding it. Now, one of the challenges that you would have is that when you ask employees to contribute when they haven't been, the first thing they will say, okay, what am I getting in return? Okay, so again, you need to look at how do you balance this equation in terms of how do you get people to buy in that, look, this needs to happen, okay? There are other things that could be considered, like a notional defined contribution or a defined contribution plan. So some countries in Africa have gone the DC route, and Kenya has taken a step in that direction as well. Countries like Ghana have adopted more of a hybrid route, where the first bit is defined benefit, then there's a portion that is defined contribution. Okay, and again, I believe that Commissioner Victor will cover the thinking and the rationale around the Ugandan reforms. Now, let me move swiftly on. I think I'm still okay for time. Talking about should we fund or not, okay? So there's a big debate around the world about do we fund pension systems or leave them as they are, pay as you go, okay? And again, there are just a little bit of theory. There are three main methods. There's pay as you go, which is what is currently happening. You can have full funding, or sometimes called advance funding, where you're funding in advance for the liabilities, right? And most private systems are funded in advance, and indeed the laws and regulations in countries require private systems to be funded in advance. And then you can have something called partial funding, which is somewhere in between, where you're not fully funding, but there's a programmed approach to funding. Okay? Now, when you look at advance funding, as I said, makes a lot of sense for private systems, or for a private pension plan, because of the risk of an employer going under. The risk of a government going under, because at the end of the day it can print money, is probably less. So it is not as strong an argument to say, let's fund, okay? I would say funding only makes sense if that funding is going to lead to a real increase in aggregate saving in the country. If you're going to fund, but on the other hand, you're having to issue government bonds to fund, which is what Kenya is doing, it's a zero-sum game, Charles. I mean, you are increasing interest rates for no reason in the country. Patrick, would you not agree with me? Elizabeth? Yeah, so we have, on the face of it, we are funding our public service, but interest rates are shooting to 17, 18%, okay? So there are I think there are lots of things. So I would say it is desirable to fund, provided that funding is going to increase in a real increase in savings. Now, I'm talking here about where the government has to pay the money. Because if the government is paying it, if it is removing from one pocket and putting in another, it doesn't make sense. But for a national scheme, funding to me makes a lot of sense, because there you're actually seeing a real increase in domestic savings. Now, which is something that countries in Africa need to aspire to. And if I look at the South African system, for example, South Africa changed their scheme. It's still defined benefit, but they started funding it many, many years back. Today it is it is by far the largest fund in Africa. In fact, if you just take the South African GAP, it is bigger than the entire rest of the African countries, and also it is also recognized as one of the top 10 funds in the world in terms of its asset base. Okay, so huge, because the reform was undertaken earlier. Countries like Botswana, Namibia did the same. Lesotho, Swaziland have been looking to do it recently. A country that took a very bold decision was Nigeria, which about 2004-05, if I'm not mistaken, the old public service system was closed. Everybody has to participate in a defined contribution plan. The past was funded through what were called recognition bonds, and they are still funding these over a period of time. Kenya, in the year 2020, implemented its new public service scheme, which is defined contribution for everybody, for all new entrants, and everybody below the age of 45. People above the age of 45 retain the existing system, the existing benefits. Tanzania, they started funding almost 20 years back. So what they did in 1998, they said, look, going forward, we will fund. The past, the government will fund over a period of time. Okay, so that's what the Tanzanians did. Malawi, again, a very similar thing. They've started funding, and they converted their scheme from defined benefit to defined contribution for future service. Botswana did a wholesale change to defined contribution. South Africa, as I mentioned, have retained defined benefit. Namibia have retained defined benefit, but they are fully funded schemes. And both are supposed to be very, very well-run schemes and examples for the rest of Africa. So just some African comparators. In terms of funded defined benefit, we have South Africa, Namibia, Swaziland. Partially funded, Zambia, Tanzania, Sudan, DRC, Ethiopia, Senegal, plus many others. In fact, most of them are in this category. Funded defined contribution, it's Nigeria, Kenya for its post-2020. Pre-2020 is defined contribution. Botswana, Lesotho, Malawi. Ghana is hybrid. Uganda, to me, is the only pay-as-you-go defined benefit non-contributory scheme remaining, Commissioner. So, Chairman, I want to stop there. I rushed through this then compared to, but I hope that I've drawn attention to some of the key things that need to be looked at.
Thank you, Sandeep, for that wonderful presentation and contextualization of the discussion that you're going to have in this session. I want to grant the opportunity now to Victor Boa to bring matters local, bring it home. Victor, you have 10 minutes, max.
Thank you. I said my presentation. I hope I'll be able to have it. We are here for some solutions, and it is my expectation as I take you through our issues that we'll get some answers from this conference. Being the only baby in the house from what Sandeep presented. We also did benchmark a number of your countries to try to benefit from your experiences of the reforms. And I must say, we learned something, but we also got scared. And so I will raise some of them as additional questions for us to answer together, because we found the sector is a bit complex, especially when we learned from the experience of most of our countries. I think we visited a number of your countries. And of course, like he said, the reform process has been on for quite a long time. We began in 2003, even before the regulator was in place. And we found it was very complex. One of the biggest challenges I must start with is the complexity of reforming a government system, and especially a sector like this one, where there's a lot of interest from stakeholders and from the government. We did a number of studies. In 2011, the World Bank carried out a study of our pension system. They made recommendations, but those recommendations were never implemented because of the way it was designed. The option available then was to go to a DC scheme. And when, because we are aware the level of awareness is still low. And eventually we continue with the debate. We did regulatory impact assessment. One of the biggest challenge, which I must confess we are facing is even after a thorough regulatory impact assessment, the power of legislation lies in a bigger population. Imagine 300 MPs having different level of literacy on the retirement benefit sector and financing for retirement. So by the time your bill comes out, it receives over 70% changes. And it takes you back to where you want to start making a reform. And that is the biggest problem. So one of the things we would like to learn is how these other countries have surmounted. Because I know for private schemes, it is easier. The trustees have powers. In this case, for the public sector reforms, the trustees have no much powers. The power lies with people who have not been penetrated with enough information. That has been our biggest problem. Having said that, and consider the fact that Sandeep dwelt so much into the type of scheme we run, I'm going to go into some of the problems we are experiencing and highlight briefly the options Sandeep did present to us. And looking at our reform goals and the constraints that we experience, what we have opted to go for in terms of our reform proposals. Then we'll raise still again a few other questions. Now this reform, although he said it started in 1946, that was when the scheme got on board the Africans and Asians. Initially it was established in 1939, mostly for Europeans, and it was later that the Africans and the Asians got onto the scheme. So for your information, we still have pensioners from Kenya, UK, and India who are part of our payroll, and they are alive. So you can imagine how long they have been on pension, which we are financing from the consolidated fund. And over the years, we did reforms. There are statutory amendments in 93, 94. 94 is where we made further modification to the rules. The formula changed. The generous formula was introduced in 94, where retirement age was pushed from 55 to 60. And in 98, because of the public service reform programs, we found government was now laying off many workers, and there was need for compensation. So pension aside, there are a number of reforms we implement, and each time we did one. If I showed you the general's package for retrenchment package, which we are still implementing, it's quite huge. We are likely to implement another one effective July due to what we call RAPEX, Rationalization of Government Agencies and Public Expenditure. So all those compound some of our problems. And of course, the other parameters which Sandeep did present. Now, some of these statistics, we are going to share these slides and you are going to see it. Now, like I've told you, this is a quite complex problem because even when we are talking of a generous package, we also see some element of inadequacy. The lowest pensioner earns about $1.3 a month, much lower than the amount of money means of gender is given to elderly persons. But the highest paid earns about $7,000 monthly. So in terms of fairness, you can see already that's an area of reform. So the other one is, of course, the affordability issue. Affordability on the part of pension, but also on the part of wage. We could see that in 2022-23, we had to, Ministry of Finance had to provide additional 31% of the initial budget approved by Parliament as supplementary to pay pensioners. But it was not enough. So the financial year ended with deficit, where arrears had to be carried for, residual arrears. Again, when you look at this year's budget, Sandeep did talk about 940 billion being the annual requirement for pension and gratuity. This had to change, of course, through supplementary, which still is not enough. And as we talk now, the liability has gone to 1.2 trillion. And not everybody is still a pensioner and earning pension. That is again a problem. Those are figures in Ugandan shillings. I've tried to translate them now, which means if you compare the 7 years change in the budget for pension and gratuity, it has changed by about 170%. What triggered that was pay reform. There were some 39,000 Ugandans who got some salary enhancement out of 330,000. So about 71,000 Ugandans who have not got some pay enhancement as of now. And the pay, as he did mention, has a corresponding effect on pension because we use the last salary to determine the retirement benefit. In terms of sustainability, well, Sandeep did mention, the more we delay with the reforms, the more liability we should, as a government, be ready to encounter. And you can see, we are progressively showing how, if we had reformed the scheme earlier, before all these changes, we would have done much better. Because we were expecting to reform the scheme in 2018-19, and the implicit pension liability was about 3.9 trillion. But because there was delay, immediately in 2019-2020, government enhanced the salary, the liability jumped to 10 trillion. Again, of course, most of you heard scientists got enhanced, and when we determined again what is likely to be the implicit liability, we found it has gone to 16 trillion. Now that, in terms of the proportion of that money to the GDP, you could see what we are really expecting to get. Now, Sandeep did mention that not everybody who worked in the public service will be entitled to a benefit. Because this is not pre-financed. You only sue of a benefit only when you retire under pensionable circumstances. So there are public officers who work for 30 years and still retire without a benefit. So that is another problem which we are facing, and it is one of the aspects we need to consider in our reform. Of course, there are a number of accountability and governance issues, which I may not mention more. Then the growing size of the workforce and the wage bill. Now, 10 years ago, our wage bill is in terms of billions. Now we are reading trillions. We are about 7.4 trillion, which is a big proportion of our GDP. Yet, 71% of our Ugandan population are not yet enhanced. So if we enhance them before any meaningful reform in the retirement benefit sector, we are likely to encounter problems. Now, having said this, these were some of the options. Of course, we had the 2011 World Bank report. Then we had the report by Zamara. Very lucky to have Sandeep do this study. He gave us options, about 4 options. Option number 1 is no option, because he was saying we should not reform. We looked at that, and eventually all stakeholders acknowledged that we must change. Option 2 is a slight modification. We remain unfunded, but we adjust the parameters, especially the accruals. We change the formula from 2.4% to 2%, and we remain unfunded. We also saw that not solving any problem. In terms of implication, you could see what is being. Now, let me go to the last one. The last one is drastic. We go DC. Now, this country had its experience, and Kenya, Tanzania, they had the same experience. We had the former employees of East African Community. They were on a DC scheme under Crown Agent. In 1977, when Crown Agent collapsed, there was nothing. And up to now, we have failed to settle the liability of Ugandans who were former employees of the defunct East African Community. That experience alone was very good enough for every stakeholder to say, no, we can't go that further. Let us take a baby step. And therefore, we settled for option 2. Option 2 is to have it funded with slight modification of the parameters. So we are doing reform in terms of governance. We are doing parametric reforms. We also pre-financing. And This resonates with our reform objectives. Affordability, sustainability, adequacy of benefit. You saw the $1.3, and then prudential management. We already have enough provision under the UBRA Act. Then good governance. Because right now, pension is managed as a decentralized function. And so we are subjecting our retirees to the quality of leadership of various districts and central ministry, and it has a lot of its challenges. Having said that, and what is shaping us out of reform are other issues. Number one is the demographics. We think, although Sandeep was worried about our average age, we think that presents an advantage because we at least have a contribution for about 20 years on average from most of our anti-pre-financed scheme to have some grounding. The other one is the low employment income. 71% of the public officers who are going to be members of this scheme earn about 1.1 million per month. Now, if you implemented a DC, how much of 15% can give such a member whose salary is 1.1? Considering that the COLA, the cost of living adjustment, stands about 1.5. That is one of the biggest challenge we are facing as we design this scheme. The other one is, do we go radical or progressive in terms of the reform? Looking at the level of awareness in our population. The other one is balancing between the fiscal objective, which most schemes are now addressing, and in this conference since yesterday, we are talking about pension, but I think the focus more is on mobilizing savings. Because I've never seen discussion about a sustainable, continuous financing of all the age benefit after retirement. I will give you my experience about the lump sum we give an NSF. In 3 years, if you went back to these people, they get back to poverty. So I think our debates will also be more on how do we ensure that the lump sum we give is able to sustain another 20 years after retirement. Oh, my time is getting up. The complexity of the sector, that is a matter in terms of literacy and so on. Then limited social protection system. They are very limited, especially in Uganda. Apart from pensions, we don't have any other benefits. No unemployment benefit, no health insurance, nothing else. So how does our scheme finance all these other costs of a retired person? Having said that, my last slide is about what then are some of our steps after consultation with various stakeholders. Number one, we want to improve governance. Remove the management of this retirement benefit scheme from our districts, from our ministries, and a central supervised entity, which is a fund. Number two is provide for pre-financing through payroll contribution. And we are going for the basic minimum of 15%, which is provided under the regulatory authority. The other one is social security guarantee. How can we ensure that whoever works with us has an assured means of social security after retirement? And it's a question which we'll all be looking into. The other one is, how can we at least provide for a minimum benefit? And in our case, we are proposing a quota of the last salary to sustain the retiree at old age. We are also saying the adjustment of the pension will not, under this parameter, be tagged to either inflation or wage growth, but rather on the performance of the fund in terms of what the board is able to declare. The other one is optional membership. We want to encourage as many people as possible. We already get an interest from ministers who are ex officio members to belong to a particular pension scheme. Local government political leaders are asking questions. We are excluded. Some of us have served for 10 years, 15 years. Can we get included? And a number of other. And then we're also revising the formula to 2%, the accruals, instead of 2.4%. Finally, Chair, allow me to raise the following questions. The first one is, there are substantial savings we are mobilizing from all these schemes across Africa. Can we be sure that having substantial savings at retirement will translate to a reasonable social security at retirement if we are going to give this money in lump sum form? Live events can take this money away on the date of retirement. So what are we doing as supervisors to restructure schemes to consider the long-term goal of social security instead of focusing on financials? Number two is the issue of transferability or portability of benefit. We are getting so many members from NSSF, another retirement benefit scheme, who cross to the public service pension scheme. And when they cross over, they go and pick their money. Follow them 2 years, the money is not there, because we don't have provisions for transferability of this money. How can we address that? The other one is the balancing, of course I raised this, the balancing of social security interest versus the financial interest. Lastly, we are talking about awareness, member education, and so on. Who is doing this? I think there must be deliberate effort towards mobilization, towards member education that will guarantee that there is going to be mass participation of citizens across the board. Thank you so much.
Proper round of applause for Victor. Thank you, Victor. And Victor was very clever. He chose not to look at me when he was making the presentation. And I have made the same observation with Sandy because of the time constraints. But I think the agenda and the discussion we are having is a heavy one. That's how I have allowed it. And I hope the questions are coming through, because we have discussed about the Ugandan scenario. And in this room, we have a huge audience of people from Uganda. I want to believe the questions should be on a primary basis. Let me invite Faoud Dabo, the Director General, Nasit from Sierra Leone, to share the perspective. I got worried at some point with the journey from 1939, the complexity and where we are. But let's hear from Sierra Leone. I'll give you 5 minutes, please, in the interest of time.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, delegates. I'm personally gratified by and overwhelmed the journey Uganda has taken in terms of reforming public pensions, which we call normally government pension schemes. Their journey is not that too much different from other African countries. Sierra Leone not an exception. It's just about the length of time they have taken. Sierra Leone, since independence in 1961, we have had only one pension scheme funded by government. Means that government paid pensions for civil servants, teachers, military officers, policemen, nurses, etc. And the common thread across government pension schemes at that time, it was non-contributory, meaning that when you retire, you are paid pension, but when the retiree dies, that is the end of the pension payment. That in itself, like Sadiq mentioned, it defeats the purpose of pension schemes. I mean, replacing lost income. This is a member of the family who has been contributing or who has been part of the pension, though not non-contributory, and is passed away. The dependents of that family ends up in a poverty situation, worse than when the retiree was in existence. And that also defeats the ILO Convention 102, which we have domesticated in our country, that pension schemes or social security is a human right. So those dependents of that retiree at that time, from 1961 or independent, we are all found guilty of not being protected or covered by the scheme. So there was no state pension arrangement at all for private sector. So that was the state of play since 1961. We had an unfortunate situation which gave the opportunity for us to reform our pensions. From 1991 to 1992 to 2002, we had a civil war. And for the civil war, we became a failed state. So we are about to review and to rebuild the state. And that requires not only coming back as people, but also institutional arrangement. A lot of our institutions were defunct because of the war. So the government and partners had the responsibility to look at how to rebuild Sierra Leone. One of the biggest decisions they took was to reform pensions. In 2001 to 2, NACIT, the institution that I now lead, was established as an act of parliament. And it was established as a contributory scheme, meaning that the civil servants who were non-contributory pensioners were now asked to contribute through their salaries. And the scheme was set up as a result or in response to the recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission that was set up by the peace brokers after the war. The scheme has a very unique legal framework, which is uncommon with most African pension schemes. It combines both public and private sector. That includes, again, the civil servants, the military, and also the private sector. So we ran both institutions, schemes for the people of Sierra Leone. And NACI scheme is basically defined benefit. Out of the 9 ILO contingencies, we are currently responding to 3, which is old age, survivors benefits, and invalids benefits. And the members of the scheme can move along with their social security schemes from one employment to the other, as long as you have not terminated your employment, because you are issued an NI number, which we call the SS number for the social security scheme. We have come thus far during those periods for us to be able to put together a scheme that is acceptable by all concerned, all employees, and also underwritten by government. So the question is, how far have we come since then? What are the challenges that we have faced so far? One, like Sadiq said, the legal framework is a huge challenge to the success of the scheme. And because the legal framework of our scheme is such that we do not have an arrangement for another scheme as compared to other environments, in the sense that private scheme, NACIT is the legitimate state pension scheme as of now. So the space for additional players is yet limited. As a result, the crowding in of savings is just done within the scope of NACIT. And the other challenge we do have is compliance. My colleague mentioned about the role of government in the social security. Compliance has become one of the big showdowns in terms of progress with the scheme. Government is the underwriter of the scheme, and government also becomes the biggest borrower of the scheme. So the indirect borrowing of government from the scheme has posed a challenge in terms of our investment. The investment climate. Our current investment climate in the country is not conducive enough for us to make big gains of our returns. We have been visited by a series of events. We have the Ebola, we have the COVID that affected the country. So we have these incidences that have collapsed most of our sectors. We also think that there should be more improvement in terms of how do we do the system aggregations. We are purely, at the moment, not reaching out enough for us to get membership drive because of sensitization that is limited across the world. So what are the things that we have done so far? We have set up a reformation of our ICT system. There's a drastic transformation of the system, wherein we now have to reach out to our members, not as we do before. As Sadiq mentioned in his presentation, sustainability is the question in terms of reforms of these schemes. If we want to break even in Africa in terms of government pension scheme, we have to divulge direct responsibility of underwriting the schemes from government. Because government salaries most across countries are low, government appetite for funding is high, and at the end, they fall on institutions like ours that they have underwritten. So as a result, you have indirect borrowing from the schemes. Government areas are very, very high as compared to the private sector. And the legal framework of my scheme precludes us taking government to court for delinquent activities. So as a result, government areas continuously is high, and we have no sledgehammer as we do with private sector. So private sector is agitating. Why are we not, or are we discriminating in terms of government and also private sector? And because of the changes we had from 1961 to the new scheme, government also had employees that have served over the period, but we are not qualified at the time to join NACIT. So what did the government do for them not to be losers out of the new scheme? There was validation of past services. It means that conditions of service were validated of these employees to be able to qualify to become members of NACIT. And for equity purposes, because there was validation for public service, government also said, okay, let's have grandfathering for private sector, purchase of credit. So it was a win-win situation at the point of joining the scheme for both private and the public sector. And it has its advantages then, but huge disadvantage, particularly on the side of government for validation. Validation was done with employees that were very close to 60 years. And as a young scheme, we started paying benefits at age 4. So that has increased considerably our outs in terms of liabilities. So all those who were on government Accountant General's payroll in 2002, we are all validated to qualify as members of the new scheme. And as I said, for most of them, age was not in their favor, but they have served the state. So coming on board of a retirement scheme, age 60, if you are 55, you only work for 5 years, you qualify for pension. So as a result, today we are facing that downside of the validation exercise. And our liabilities in terms of pension payment is so huge. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. If the question or the aspiration of this session was to discuss transforming from a pay-as-you-go to a further retirement benefit scheme, haven't we answered the question? I want to make a submission that the question is already put and there has been answered. But I really want us to, first of all, appreciate the three presenters this afternoon. They put it so candidly that at some point, I saw frowning faces looking at me, especially when the generosity question was being discussed, that we have a small population of Ugandans, the civil servants, the public servants, enjoying humongous benefits, whereas the greater population is not advantaged as such. I think because we are constrained in terms of time, I want to allow a reaction each from the presenters. And let me start with Victor, because Victor, when I listen to you, you share the challenges of timing. You've been on this journey for some time, you know. You cannot be doing the same thing that started in 1939. There have been initiatives towards reforming, yeah? And that was very clear in your presentation. Maybe because the audience, once again, is Ugandan heavily. And I know we have senior government officials in the House. We have legislators in the House. Share with us, what are these frustrations that you will incur to go through a benchmarking, come up with proposals as policy makers, and then still have what I heard earlier on, that if nothing happens now, the pension liability will be 15-fold in a few years' time. Please take it up, Victor.
Thank you very much, Charles. I think it came in the presentation, Sandeep, but I also did mention that one of the biggest challenge we encountered is the lack of adequate awareness amongst particularly the policymakers, but the long history of having to receive this benefit even without a contribution. So when we consult the constituency, in this case the public officers, through their various unions, through their various associations, although a number of them, because of the underfunding of the unfunded pension scheme, although majority were not getting benefit, there was a feeling that government has enough money and will meet this liability. On the side of government, of course, the magnitude of the problem was also not very well appreciated, because maybe we did not play that big role of reaching out to everybody and exposing the magnitude of this problem. So because of that, apparently it was very difficult. So because occasionally government could borrow money, finance and so on, it is only when we began to continuously show that this problem is likely to skyrocket. And especially after the actual study and so on, when we shared this data, especially after the salary enhancement, government realized this problem is real. And because of that, now there are demands from parliament, from cabinet, about why are you not bringing the bill back? And I think that's the right step we are taking already. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victor. And we hope that will happen very soon. Sandeep, I think the way you put the numbers for us this afternoon, it was so powerful. And you made it simple, but we understand the gravity of the challenge that Uganda pay-as-you-go system currently has. If I was to put it to you, an unfair question, because I also know you're a practitioner. If you are to recommend a single bullet solution to all this, take it up from there, Sandeep.
Chairman, that's a very tough question, because what we can do is we can give you, we can advise you, we can show all the options and the implications and the relative merits of those options. But I believe, who would be Sandeep to say that this is affordable or not affordable? I think it's for the client, the government, to make that call. Look, I feel that if there was a clean slate, I would certainly have recommended go the defined contribution route from now. Yes, I know it is, there are issues, but I would say bite the bullet and do it. But the recognition, or at least the realities on the ground, appear to be that, look, this is not being introduced in a vacuum. The appetite to go for a defined contribution scheme at this stage is not there. I would certainly recommend that, at least for new entrants, keep it defined contribution. For existing staff, if you have to grandfather them through the system. But sometimes I feel, take the bull by the horns and deal with it. But I guess I'm not a politician or a government that has to deal with these, the constituency that needs to be dealt with, which I guess Victor has to deal with.
So it goes back to default option number one, do it. There's no time to wait, Victor, and the agenda must be taken forward. Mohammed, having listened to the case for Uganda and having shared with us, especially the background in Sierra Leone, any reactions to the presentation by the two panelists?
Thank you very much, Chair. So, when you look at the studies that Sadiq and team have done and the reaction of the authority, their own experience, it is difficult to have a one-size-fits for countries, particularly countries that have legacies as like we have in Uganda. I may want to toe the line of Sadiq in terms of defined contributory based on the legacy that they are carrying, as it was opposed to ours, which we said we were going to have a defined benefit scheme, which is a partially funded scheme. But having said that, we need to understand how they depart from the legacies that they have. There are a couple of issues in the legacies. One, the data has to be clean to know who are on pensions and who are not on pensions. Secondly, the migrant workers' pension, as my colleague was alluding to it. When those issues, and of course the actuarial studies, it has to be very clear in terms of which options or which advice the actuarial study should give to the funders. And finally, regulatory, I repeat it, regulations. Pensions that are not regulated properly, it will be very difficult for us to achieve the ultimate goal. They have gone ahead, a step ahead. I'm sure they have regulatory structures. We don't have that in Sierra Leone at the moment. We are trying to set up such a structure. But I believe that once the appropriate laws are set in, Uganda will be on the right path to go.
Thank you very much, Mohammed, for that reaction. I can see now we have a couple of key questions on the screen. The first one is to you, Mohammed. How are pension liabilities of validated pensioners who did not contribute further in a DC scheme? I think there's a second question. How is the government going to finance the past service cost? Sandeep, can I request that you take that question? Number 3, to what extent does UBRA regulate and supervise the public pension scheme? What are the areas of focus? I believe Victor, by virtue of being the UBRA Board Technical Committee and advisor, will take that question. And in Uganda, does the legal framework allow you to make a member worse off? I think, Victor, you can take those two. And I think after that, I don't see Priscilla standing, so I'm assuming we still have some time because this, and she is saying hello, she is not telling me to exit. Until she comes this side, then I'll know that we have some little time. Gentlemen, may I request, Mohammed, you want to take the first one, then Sandeep, and then Victor. Kindly repost the questions, but okay. I think, Sandeep, you can take yours as Mohammed looks at the second question.
So the question is, how is the government going to finance the past service cost? Okay. So what I feel is that, look, it would be completely impractical to think that liability that has been identified can be funded at one go. It would need funding over a period of time. I also indicated, look, the right balance needs to be struck, because unless that funding is going to result in an increase in saving, don't do it. Because if the government is simply going to have to issue a bond, borrow to pay, it's a zero-sum game and will have other implications. So perhaps have a funding plan
House and now serves as the board chairperson, the Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority, and that is Honorable Julius Jonjura Bijira. A round of applause for him as he comes.
Thank you, Priscilla. Good afternoon, members. I'm exceedingly excited, happy once again to stand before you. And just as I've been introduced, my name is Julius Bijira Jonjura, the Chairman Board of Director, Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. As a leader in that authority, it is my practice to exercise a good corporate governance principle of ensuring succession planning. This morning, we received a very important guest, and the Minister of Finance. And among those to welcome him was supposed to be me, but I deliberately left it to one of the directors to exercise that responsibility on our behalf as a board in a way of preparing what happens next when perhaps the chairman is no longer there. So succession planning is always good in all we do, especially in our respective and relevant authorities and government agencies where we are coming from. I want to thank him for again accepting to hand over. You know, sometimes you give power to someone and you might deliberately dodge to hand over back, but he has handed over back to me, and now I'm comfortable in my chair. Thank you very much, Director Victor, for ably representing the board in that very great exercise we had in the morning. And on that note, I would like to appreciate all what has been done so far, especially in day 2, the great presenters who have made it very colorful, and the great listeners, the participants, for ably participating. It has been a very participatory exercise. We are learning from each other. I've had an opportunity to have travel, international meetings like this one. But towards the end like this, you find people are rushing for shopping. You find some other people rushing for leisure activities. They want to discover where they visited. But I must say, this is so far the highly attended, concentrated conference in the recent times I have attended, with members showing the highest level of discipline. Thank you very much. Now, the Honorable Minister is with us. I will later on have an opportunity to say a few things as we close down, but I want to invite the Honorable Minister, who is having some few things as she comes in, just to answer the former chair here, my answer as a former member of parliament. By the way, in politics, we don't retire. We want to rest a bit. And you always come back at some opportunity whenever it comes in. But let me advise technocrats, please engage. Engage politicians. 2, involve politicians, and then seek their support. Quite often, it is until when you have an issue, then when you run to politicians. Can you make them part of your process? So that every time you have an issue, let them be part of you. Otherwise, they also time you very correctly to see at what point you come to them. For example, most of you have represented institutions, regulators. How many of you thought coming with your board chairman would make sense when you go back to meet your board members? You are representing institutions. How many of you thought by just coming with a board member of your institution will make more work easier for you in your institution? Since morning, as I was seated there with my board members, we were saying, oh yes, with this type of knowledge, which you give to your governance councils, I can tell you things can never remain the same. Here you have board members who don't have the same level of information like you have. But they are the ones giving direction. They are the ones guiding you to perform. And then at the end of the day, you begin to say, our leaders are frustrating us. Here you have parliamentarians who by luck in one way or the other, according to our constitution, here you only need to be senior 6 graduate to be a member of parliament. But you are discussing something which perhaps requires a highly concentrated knowledge levels. Did you involve them? Have you shared information with them? Have you had trainings opportunities like these ones? So for us, we are happy that going forward as leaders of this board, we encourage participation of leaders. We don't just wait at a time where we need them. That's why you see, you need to have the participation of the relevant committee heads in your planning processes. You need to invite ministers, like when the minister is here. Don't take it for granted to have a minister seated here since morning. She deserves a clap. So if you don't have your ministers amidst your programs, if you don't invite politicians to be part of your programs, if you don't have MPs in your planning and engagement processes, then you are just coming to them, you see, honorable, here we have a bill, you know, help us. Oh, they will also say, okay, but we haven't understood this thing. We need to have a benchmarking process. You know, MPs like benchmarking. I used to like benchmarking so much. They need oversight. They want to see what you're saying you have done. And in doing that, you know what they want. You need to be very careful. So learn the language of politicians. They are the very easy people to deal with if you have learned them. But if you assume to ignore them, then you'll be in trouble. You'll keep moving up and down until when you realize you needed them yesterday than today. That is the answer. So simple, engage them, involve them, seek their support from the point of knowledge. Know how to manage your stakeholders. I want to assure you with that expertise and the background of politics, this bill will not fail when I am here as the chairman of the board. We will move correctly. We will lobby ministers. We will lobby whatever level of policy-making process and ensure this good gesture is coming to the reality. Can I therefore invite the Honorable Minister, Honorable Mary Mugasa, to give some few remarks according to what she would refer as few. You can't limit a politician. He's our boss, but at least we are not doing well with time. Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Chairman. You know, the chairman is a former politician, and probably he's still young and energetic. He might go back to politics. Thank you very much, Chairman, for giving me this opportunity. But before I read out the speech as delegated by Honorable Minister Betty Amongi, I want to invite my colleague, Honorable Rwakajara. Honorable Rwakajara is an MP, one of the MPs representing workers. I want to hear the voice of a legislator in regard to the reform that we are about to undertake. You are most welcome, sir.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Dear delegates, I'm not going to give a speech. My colleague, Honorable Junjura, has said it all. But I want to congratulate the organizers of this conference, this successful conference. I have benefited a lot. Thank you so much. I want to say two things. that whenever you don't involve stakeholders, you will always have a very difficult journey. And this especially I've been hearing my brother, Zitabua, saying politicians, they lack knowledge, politicians. I think you are going to be summoned in the committee of parliament. But before that, honestly, there is nobody who has all the knowledge. You must involve stakeholders such that you move together. And all this transition I've been involved. I've seen UBRA being established. I've seen changes in all pension laws, because I've been in Parliament for now 12 years. And I chair Parliamentary Pension Scheme as a chair board of trustees. So I've seen all these things change. There is really, even this bill, I believe it will go through if we involve all stakeholders. And the future now lies in the pension scheme and collective funds. If we don't do that as Africans, then we are heading to trouble. Our people will die in a very bad state. So I thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for giving me this opportunity. I will come and thank you all people who have come from out of Uganda to come and participate in this conference. And I invite you, I'm not a Minister of Tourism, but please don't go tomorrow or this afternoon. Tour Uganda and see part of Africa. If you don't know the destination, please approach me outside there. I will guide you as your tourist guide. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Rwakajara. He's holding the docket of workers, and I know he's our strong ally in this. I want to welcome our distinguished delegates who took off time and committed to come to Uganda. I want to welcome you all. Our dear members of parliament, the leadership of Africa, Pension Supervisors Association, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the media fraternity as well. I convey you warm greetings from Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development. I've been delegated by Honorable Betty Amongi, the Minister for Gender, Labor and Social Development. And she welcomes you warmly. And in this 4th Africa Pension Supervisors Association conference. And as we come to a close, I'd like to extend my gratitude to each and every one of you for your active participation and important contributions over the past 2 days we have had here. In a special way, I would like to acknowledge the esteemed presence of the honorable members of parliament. Your guidance and support are crucial in shaping the policies that will drive pension reforms in Uganda and Africa as a whole. Last year, the investment portfolio of the retirement benefit sector in Uganda registered a noteworthy growth of 9%, with holding assets valued at Uganda shillings 20.5 trillion, equivalent to 12.2% of Uganda's GDP. This substantial expansion is primarily attributed to members' contributions totaling to Uganda shillings 1.8 trillion and investment income amounting to Uganda shillings 2.1 trillion. Additionally, the sector posted an average return on investment of 11.4% during the same period. Such a commendable accomplishment has been made possible not only by the dedicated regulatory and supervisory efforts of UBRA, but also by the collaborative work of the 65 retirement benefit schemes and the different service providers, some of whom are among us in this conference. On behalf of Government of Uganda, Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, and on my own behalf, I extend appreciation to the sector stakeholders in your different capacities: trustees, fund managers, custodians, administrators, auditors, accountants, and others who have played pivotal roles that have contributed to this success. Thank you for your dedication and commitment. I wish to implore all of us to collectively strategize and make a deliberate and a dedicated move to guide and support the private sector to embrace inclusive pension systems. According to International Labour Organization, only 46.9% of the global population enjoy coverage by at least one social protection benefit, excluding health care and sickness benefits, leaving a staggering 1.1 billion people completely unprotected. It is important for us, key players in this sector, to note that Africa posts the worst coverage gaps, standing at a mere 17.4%. Although African societies are relatively young, with comparatively low proportions of older people, population aging will sooner or later become a reality here too. With very large numbers of older people. We are already seeing this in Uganda, where our life expectancy at birth has increased from about 47 years to 63.3 years over the past 3 decades. The same trend has been observed in the life expectancy at retirement. We note that elderly people in Africa are more prone to poverty. This is largely attributed to the absence of old age benefits. Currently, only 27.1% of the continent's population that is above retirement age have effective pension coverage. Only 8.5% of Africa's working age population actively contribute to pension schemes. According to the UBOS National Labor Force Survey 2021, Uganda's pension coverage is at 17%. This statement of fact highlights the urgent need to extend government's driven retirement plans to the informal workers and reinforce compliance with existing laws governing workplace benefits for employees in private establishments. Distinguished participants, as expected, it is observable that the challenges we have discussed in this conference require strategic collaboration among us. And I truly believe that, driven by innovation, we can provide effective solutions to the pension question at hand. I urge you, therefore, to consolidate and grow what is already in place. We should ensure that pension funds are prudently managed with seamless processes and systems. We should exhibit excellence, transparency, efficiency, and highest standards of fiduciary responsibility. These are crucial for sustainable growth in the pension sector. I encourage you all to effectively process the knowledge gained here for effective application in your respective centers and areas of impact. As we well know, addressing the challenges in achieving sustainable pension inclusion is a shared responsibility. Let us leverage the diversity of our expertise in this room to shape policies and actions that will make a lasting impact on the lives of millions of our people across Africa. I look forward to seeing the outcomes of our discussions manifest in two tangible pension reforms. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, I extend my sincere appreciation to our hosts, UBRA, the African Pension Supervisors Association, and the partners at Financial Sector Deepening Africa, the co-sponsors of this conference, Pinbox Solutions, Prudential Assurance Uganda, Sanlam East Africa Investments Limited, and all who have worked tirelessly to make this conference a success. I truly believe that the partnerships forged through this conference will drive and enhance the pension systems across Africa. On my own behalf, as Minister of State for Public Service, our reform is still new. We have been benchmarking, truly. I want to thank Namibia, Kenya, Tanzania, Ghana, Botswana, and Zambia for mentoring us. Thank you very much for sharing knowledge. You were selfless, you told us everything, and you did not hide any. We thank you for mentoring us, and may God bless you and your country and your countries. The moment you join the workforce, you should start planning for retirement of any form. The earlier the better, because retirement is an emotional chapter of life. So all of us have to prepare, more especially if you have no cushion, if you have not planned for anything, if you are only depending on salary. We should be able to plan for our later age. With these very many remarks, I wish you the best of luck. I'm sorry I will not join you in the evening because I have an engagement far away from here. It is 7 hours drive. But I want to thank you, and I want to join my brother to invite you to have a tour of Uganda. And don't go home today, don't go home tomorrow. If it is possible, you would go home maybe next week. I wish you journey mercies as you go back home, and we remain in solidarity for God and my country. I'm Mogasa Grace Mary. I'm an ex-official member of Parliament, former mayor, and by God's grace, I'm the Minister of State for Public Service. I want to bring apologies from Honorable Muruli Mukasa, who is engaged somewhere. He was not able to join us today, but he sends his regards and welcomes you to Uganda very heartily. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Minister. Kindly request you to perform yet other simple but very important function, whereas UBRA, we're recognizing our great partners who have made it possible to host this function. And I want to invite Financial Sector Deepening Africa, FSD Africa, for they could come in the middle here for a group photo, a good photo. Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, FSD Africa, for your gold partnership towards the 4th annual conference.
Can I invite Prudential Assurance Uganda? These are gold sponsors. Prudential Assurance Uganda.
Prudential Uganda, for every life, for every future, they've got you covered.
We have got in the category of silver sponsors, Sanlam East Africa. Please step forward. Sanlam. Sanlam. Oh, thank you.
Sanlam, live with confidence. They allow you to invest as little as 100,000 shillings. Income fund, Sanlam.
Uganda Tourism Board.
Uganda Tourism Board. They will be sponsoring your 1 week stay after the conference.
Thank you very much. Those were our sponsors for this event, and we are very grateful on behalf of OBRA, board and management. Later on, we'll have to make it formal, but I want to really thank you and thank you, Honorable Minister, for carrying on this duty. I end here and see you later. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Chairman. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have one more session to go, and they will be done and dusted for the day. But please, the Pearl of Africa is waiting for you to do some gorilla trekking, to have a ride on Lake Victoria, experience the best of nature that we have. All right, the rest of the day is going to be ordered in this way. We have one more session that we're going to be catering to, after which we will then invite you to have a tea break. After a tea break, then we will be returning to this very same Katonga Hall for our closing dinner for the 4th Annual Africa Pension Supervisors Association Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, allow me to invite the final session for this conference, focusing on Africa's readiness for an inclusive digital micropension architecture. And that session is going to be chaired by Mr. Benjamin Muchivi. Benjamin Muchivi is the Chief Manager, Research and Strategy with the Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority.
Distinguished guests, good afternoon. This session is very exciting, and we're going to have a business-like approach to it. I know we're in between dinner and the session, but I would like to encourage you to really apply yourself to this session, because the panelists that you have for this session have hands-on experience and expertise on matters technology and inclusion. So join me to welcome Mr. Gautam Bhatvarj. Mr. Gautam is the co-founder and director of Pinbox Solutions, and he has made substantive contribution on matters relating to pension inclusion using technology all over the world. Join me also to invite Mr. Alan Lwetabe. Mr. Alan Lwetabe is the Director of Investment at the Deposit Protection Fund. I'd also like to invite, just to mention that we have one of our panelists all the way from Nigeria. We shall be having a short video, very short video. He wouldn't be with us, but we shall play that video that will set also the agenda for our discussion along with the presentation we're going to have. Lastly, I'd like to invite Mr. Dan Tumuramye. Mr. Dan Tumuramye is the Director of Cheaper Cash. As you can see, we have a combination that is good to make a case or not for architecture and technology for pension inclusion, because this session is about answering the question, is Africa ready? Is Africa ready on matters that relate to pension inclusion if you are looking at digital architecture. So allow me at this moment to invite Mr. Gautam to make his presentation. Thereafter, we shall have the video, and I believe that will set the agenda for productive discussions. Thank you. Mr. Gautam, you're welcome.
Thank you, Benjamin. I was very excited about this session, and I had prepared about 73 slides in a lot of enthusiasm. And then when Benjamin came to know, he said, maybe we should schedule your session after the conference is over. So we'll go directly from here to cocktails, and I think you'll need some drinks by the time I finish. But thank you so much. So what I'm going to do is partly recap what we learned yesterday and in the course of today. And let's just see what really is happening here. So at the level of supply side ecosystem and infrastructure, I think Africa's done remarkably well. But the question then is that, we're talking about people with modest, intermittent incomes, maybe not very financially literate. How do we really get them to come on board digital solutions or to embrace new ideas? But if you look at what happened with mobile money, you've got probably the largest base of mobile money customers in the world sitting on this continent. And this has happened, practically it's happened magically. 10 years ago, if we said, would a Boda person, or 15 years ago, would somebody who's, a Boda person or a farmer or somebody like that, be willing and able and capable of actually dealing with complex digital financial transactions? I think the answer would have been, no, actually it's just not possible. So what happened and how did we achieve that? And I think that's what we are really looking at. If we can get 500 million people in this continent to stop using cash and start using mobile money, why is it that we cannot get a similar scale? So what I'm hoping to do is, based on my learnings over the last 2 days, talk a little about this. So one, I think we see a lot on the supply side, where if I was to make a checklist of what is required for a country to succeed at scale with pension inclusion, I think the checklist, most of the things are already ticked, right? The problem is that despite there being a large unmet demand, despite the fact that there are a lot of young, economically active people, despite the fact that there is a high level of political and regulatory commitment, there is a large, let's say, mobile, both payments and use of mobile phones is now becoming almost universal. So why is it that it's still not easy and simple for most people to either save for themselves or save for their retirement or to cover their risks? And I think, so there are several things, and these are things that came yesterday as well, which is one, the way we've designed pension systems and that's not true only for Africa, by the way, it's across the world. We've designed pension systems for salaried workers. Pensions is always, right from the times of Bismarck, I think pensions was something that you got as part of an employment contract. And unfortunately, 90% of people in Africa don't have an employer, therefore there's no employment contract, and therefore there is no pension benefit. But we've designed pension systems, products, and processes and technology for formal sector workers, and we've seen that efforts at trying to sort of, retrofit the formal sector pension systems and try and use the same architecture and the same products and the same framework for expanding voluntary pensions to individuals, it somehow has not worked. And we've seen that, in multiple countries, both in East Africa itself, and we've seen the same thing in other parts. And there are many other reasons as well because of which the 600 million people today who are using mobile money are not saving for old age. One of them, of course, is friction. It's incredibly hard. This, by the way, is the way you apply for a pension scheme in India. Unfortunately, I was involved in designing the pension scheme, but this is not how we envisaged it. You have to fill up a 6-page application form. I mean, I provide more information here than I would if I was getting married, So, and if this is what it takes to open a pension account, clearly you're going to do away with a lot of people who will just not be able to do it on their own. Now, most finance sales models and distribution models are very pro-rich also. So the traditional pension funds and insurance companies, they use two strategies for product sales. One, they deploy agents. And the second is they use tax incentives. Now, unfortunately, agents are not interested in the border person. They're not interested in a low-income farmer. They're not interested in a small street vendor. Agents are happy talking to all of us in this room and trying to sell us more pension and insurance products, right? And unfortunately, most low-income informal sector workers don't pay taxes, so tax incentives don't work. So our strategy, which is really a pro-rich strategy, right? And therefore, with a pro-rich strategy or a pro-rich sales model, I don't think we can work. And then, of course, there is friction. Again, something that we discussed yesterday, there's a lot of heterogeneity. And that heterogeneity is not only at a, at an inter-country level, but even within a particular country, as we saw in the session in the morning with Parul and Arunjoy and others, that the informal sector is not one homogeneous mass of low-income chaps and running around and trying to make a living. This is a hugely heterogeneous population, right? And the population also has a very varied income flow. And I think, unfortunately, the way we've designed products, for instance, in some countries, to invest in, say, a mutual fund, you need a minimum of $50 or $100. Now, you cannot invest less than $100 in a mutual fund. Now, if that happens, then it automatically starts crowding out a lot of the population which can afford to save, like we discussed yesterday. An Uber driver is happier saving $1 a day and maybe not $30 in one time. So we could do that, but it's not happening. It doesn't really happen. Another important thing is affordability. Okay, and we keep hearing this all the time. That, the poor are just, they have hardly any money to eat. How do you expect them to save? They're more worried about what's going to happen tomorrow or day after. How can they think of 30 years later? And I think we should think of what is it that, and I think Arunjoy put it also very nicely, what is making people poor? It's not that they're lazy, they're not working hard. They're working twice as hard as most other people. So what is happening there? One of the things we realize is a lot of the people who we are trying to cover with pensions are not insured. And when they're not insured, what happens is, when there's a risk, and mind you, a lot of these are insurable risks. So you've got, let's say my child is unwell, my cow has died, the crop failed, I had an accident, somebody in the family died. Now, all these are risks which can be covered by insurance. Now, unfortunately, if you don't have insurance, what do? You still have to pay the cost of these risks. How do you pay the cost? You first liquidate your savings, right? And when those savings are not enough, you go to some money lender or somebody in your neighborhood and get an expensive emergency loan. So what ends up happening is, one, you wiped out past savings. Two, you've mortgaged future surplus income in favor of repaying an expensive emergency loan. And three, now when I talk to that Uber guy, he loves the idea of saving for old age, but his reaction is, Gautam, I just can't, but I can't stay with an illiquid product. I need liquidity because what if something goes wrong? I will need the money back. So I think by adding insurance, by adding, emergency savings and such products, we can actually make retirement much more affordable for a lot more people than we think can afford to save for old age. Again, this is even more problematic in Africa because we are so young in this continent, right? So clearly, myopia becomes an important issue. Literacy levels are fairly modest, but even more importantly, financial literacy is modest. And the trust in formal finance, based on limited experience with formal finance, the trust is also low. So while they could be very well-regulated, good institutions, but people just don't know what is Franklin Templeton, or what is Fidelity or what is Prudential. But they know an institution like BRAC, or they know an institution which is, let's say, a SACCO in their neighborhood. So I think it is feasible to think about just changing the way we communicate and changing and making credible community-based organizations the face of pensions. But again, I think this is going to be an important challenge. And the last, again, something that we discussed yesterday was, this is not a problem that any one of us from any one institution can solve. It'll require multiple ministries. It'll require multiple regulators. I mean, you'll have to have the central bank involved because they do payments and they do banking and they maybe regulate cooperatives. In some countries, they even regulate pension funds and insurance. Even if you have a pension regulator, the pension regulator will then need to talk to the central bank, will need to talk to the insurance regulator, will need to talk to the securities regulators. There'll need to be much more coordination. And the moment you get out of the offices and into the trenches, and that's the time when you'll need to again start talking to a range of stakeholders. You'll talk to somebody like Dan at Chipper Cash and say, Dan, you're running a fintech. Can we think of some way where we can work with you in reaching out to people using technology, right? So this is how we think about this. So one way to think about this is, imagine an Amazon kind of a system for small ticket pensions. Can we create a marketplace? So can we have a situation where we use the existing digital finance ecosystem, digital national IDs, digital payments? Can we use APIs to integrate all of this infrastructure to create a marketplace? And if we can do this using existing infrastructure, then the good thing is we're not spending capital. And if you're not spending capital, then we are actually running a national level micro-pension program which has insurance and savings on an operating cost basis. Then because when we're telling M-Pesa, you don't have to spend new money because people are now going to continue to use M-Pesa, but instead of sending money to their, to their aunts or brothers, they're actually sending the money into a pension account. It's the same transaction, there's nothing different, right? So if institutions involved are not spending capital, or new capital, then they're all working on an operating cost basis, and then the entire system could run on an operating cost basis. Sorry, I need water. The second thing is, let's democratize pensions. Now imagine a situation where the president of Uganda or the president of Rwanda could actually stand up and say, okay, we've got this marketplace. And by the way, anybody in this country who has a mobile phone can now instantly, within the next 1.5 minutes, can set up a pension account with zero overhead, which is going to be linked to your national ID and so on and so forth. We even talked about the idea of auto-enrollments. Now, we've seen auto-enrollments happening for salaried workers. But what stops a country like Rwanda, for instance, which has almost universal national ID penetration, where the president could actually stand up, or even NIRA in Uganda, the president could actually stand up and say, okay, anybody who had a national ID and a bank account, we've pre-opened a pension account for you at the back end. It's already existing. All you have to do is use your mobile wallet or whatever to activate your account and put your first 1,000 shillings or 5,000 shillings or whatever. So you could actually auto-enroll a very large population in this particular way. And I mean, these could be really crazy ideas, and Benjamin could call the security, but I think some of these things are worth evaluating. The third is, we've talked about trusted interface. And I think, again, I think in countries, developing countries especially, I think it's very useful to think about community networks. They're very powerful, and they can get the message out there much better than ads on national TV. And the last is, if we can do this nicely, then if I'm a pension fund, I am not going to a village to collect those, that $50 from that Uber driver. What I'm actually doing is, I've got people like BRAC who are doing the hard work on the field and are helping to aggregate demand. And so my custody bank just receives $20 million as a lump sum. This is fully reconciled. And all I'm doing is wholesale asset management. If I'm an insurance company, I'm receiving aggregated premiums. So it's almost like running a group insurance scheme for the entire country, right? So, and therefore, the cost of asset managers comes down. They're not spending money on distribution and sales and marketing. Or let's say in some countries where you have 20 PFAs running around trying to build proprietary distribution, sales, and communication and financial literacy things, those things don't happen. Let me just show you. This is how, let's say this is loosely how the Rwanda model works. Okay? And we talked about portability, and we were wondering whether it is possible to templatize, okay, a model like this. And one of the things that is interesting is this model not only worked in Rwanda, but this model is now being implemented in Bangladesh. We've already done this model in India. This model is now being implemented with the central bank in Papua New Guinea. So if a Rwanda model can work in Papua New Guinea, my sense is a Rwanda model could be evaluated by Tanzania or Zambia or Uganda, right? The way it works is the green box in the middle is let's say a technology platform. Let's imagine that as an Amazon platform. At the back end, you've got the national ID, you've got fund managers, you've got insurance companies, custody banks, and payment gateways. There is simple API integrations at the back end. Once these integrations are done, at the front end, anybody with a mobile or any device indeed should be able to set up a pension account within minutes. And unfortunately, since people don't wake up about retirement till they're my age, and we want people to do this at, say, Benjamin's age, then the best way to actually do this is to talk to people in the middle and start telling them that, listen, you don't have to look for new customers. You're BRAC, let's say BRAC in Uganda, you've got 400,000 women who you are connected with. Forget everybody else in Uganda. Just talk to your 400,000 women. Whenever you do group meetings for loan collections, start seeding the idea of retirement savings. And like this, you'll realize that there is a large number of institutions which don't have to find new customers. All they're doing is cross-selling. Another brilliant part of this would be that two things which are, I think, important for success. One, it aligns everybody's incentives. So the guys, the asset managers, their incentive is, I want as much money to manage as possible because that's how I make money. It satisfies their objectives, right? It satisfies the government's objectives of getting large-scale coverage. It satisfies the objectives of a BRAC saying that I had these customers, but they could also go to other microfinance firms. If I offer them a long-term pension product, which sort of gets them connected with me between even loan cycles, then this guy becomes a long-term customer for me. So if he's buying a pension product, next time he wants a loan, he'll actually come to me. So I think, and they get new fee income from distribution. So you're able to align everybody's incentives. And of course, the main incentives is the guys on the extreme, that side, who are not yet saving for old age. I just want to show you, I know, Benjamin, I can make out that you are looking at me with quite fiercely, but let me show you two quick videos. So sorry. How do I go back? Okay, maybe. So this is how a pension account so let's say Zamara is opening a pension account like this. So we've implemented a model in this thing, where a person uses a mobile, a WhatsApp, says hi. All we need from that person is give us your national ID number and your permission to fetch your KYC details from the national ID and give us your first name. This information is sent to the national ID through an API in real time. The national ID sends back John's data in real time. John just verifies that the data is okay and he says yes by typing 1. Then the next question to John is, how often do you want to save? He says, I want to save once a week. So he types 2. Says, okay, then how much do you want to save? He says, I want to save 200 shillings, per week. So, okay, great. By the way, do you want to index your contributions by 5% every year? And John says, yes, it's a great idea. I'm happy to save more every year. So he types 1. Now he's being told that he's also going to be eligible for 25,000 shilling insurance for last expenses, and for which we're taking John's nominee details. So Rose Mwangi is his nominee, her date of birth. She doesn't have her own mobile. And she's John's sister, right? And that's it. John's account is open. He now knows that this is his account number. This is the breakdown of his first contribution. And now he will get a message on M-Pesa where he has to just put in his PIN to transfer 400 shillings to the custody bank, which will then send 200 to Zamara, 100 shillings to Prudential, and 100 will go to somebody like, say, Equity Bank or BRAC, which has done the initial enrollment. And the account is opened. Within 24 hours, John will receive a call from the helpline, just confirming that he's understood the scheme correctly, nobody has missold it to him, etc., etc. So all I'm saying is, if you can think, so this is really just imagination, okay? What I'm really saying is that once you've got the fundamentals in place, The good thing about this is I don't have to sponsor soccer matches to convince people to download my app. I don't have to do anything. I don't have to teach people how to use my app. But anybody in, say, Kenya today who's using WhatsApp is now sitting with an app of Zamara. It's almost like that, right? The second thing we did was we said that, okay, can we use similar ways of talking to people who are difficult to reach, like domestic help, okay? And we launched a program again, and this program is running in 2-3 countries, including in Kenya. The good thing is I'll stop talking now.
This is Rose. She is 24 years old. She lives in the countryside with her husband and 2 children. But her family is struggling to make ends meet. So Rose leaves home in search of work. You employ her as your nanny. She puts in long hours taking care of your home and children. She will send most of her income back home to feed her family and educate her children so that they may have a better life than hers. She will do this year after year. When she's too old to work, she will return to her family home. Her children would have grown up and left home. Rose and her husband will now live alone. With no savings to fall back on, they will be unable to make ends meet and will live without dignity for the rest of their lives. It does not have to be this way. Let's see this again. You employ Rose as your nanny and talk to her about the importance of saving for her old age. You take just 5 minutes of your time to help her open a Fahari retirement plan account with Zamara. With your help, Rose will now begin to save regularly for her old age. When she is unable to work, she will return to her family home. She and her husband will still live alone, but with Rose's retirement savings, she will receive a monthly pension and will live with dignity for the rest of her life. This could be the story of your nanny, your watchman, your driver, or your gardener. Just 5 minutes of your time can change the rest of Rose's life. You can be the change. Gift Rose a Fahari retirement account with Zamara today. Her clock is already ticking.
So this is called gift a pension, and we can do this for our sisters, we can do this for our parents, we can do this for our children, right? And Sandeep, you owe me the sponsorship fee for showing your videos. The last thing I wanted to just say was, okay, let me stop the slides, but the only other thing that I wanted to say was that one of the things that is feasible to do is, I completely appreciate that you cannot just take the Rwanda model and put it into Uganda, or take the Uganda model and put it into Zambia, or, and so on and so forth. But it's feasible to agree on certain principles. It is feasible to agree on some sort of an approach. And I think that's a role that somebody like, say, the APSA can play. In creating a more templated and standardized approach, and assisting countries and providing technical assistance. So for instance, in a lot of the cases, even in the case of Rwanda didn't just come up with this idea and they sort of believed us and launched this program. We actually adopted a district first and ran this program in that district before it was actually launched at a national level. But before we did this, there was a fairly intense period of feasibility studies. Now the problem in feasibility studies is, and I've seen this happening over the last 20 years, that when I want a feasibility study done, I normally pick up the phone, speak to a donor, and it normally takes a year and a half for the paperwork to get over and for the feasibility study to actually happen. I think an institution like APSA could actually be offering members an over-the-counter feasibility study or technical assistance for a feasibility study of this nature. So I think that could be one of the roles for APSA. Thank you so much. I have to stop talking. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your...
Thank you so much, Gautam, for setting the stage for this important discussion. I beg to play a video from one of our panelists who is in Nigeria. He couldn't make it, but insisted that we must play this video for our delegates. So those going back to Nigeria, please convey our gratitude to the 5-minute video that we must watch right now. Please go ahead.
Good day, everyone. My name is Oguche Agoda. I'm the Chief Executive of the Pension Fund Operators Association of Nigeria, the umbrella body for all licensed pension funds in Nigeria. I'd first like to thank the African Pension Supervisors Network for inviting me for this session, and to thank RBA also for extending the invite. And I'd like to apologize for not being able to make it to Uganda. I've never been to Uganda before, and I was really looking forward to this, but I had a regulatory engagement here. I also like to give a shout out to PENCOM, regulator in Nigeria. I want to believe they are represented there, so I just have to first acknowledge my regulator. So I'm going to be talking about just micropension in general, what we can do within Africa to grow that space and to see how we can get more people on the micropension plan. I think the first thing is for everyone to realize that it's a major pandemic, and it's going to be a major issue for Africa if we don't get many of the people in the informal sector on a pension plan. As we know, most Africans are working informally, and if we don't get them on a pension plan, when they grow old, they become a burden on societies, and they become a burden on the current generation. So we need to see it as such. And in that regard, the governments need to be interested, and the governments need to be invested. One of the things I would say is that, the government needs to have a sort of a matching scheme whereby they match contributions by individuals to their micropension plan. And the way to do this is the government can match this either one for one. Whatever anybody contributes, they match the same amount. But what they can do is to say those amounts will not be collected until when they retire. So it's really some financial engineering whereby the government is matching the contributions, but the money is in the retirement savings accounts of the contribution, and they are not able to access it yet. So the pension funds are investing it and perhaps lending it to the government or using it for productive activities. So that's one way I think, the government can work to encourage people to contribute. Another thing, which we have seen and which we'd like to recommend is perhaps a change of name. Micropension denotes something that is small or something that is for those at the bottom of the pyramid only, because we have seen many people that want to get on the pension plan and they're actually making lots of money. They're in the informal sector and they think micropension is derogatory. So one thing I'd like to put out is perhaps we need to change the name and think of another name for micropension. Maybe we can call it self-sponsored pension plan or something different. That's a suggestion. Another thing that I would like us to consider is incentives. So people who are contributing to the micropension plan and in the informal sector, they are looking for what's in it for me. We need to be able to answer that question. What's in it for me? Why should I leave my money for 10, 12, 15 years hoping to receive it later when I'm dying today? So what we need to do is people that are contributing to the pension plan, we need to give them something different than people that are not. Perhaps reduce cost for food, agricultural produce, reduce cost for shelter, their rent is reduced, or their transport costs are reduced. We need to find incentives. Or credit. We can partner with credit institutions to give them credit that they can use today based on their pensions. So that's another suggestion I'd like to give. Another one is technology, adoption of technology. We need to be able to use technology that they use every day to be able to sign up, to withdraw, and to access their pension. So it doesn't make sense for them to use technology that they are not used to for their pensions. So if they are used to using things like WhatsApp, and I know Pinbox is big on that, they are used to using text messages. When they want to sign up for their pensions, we can't take them to another platform. So we need to embed it into what they are used to or the social media platforms they use. So I think technologies that we need to use should be something that is down to earth, something they can connect to, something they are used to. So these are just some of the thoughts I have on micropension based on some of the work we've done in Nigeria. It's been long, it's been arduous, but we keep on pushing because we're looking at the millions of Africans who will grow old in the next couple of years and be a burden to society. So we need to do all we can to make sure that these people get on the pension scheme. Thank you once again for listening. I wish I could be there with you in Uganda. Look forward to seeing you sometime soon. Thank you.
Thank you. The agenda has been set, As I mentioned earlier, the gentlemen you see here bring to bear experience and expertise that is relevant for this discussion. Alan has substantive experience in investment and technology. Mr. Dan Tumurami is with Cheaper Cash. He's a specialist in digital finance and technology. Gautam is a pension tech expert as well. Now, the question for this session is, are we ready as Africa for technology? And I'm pleased now to get them to bring out their argumentation and answers to that question. Gautam has made a case for it, but I would like to hear from Mr. Tumurami. Can we really say that we are ready? And if not, what is it that we must do as a continent to make sure that we leverage on technology to make sure that we deliver the inclusion agenda? Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. We're just excited that this session has actually happened because we've been shifted right from the first half of the day, but it has finally happened. And put value to this session. Now, to the big question, is Africa ready for inclusion on the pension strategy? My answer is yes. And I give a very bold yes because I'm happy that Gautam brought out the mobile money penetration of Africa and the world. If you look at the recent statistics, currently the registered mobile money wallets in the world are 1.6 billion. Yesterday, we were arguing that 600 million people are not going to have pension in 2025. And look at mobile money. It has taken the world 17 years to hit the first 800 customers. However, it has taken 5 years recently, post-COVID, to hit the next 800 million. Now, mobile money is the next, digitization and technology is the next theme for us and technology to make sure that we can penetrate what we are terming as micro pension. Why? Because if you take a case of Uganda, Uganda gives a very exciting case when it comes to mobile money and money movement. If you look at our population, the minister just said we are hitting almost 45 million. If you look at the mobile money wallets that the Bank of Uganda recently released for last year's report, we are at 40.9 million mobile money wallets registered. And interesting in that fact is that women are having more wallets and active wallets than men. So that alone is showing you that with the digitization, with the financial inclusion strategy of Africa and all our countries, we are ready to enhance micropension, both in the world and specifically for Africa. If you look at, you see that statistics are very interesting. 54% of our Ugandan population adults today have access to a formal financial channel. But that is purely driven by mobile money. So to our question, are we ready? Yes, we're very ready. If you look at the global perspective of payment systems, unfortunately, I speak for Uganda. Bank of Uganda is almost completing the procurement for a national payment switch. But if you look at the payment switch system by country, the SADC countries already have a payment switch connected to all the banking ecosystem. There's a PAPS payment switch. Recently, Kenya is connecting. And once we get those switches into the ecosystem, I'm very confident that everyone will be included to support on the micropension. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So far, so good. The case is being made further that indeed technology could be a tool that will make us leapfrog all these processes that have been excluding many citizens of this continent. Now, I move to Alan. Alan, the foregoing speakers have mentioned about the digital infrastructure, literacy, they're talking about the role of enterprise architecture and digital inclusion. What is your perspective? Can we leverage on technology to deliver outcomes for members if we look at getting that money through technology and investing it and using the tools that we have to make sure that what it is we want to get for the future is achieved?
Thank you, Benji. Allow me to play devil's advocate today. I've worked with startups since 2020. I run an incubator for new ideas. Sector agnostic, any sector, agriculture, infrastructure, property, fintechs. And over the last 4 classes I've held, we do this for 4 months, and I usually have about 20 different founders trying out their ideas. One running theme that really for me comes out is half of the people trying to innovate have no idea about the industry they're trying to innovate for. So we are seeing a lot of people coming into fintech and they have no finance degree, and they want to go further into finance, to go into pension, to go into insurance. These are specialized spaces, and they don't even understand the architecture of those industries. And they have lofty words, disruption. I'm disrupting. What are you disrupting, and you don't even know how credit is given? If I look at the association of FITSPA, 3/4 of the startups under FITSPA are all related to microcredit. 3/4, they're all giving loans because that is what they understand, what finance is all about. The other 10% are focused on payments. So we are seeing that their understanding of finance, banking, and the industry is very narrow, and that's how they are building. So when we come to ask the question, is Africa ready? We must appreciate that we must unlock other spaces as well. The individuals that are working in banks, in fund management, in insurance, we must get those individuals to innovate because they understand the underlying issues. But there is a problem, another one, the fear of the new. Africans, and Ugandans in particular, are not adventurous. They think the whole world is Uganda. We think up to Lake Victoria, that's where the world ends. So you can imagine the breadth of our ideas. If I have a house and a car, I've arrived. Pressing myself beyond that level is alien to me. So there is this deep-seated fear of the new, and we are asking them to transform pensions with technology. 2 alien subjects being put together. So again, Uganda, and this is not different from what I've seen in Zambia, what I've seen in Ethiopia, these issues are inherent in the way we are innovating, and it shows. The number of new startups that excite us is limited. Cheaper Cash came out about 2017 when we really got to see it. But since then, who else has followed to really come out for us to be excited? I don't think so. So there is a dearth of ideas because us as individuals who know we are not designed to think and break things, and those who are breaking things don't know. So how are we going to transform at a macro level if those who are building or they don't know what they are doing and those who know are not building? But the other issue I've also seen is for those who are asking questions, the likes of us, UBRA is commissioning a research, perhaps FSD is commissioning a research, others, we carry a deep requirement for perfection. Research must meet a PhD level delivery for you to accept this new innovation. I've spoken to a few people, and you enter a room and you feel like a survivor. This idea you are talking about, who has done it before? Show me 1,000 papers that demonstrate it has worked. It's an innovation. No one has done it. I just came up with it on the corridor. I just need a think tank to just see, is it feasible? So we need to learn to build from the back. build, fail, build, fail, build, fail, then write a paper why you failed 3 times. In Uganda, there's this obsession of first write 1 million papers, then perhaps you can build. You cannot transform with technology that way. Technology is build, build, fail, 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 write a paper why you have failed 7 times, then we can tell you why you failed 7. We can come up with a solution at the end of the day. Perhaps if we follow those templates, we might have a fighting chance. I don't see it happening. And so for me, in the next 5 years, I don't see that transformation happening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alan. I know Mr. Gautam is itching to say something, but before Gautam, I would like Dan to respond to something that came up from Alan's argument. Gautam mentioned that we need to graft onto already existing institutions, and it means, therefore, that if probably a cheaper cash or would have to integrate with all these other ecosystem partners. And there's a lot of talk about data protection and what do you need in between to make sure that you have a system that is responsive to pension inclusion when you're looking at specifically low-income earners with the costs that may come with it.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would also want to respond to what Alan's argument is that we're not ready. Yes, 5 years seem to you that it's short of a period. But let me give you a quick example. We just completed an electronic IPO of Airtel. And by electronic, I mean they made sure that all retail investors run through the payment system. And yes, the IPO results wouldn't have been what they expected, but they hit the mark of success. But if you see the engagement that was done through technology, the account creation for an investment account, it was very exciting because just someone would just dial a USSD code and create the account. So the readiness is actually the exposure that technology is bringing. Bank of Uganda has created a sandbox environment where all the people want to incubate, the teams we've talked about, can go and try their products. And once you're successful for 60 days, you then upgrade to licensing. I know it has financial issues, corporate governance and everything, but the regulator is very positive to make sure that we hit that mark, to make sure that we have a balance on how our products are designed in that particular sector. Now, to your question, moderator, what we would do to leverage on the current existing technology is actually one simple word called interoperability. Interoperability is what we've seen in the mobile network operators, where before COVID, an Airtel customer wouldn't send money to an MTN customer. If they did that, it was the most expensive transaction. But currently, sending money between MTN and Airtel is as seamless as sending an SMS. Sending money from the US to Uganda through cheaper cash is as sending an SMS. He talked about democratizing payments. Cheaper cash is one of the first fintechs that democratized investment. Ugandans today can invest on the New York Stock Exchange through their mobile phone. Now, when we have interoperability, we're very sure that systems can be connected, can speak to each other through an API, and then the service delivery can be assured. Now, when it comes to affordability, I am very confident that the use case we saw in Rwanda, all of us were very excited on the Rwanda use case. Why? Because it has grown the trajectory to a mark of $45 million because it's getting government support. It is a zero-rated transaction fee for the people who are saving at the pension scheme. So we are very confident that once countries launch payment systems, infrastructure, I'm very sure they can zero-rate pension and then use that for liquidity for investment and also give access to people to those funds that are gathered from the interest earned. So interoperability is the best way we can optimize and leverage on the technology to make sure that services are delivered successfully.
Thank you. Thank you, Dan. Gautam, you wanted to react to a submission made by Alan, but I also wanted you to talk about the response of Dan with regard to interoperability and the issue of costs, because you mentioned that we could leverage on technology, but at the same time make sure that it's responsive to the needs of low-income earners. How do you see that working?
Thank you, Chair. So, I mean, I partly agree with Alan. I agree with him to the extent that there is always, I mean, I've seen policymakers in India when I was in a different life, that the general attitude was that everything should be done, but nothing should be done for the first time. And I think, that sort of made it very difficult to innovate. But my sense also is that precedence or, an example of something working somewhere else also was equally powerful. So if within the country, if one state had done something, then the secretary of the other state or the chief minister of another state would find it so much easier to take that forward, right? So to that extent, I agree with you. But I disagree with him on one important thing, which is we are not, the way we are thinking about this is we're saying, remember, we are leveraging existing DFS infrastructure and digital public infrastructure like national IDs. We are not saying that we should be expecting any of the institutions involved to do anything new or innovative. Okay? So I am not expecting NERA, for instance, to say, okay, Elizabeth, you and your team should now start going and educating Ugandans about retirement savings. I am not saying Airtel Money or Chipper Cash, you should get into the fund management business. Right? We are not saying you as, say, a custody bank should do insurance. We are saying you are doing whatever you're doing, please go ahead and do it as well as you can. So if you're a payment company, please do payments as well as you can. Just worry about your transaction costs. If you're an insurance company, please give us the lowest possible premium that we have to pay and make sure that the claims are settled well. If you're an asset manager, please focus on the highest possible real risk-adjusted returns that you are able to deliver to us. So what I'm saying is, it is possible to expect all stakeholders to continue to do whatever they're doing. They'll innovate in their own life. So like Chipper Cash would do, and I mean, I'm sure that you didn't start, Dan, you didn't start with, US, Uganda payments on day one, right? But if that has happened, I, as the pension system, if I'm say sitting in that chair, then, and as Benjamin, I am not saying that, I'm not spending money on Dan innovating. But now that Dan has done that, what is Benjamin going to do? He's going to say, oh, there is some diaspora sitting in the US. We can now offer them the ability to use their WhatsApp or whatever and set up a pension account and start sending money into an URBRA regulated pension program. And I think that's the interesting part. So we need innovation, but we don't need people to do new things. We're just saying, do what you're doing, do it to the best of your ability, and let's use APIs and good technology and good process design in making sure that things are easy and simple, transparent, there's good governance, good oversight and regulation. Somebody has to stop me, otherwise I don't stop talking.
Yeah, thank you. We've come to the close, but I was informed that we are going to take just from the audience this time. We need to just get 3 questions, just 3 questions for this very, very vibrant panel, and then we shall call it a day. So from the audience.
Benjamin, as the questions come in, I would like to speak to the regulator, our CEO. Alan here yesterday on the panel that was on, he said, we have to create some force. You understand? He said we have to create some force and force people to save for their old age. We in Uganda, we all pay OTT, right? And I think there was some force, isn't it? For every transaction we make, we pay 0.5% as withdraw tax. For every data that we consume, we pay tax. What about regulator? Why don't you create something of the sort? Because the actual transaction volumes are actually happening. The recent figures show 191 trillion Uganda shillings moved through the payment ecosystem. So for us to achieve a certain milestone through that payment gateway, I think you need to think about how you can forcefully push myself to save, but save for myself, because it's myself. Like the lady of Go Green said, save me now, I'll save you tomorrow. You understand? So that is the right way we should take it.
Thank you very much. I would like to take 3 precise questions from the audience. I'll take them at once, then I'll request the panelists to respond. I begin with you, Haji Sabiana. You come last? Okay, she wants to come last. So I'll take parole. The second question is from who? Yes, the gentleman over there, then Haji's question will be the last. In the interim, I'll scan through those that are on Slido. But parole, please
Okay.
go ahead. Oh, go ahead, please. Sorry.
Okay, thank you very much, the panel. My question is simple. Is an African young person using technology responsibly to help them actually save or do what we want them to do? Thank you.
Thank you. The next is parole. Parole, excuse me, Parole. There are people online that would like to listen to you.
Thank you. I think my question is for Chipakash. For this forum that we are, since here we are on a pensions forum, I think payments becomes the backbone of whatever we are doing in pensions, because it is the longest relationship that you have with any financial product. So 20 to 30 years of putting money in and 20 to 30 years of putting money out. For you as a fintech who is in the African market and growing, I was in Rwanda in September, beautiful drone show, and you are here in Uganda as well. How is Chipakash looking to leverage and cross-sell products on your platform while you aspire to become super apps yourself?
Thank you. Hajati, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. My question is to Oprah, to you, the chair. The proposal by the Nigeria colleague, the one who sent a video, that you should consider changing the name from micro pension to something else. I don't know what you think about it. That is my question. But since I have the mic, and since my name has been mentioned several times, allow me to take this opportunity to thank everybody who has quoted Mazima, and they save me today, I'll save you tomorrow. There are 2 other statements that I made, which I would like you to take seriously, and I want to repeat them. Save before spending. Save from source. It's a very big statement, if you can carry that away with you. Don't spend and then spend what is left after you, save what is left after spending. Please take that. The other one is Chipakash. Thank you so much for your observation that women actually have more activity. No, you used the more powerful statement.
Yes.
Wallets than men. I want to share with you very briefly a testament, again, about Mazima Voluntary Saving Scheme. Every Friday, we encourage ourselves to save, and you have a competition, men against women. Yeah, we have a competition, and our person who, she's here, but then I'll not make her stand up, but she's the one who reports who is winning. And I would report to you that 90% of the time, women actually win. Yes, maybe you clap for that, women. 90% of the time in that competition, women against men, women win. Finally, please, Chairman, the other statement that I made is we should make ESG a way of life. We should make sure that we plant trees to ensure that we go net zero. I did carry a few trees. I'm not going to say, but whoever wants to plant a tree today can come to me. I have trees here with myself, here. So you can come to me after the session. Because it will be, I'm sure Martin and Tim will not give me time to go back on stage. But I have the trees with me. So whoever feels want to plant a tree, please, you can come to me. Different types.
Thank you.
I thank you so much, and may God bless all of you.
Thank you so much. Very well, very well. I begin with the responsibility part. Was it to Alan? Yes, Alan. The question number 1 about responsibility in the use of technology.
Wow, that's a loaded question. Are we, as young people, using technology responsibly? It is a yes and no response. We see young persons, so I'm looking at people from 15 to about 22. I would say they are not using technology responsibly at that point. We see more usage around entertainment, TikTok, YouTube, doing videos, representing themselves on the digital stage. A lot of the emphasis in that age group is more on that usage of technology. It's an argument whether it is a useful use of technology or not. I have my views about that. But what we see there is that many youth that are using technology that way are not picking up the right skill sets or knowledge that they should at that age. If you ask the average 16-year-old in Uganda, is common, is actually 32 to about 42. Those are the individuals that want to build technology startups. And one of the things that we emphasize is that they need to learn a little bit about coding, programming, how is the back end working. And we share with them online tools, YouTube videos, resources for them to learn and build that. So there is a kind of difference between the demographics, as we are seeing that when people are more mature and getting more responsible, they get more interested in using technology responsibly. And if given the right environments and given the right information, they can. But for the younger demographic, which is the largest set of the population for Uganda, we see that the usage is different. It's more focused on entertainment and representation online.
Money movement or the remittance landscape of Africa. Traditionally, remittances happen north to south, but we are building what we call intra-Africa money flow remittances. If you look at the trade between Uganda and Kenya, if you look at the trade between Uganda and Rwanda, if you look at the trade between Uganda and DRC, so we want to build intra-Africa remittances so that when the north is hit by anything, take an example of COVID, the intra-Africa is surviving. Why? Because the Kenyan brother has to trade with the Ugandan brother through the platform. So that's what we're doing so that we consolidate that space. Additionally, we've also signed up a relationship with Visa. Last month, we celebrated 1 million customers on the virtual card. We are changing the way online and e-commerce consumption happens in Uganda and Nigeria. Why? Because there has been, through a lot of fraud, online fraud, people's bank cards are being exposed. Because you see, when you purchase online using your bank card, it means the fraudster gets access to your bank balance, isn't it? So what we've introduced is that we've introduced a virtual card that, one, is safe and secure, reliable, but fourth, it also saves you from the fraud that would happen. Why? Because you only spend from the value that is on your virtual card wallet. You get it? So the exposure is limited. So that product is really, really giving us a good mileage in the space. But overall, we are speaking to what Alan said. We want to play in all the technology buckets that are available. We're already in the investment through the stocks business. We are now in the retail space through e-commerce. We are of course in the common payments and bill payments, airtime and data. So we are innovating to make sure that we close that gap that exists in the technology. To the last question of are people using technology responsibly, the youth, I would arguably say, you say depending on where you stand. I would arguably say yes. Why? Because one, the youth are getting very informative. There's information flow through technology. Two, they are also getting easy access to products. If you look at the telecom numbers on how data is spent, data is not spent on the enterprise customer. Data is usually spent on these B2C customers. And why? Because, yes, I know betting is not regulated, but if you look at the rate of betting happening through the youth, it's very huge. I don't know whether they get wins, but they do bet. If you look at the rate of content creation, you talked about it. If you look at the rate of content creation happening, our model, our growth marketing model is to work with brand ambassadors. If you look at the way youth create content that speaks to the particular sector of their interest, especially entertainment and lifestyle, it shows that they are actually using technology to connect to the world. And I think that's a good trend. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gautam, I would like to give you a minute for your parting shots. Then I will ask my CEO to respond to the question of the name, because he's the one in charge of anything Ubra. So I'll request him to come and respond to that. So Gautam, 1 minute for your parting shots.
Thanks, Benjamin. Yeah, 1 minute is...
2 minutes for you.
No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so basically just a very quick thing. So, one of the things that we've seen, if we can get things right, like there's a lady called Shamina in south of India when we launched this program. And we saw that she, when we looked at the data she was a micro-pension customer. So she started putting money regularly. And not only regularly, but she started indexing her contributions. Every year, her contributions were going up. And we went and met her and we said, okay, Shamina Ben, how are you actually able to do this? Her idea was, Gautam bhai, I run a goat farm. Every year, I designate one goat as a pension goat. When it is Eid, I go to the market, I sell the goat. Whatever money I get from the goat, I put it into my pension account. I said, this is absolutely fantastic. Wow. So you're actually saving for old age in this particular way. But how are you, who told you about indexation? She says, actually nobody. I mean, it's the goat which is doing this. This year when I sell the goat, it sells for 2,000. Next year when I sell the goat, it sells for 2,600 or whatever. So all I'm saying is if you get it right, and if people understand what is happening here, I think people are rational, they will do it. They'd save for their children's education, right? Because they can see that that's important. I think so that is one. The second I think is, maybe it is even feasible to start thinking of, instead of fighting trends, retail trends, for instance, betting or lotteries. We've been speaking to a couple of countries, by the way. Why can't we have a lottery linked to retirement savings? So we've actually launched, in one of the countries, we've launched a program called Save and Win. Every time you contribute, you get a lottery number. At the end of the month, there's a lottery, and certain number of people from that win. The more times you contribute, the more lottery numbers you are able to accumulate. Of course, at the end of the financial year, it's all over and you start all over again. But we found that the save and win kind of an approach for a population which wants to think about lotteries could work. I'm not saying this is the billion-dollar idea. I'm just saying that you can think innovatively.
Thank you, Gautam. When you know better, you do better. I don't know if we can say we are ready. I think for the most part we are ready, because I can see we are all saying that it's something that we can do even when there's some constraints to it. The last was so much about the change of name from the video that we watched. I'm going to invite the Chief Executive of UBRA to respond to it. But of course, I would like to thank the distinguished panelists for this argumentation for technology and pension inclusion. And just to say that, of course, in Africa, a name is identity, its belief, its culture, its functionality. So what you want to communicate gives you the name. What UBRA thinks, I would like to invite Mr. Martin Nsubuga from where you are to respond to it.
Thank you, Benjamin. And before I submit, or before I respond to the questions, allow me to thank this team for the very exciting session, especially this afternoon and being the last one. So thank you so much. And Benjamin, you've done a very good job, but I thought we'd also have answered that simple question of the name. But I'll answer the question for Dan. I think, Dan, you raised a very important observation. And this is the discussion we've been having with quite a number of telephone companies and banks. Because we know first, they have volumes in terms of numbers. 2, they have transactions, which are enormous. And 3, they continue to reward us with benefits we don't use. I can give you an example. If today you gave me a thank you for using mobile money, it will expire, it will be lost. So the thing I'm trying to promote, and I think which can work, it also speaks to the area discussion. We need indirect way of helping people to save. The first ones, very good, but there are those that they can appreciate as they execute their transactions and business. So how I wish the thank you they give to me could be translated into something and sent to my pension account. But of course, the most important thing is that it can't work in isolation. If today you can collect that from your operations as you offer the services to your clients, but you need to remit it to a particular scheme of some sort. So the whole digital ecosystem has to be connected. It cannot work in isolation of others. And I think that's the discussion also need to go into. If new ideas come up, how do we put everything together? How do we bring all the telecom companies on the table? How do we bring all the bankers? We've already had an ongoing discussion with the Uganda Bankers Association on the same. It is something that has probably not sunk very well, but from the discussions we're having, I strongly believe it is possible. There's some equation that we've not yet been able to solve. But again, from the many attempts, success and fail, we are about to get there. I'm very, very confident about it. So we can really deliver on it. And I think it can deliver results in a very short term. Now, on the name, I don't know why people mind about names. The issue of micro, I think the Nigerian perspective was that it would discourage a person who would wish to save even more. So when you call it micro, it probably looks like micro in the sense of it. But I think the idea is that the principle of saving for retirement still remains. Saving for retirement, you don't need a lot of money. It is those small bits accumulated over a period of time that can make a difference in the person's life. So whether I call it micro or voluntary saving, the ultimate objective is that can you sacrifice that pocket change, that small money, whatever small it is, can you be consistent in doing it? And can you please leave it there like you don't need it? It's not that you don't need it, but it's like you're planning for the future. And the mathematics of investment would make the difference. So that's the position I hold, but thank you so much for your submission.
Thank you once again for this very, very good panel discussion and for all the questions that come through online. We're grateful, and we've come to the close of our session. I don't know if I can use my prerogative as chair to take a photo with my panelists. Then we shall go down and wait for the next agenda item.
Thank you so much, Benjamin Muchivi, for chairing that session. The idea has come to me late, but I would have been a nice fix in that photo just for gender balance purposes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, well done. Day 2 has equally officially come to an end. Unofficially not yet. We do have a dinner that is waiting for you. Now, as we continue on, we want to have your perspective on how Kampala, Uganda has hosted this particular conference of APSA. And so we are requesting you to now go to Slido once again, get the QR code, go over to polls, and give us some feedback. Let us know how we have performed, what can be done better, and your recommendations. Phones in your hands. Please don't go to WhatsApp. It's past working hours for an email. They've been talking about technological inclusion. This is a perfect time to be a part of that mandate. Nevertheless, we take this opportunity to say thank you so much for having come to Kampala, Uganda. Edward, it keeps locking. Is it okay now? It's okay now. You can retry it. Put the QR code again. Okay. All right, it's the APSA Conference 2023 evaluation. Please take a few minutes, share those thoughts on the conference sessions, on our speaker selection, and on the overall experience that you've had as a participant in the 4th Annual Africa Pension Supervisors Association. This conference was inaugurated in 2019 in Nairobi, Kenya. Then COVID-19 came in 2020, and APSA then said, no, we will still use technology to have the 2nd annual conference. The 2nd annual conference was held in a country called Virtual Country. It was an online conference. The 3rd conference was hosted 2 years later, which was last year, 2022. And it was hosted in Kigali, Rwanda. So to Kigali, Rwanda, and the participants here in Kampala, thank you so much. It's then that we came to the 4th annual Aspa conference, and Kampala, Uganda was elected to be the hosting nation of that. APSA has a subscription from 15 countries across the Bar of Africa, and growing. As you finish up that survey, we're going to be receiving a communique from APSA. Then we'll be receiving a vote of thanks. Thereafter, we will have a tea break that allows you to stretch, interact. In that tea break, we highly recommend that you take photos. We do have a photo booth where the tea break area is. And so, as members from one authority, from a given country, please take those group photos. Collaboratively, take those group photos. Let's have a pictorial memory of having been in Kampala, Uganda. But also you're reminded that Explore Uganda is waiting for you to enable you enjoy the diversity and richness of the Pearl of Africa. They do have a table that is still around the tea area booth. You can be able to interact with them, engage with them, and explore Uganda. Then after that tea break, we'll be back in the room at exactly 6:30 to have our official closure to the annual Africa Pension Supervisors Association. It will be a dinner. We'll start off with food, and then we'll get into the closing remarks from our hosting country, and we will call it adios. Bye-bye to the 4th Annual Africa Pension Supervisors Association Conference, and we'll be awaiting the 5th conference and who will be hosting that conference. Edward, does it have to be anonymous? Mama Green specifically wants to edit. Edward is coming to you, Mama Green. The vision of APSA is very simple: to create a secure and dignified retirement future for all Africans, from the north of Africa to down south of Africa. And the mission is to promote, strengthen, and facilitate the development of robust and sustainable pension systems across Africa. As you finish up that survey, to achieve this mission and vision of APSA with the support of technical assistance from FSD Africa, supports its members and stakeholders through 3 tailored initiatives at country and regional level. They do have policy and regulatory support. They also do cater to research, knowledge management, and capacity building, as well as collaboration and networking. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for participating in that survey. And thank you so much for your kind feedback. Please also allow yourself to be as brutally honest as possible, because it helps then the next organizers to do a better job. Next on our agenda, we are going to be having our tea break, the communique and vote of thanks from the hosting nation and the association will be in our dinner. So now, I invite you for our tea break, which is in the foyer right on this very same floor. As you go out for the tea break, we kindly request that you leave your items on your chair. We want to transform that table and, prepare for the dinner. So in preparation for the dinner, we request that you leave your items on the chair. So if you have some items on the tables, please remove them and place them on your chair. They'll be more secure there. Thank you very much. Now we'll be back here for the dinner at exactly 6 p.m. And kid you not, I have people who were asking me why I didn't have lunch. I was preserving my enzymes and my worms for dinner because it's going to be a sumptuous dinner. And so I'm going to be the first person on the line. Anyone to beat me on the line at 6 p.m., let's meet at 6 p.m. in this very same hall, Katonga Hall. In Uganda, we have something called photobombing. So I'm going to photobomb this picture. All right, anyone else wants me to photobomb?